I'd be the first. I'd be the first on board. I'd have no problem with it. But it'll never happen.
The price is right.
Yeah, but it'll never happen.
The price is right, but it can be expensive. Small fortune, no doubt.
Well, you're missing the flamingo, though. They're going to go.
I'll believe in Middle Earth if someone can take me there.
They're going to go to space and then find out Earth is flat, and then they're going to come back, and then they're going to realize that they didn't go to space.
Here's another big factor we never talk about. As far as rocket travel is concerned, think of it this way. Rockets are extremely inefficient. You can only, they only have a literal total engine expectancy of, 15, 20 minutes. These are not reusable engines. They use their energy and they're dead. 15 minutes is about the most advanced rocket system in the world. Here, if any sort of rocket travel was real at those speeds, we would be using them to go from America to Russia or Europe. They would drop you off. You'd fly over Russia in 25 minutes, and they would drop you in a capsule. It'd be an expensive ticket, but that would be 10,000 trillion times easier than going to another terra firma outside of where we live. We can't even use rockets for traveling here. Thanks.
I mean, it will be inexpensive now because you can land rockets like a helicopter.
Here's the thing: there are type of jet aircrafts. They go from what is it? They start off as jet, move to ramjet, and then at the highest altitude they employ liquid rocket. And so we already do have rocket aircraft. It's just they're integrated into jet systems. Think about it. No, I'm talking about the SR-70. Right. The SR-71 has a liquid rocket system in it.
I know. Well, maybe. Yeah. Well, it didn't used to. It may be retro. Those
are the newest ones. That's from the final model of them. The YFJ,
sure,
I think.
Older ones, yeah. That could be true. Yeah.
Yeah. But they were also, doing a 1 hour journey from New York to Los Angeles. So.
And landing in an aircraft, not in a capsule.
Right.
That's right.
Well, see that.
I was going to question the range, but you answered my question on the range as well. So you're not getting much range anyway, are you? Really? I mean, come on.
Well, remember that's still with jet. First of all,
the SR-71. Yeah. The SR-71 has the ability. It starts off as a conventional jet in the lower atmosphere. It gets high. It turns into a ramjet at certain speeds. So it's got no moving part. Turns into a ramjet. And then, according to the specs, it has a liquid propulsion rocket where it can actually shoot fuel like a rocket.
Yeah. Is that at a flick of a switch, yeah?
Flick of a switch.
All right.
So.
Well, the Jeff Bezos rocket, known as New Shepard, after Alan Shepard, the first American to supposedly go into space, is a one-stage affair. So it will go off. It will be launched, go up to the command line, and then the capsule will detach, and the capsule will come down under parachute.
I see. Well, I will contend that the most advanced piece of flying equipment that we have ever developed is the SR-71. I think that's the limit of our technology right there.
Yeah, I would have to agree with you, man.
Yeah, the rocket only aircraft, if you just look up X-15, you'll see that it's dropped from a B-52 once it reaches altitude because the rocket is so inefficient, it has to first be taken up past where most aircraft can even fly. So it starts already cheating at 500 miles an hour at 50,000 feet, and it literally can only travel a few hundred miles, and it's out of fuel. It's done. It has
that's
to come
why they That's why they have to launch it from the air. Yeah, it was the X-1, right? I have a model of it.
X-1 was the first one, then the X-15 was the more advanced one.
Yeah, I have a model of it in my garage. It looks like a...
Yeah, I've got a model of it.
It looks like an obese pencil.
The X-1, I saw it in Hawaii. They've got one in Hawaii. Pearl Harbor, they got one, haven't they? They got one on display in Pearl Harbor. I've seen that twice. I went to Hawaii a number of times. But on 2 occasions, I went there to have a look and show my children the history of Japan and America. the war that happened, and then the difference in technology and that. The museum is pretty good. But I was on a quest to tell the truth and find the truth, right? And they were lying to the Japanese. You know, the Japanese missed this ship and the Japanese missed that ship. I said, yeah, but hang on. Didn't, was it Roosevelt, I think it was at the time, didn't he know that the Japanese were coming? So no one need have died because you could have taken out those subs, but you know, isn't that true? Because, you know, they're talking to the Japanese. They don't know what's going on, you know? So I had to explain it to them in Japanese to them, what I said. Yeah, really good. I had to say something because I was just totally fed up with a fucking lie I was listening to on the tour. So I said, well, excuse me, didn't Roosevelt know that the Japanese were coming? So this needn't have happened. So they were sacrificed, all these 3,000 personnel and publics mixed. Yeah? And then the look I got from the guy, I said, yeah, well, it's true, isn't it? Isn't it the truth? Fuck. I said, you see that? You see it? I said to my children, you see how he looked? Because I told him the truth, you see? Because he was lying. He wasn't telling the truth.
Yeah. The reason they did that is because they wanted to get, like, morale high, like, to justify going to war with Japan. Just kind of messed up.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, you see? That's why I said it. And then I said, you know, these people died in vain. You come here and you lie every day. You're lying every day. It's an insult to the dead. Insult. Right? And then the guy that was on Go on.
They have to get you into your carnal emotions and out of the spirit, out of the emotions of God that he says in the scriptures that you're to replace with your carnal feelings. They got to keep you in them carnal feelings to get you to do all these crimes.
Yeah. So I just told my children that they were lying, okay? They knew Japan was coming. They could have stopped. No one needed to die. Yeah. I even showed my children the newspaper where it said Japan to strike to Sunday. It said it. They even had it printed. Fuck. I mean, I've got a picture of it. Let me see. They had it printed in the Hawaiian newspaper that the Japanese were coming anyway. Believe it, man. Mr. Kowalski, who must be maybe he's still alive. If he's alive, he would be 90. If he's alive, this Kowalski guy, war veteran. He was disgusted with Roosevelt when he found out that the Japanese, they'd broken the Japanese code. They knew they were coming. And he said, my neighbor's kids, all 4 of them died, he said. I joined the army. I was 17. I should have been 18, but I was 17. I lied about my age to get in there and fight against the Japs, he said. What they did, blah, blah, blah. And Mr. Kowalski, I won't forget him. The way he speaks, he goes, why have I got a right to speak about this stuff? Because I went to the war, I was in it. And he had his hat on with all his unit numbers and that on there. Yeah, Mr. Kowalski, I won't forget you, mate. Yeah, it's going to be hard to find, isn't it? Yeah, that's going to be hard to find, man. Can't be bothered. But yeah, they knew that the Japs were coming. So yeah, X1, that aircraft, the X1, yeah, they got one on display. Really looks good. That's the thing. There's such beauty in the way they look, but they do such destruction, is the other thing. We went into the submarines and that, had a look at their quarters and that. It was great. Yeah, had a great time there, man. Got lots of pictures of that stuff. Fantastic. Yeah, a fantastic time in Pearl Harbor. I had a problem. There was going to be, it's a really popular tourist attraction, that Pearl Harbor. And at the time I went, I wanted to go early in the morning so I wouldn't have any parking problems, but we couldn't get ourselves together. Right, so eventually we got out that hotel anyway, right, and I'm on my way. Rental car, of course, and now I'm thinking, where the fuck do I park? I parked, it says, and I've got a picture of it clearly, it says, Pearl Harbor veterans, or veterans parking only. I parked there, and I never had a problem. Right on the sign where I parked the car, the sign is above it, right there. And my wife said, "Are you sure it's going to be okay?" I said, "Don't worry about it. It's my license. No, nothing's going to come of it. What are you going to do? Give me a fine? I'm not going to pay it. You know me. Come on, let's go. Don't worry about it." And you know what I said to myself? Yeah, I said the spirits of those who died knew that I was coming and they protected me. That's what I said.
Yo, that makes sense, man.
Telling the truth. Yeah.
Like, this man's telling the fucking truth, guys. I sleep, right? And I have 3 black tall entities that protect me from evil, like, energies. And you can also meditate to the point where you build up your spiritual aura. You can go to the pyramids. And you can go to any pyramid.
Stop.
All right, go to any pyramid. You can see that their aura is stronger.
Yeah, can stop.
You can stop.
What is the entities? What's the name of the entities?
The
Just because you
entities.
guys
Okay,
are-
so there's dimensions.
I mean, the entities have to have a name, right?
Just because you guys aren't spiritually awakened doesn't mean you should make fun of him.
You got problems, bro.
Sasha,
You got
stop.
problems, bro. You got problems, bro. I'm just letting you know.
In my case, in my case, I didn't care. I didn't care if I was going to get a ticket anyway. I wasn't really worried at the end of the day. I just wanted to look at the history, and then get my truth out if it was possible, and I did. And when I got back to the car, there was no ticket, no problem, and I couldn't believe it. Saw the sign. Said, "Oh, veterans parking only, Pearl Harbor veterans parking only," and right. And then you see all these. You see me, my wife, and 4 boys coming out of the car. Well, he ain't a Pearl Harbor veteran. And then there's a park. There's a military car park in Honolulu. Okay, Honolulu. And I used that as well. And the woman said, "Yeah," because I had like military style clothing on. She says, "Yeah, you're okay. Go through, no problem. Fine, thank you." I said, "Yeah, thanks." Try to sound American. Thanks. Yeah, I didn't have to pay parking. Yeah. Waikiki, Honolulu, Waikiki. There's a military base there. There is a base there, and I use their car park. No problem. My wife was very worried. I said, "Don't worry about all this stuff, man. You're worrying too much. Don't worry, man. It's my license, not yours. Yeah, let's get going. Come on. Get the bags. Let's hit the beach. Come on. Hit it." I said to my wife, "Window shopping in the evenings, daytime, everyday beach. I don't want to hear anything else. Window shopping after we've gone to the beach." We went 2 weeks holiday. Every day we went to the beach, except for the last day when we came back. But every day we hit the beach, different beaches around Hawaii, every single day. Everyone got fitter from that. That was like 2 weeks training, that was in itself. Came back really feeling good, man. Because you're snorkeling, you're swimming, and you're doing the sit on top kayaking as well. That was fucking brilliant. Kayaking to a smaller island with my second eldest son. Let's go. Yeah, come on. 2 of us in, two-man kayak. He sat at the front. We kept going. Yeah, let's go. He goes, "Daddy, I'm hot." "Okay, hang on a second. Let me splash the water on you." Yeah, go on, that's it. Splash the water on his back. Splash. "You feeling good now?" "Okay, let's carry on. Come on." Yeah. Got there, got the iPhones out, took the pictures. Fucking brilliant that was. Yeah, fantastic. Yeah, I said to them, "Don't worry about the parking. When they hear my voice, they do think, oh, okay, he's on holiday." Of course, I'm on holiday, man. Don't live here. The first thing they think is that I live here until they hear me speak. Yes, we can tell you English back.
Memes, I muted the chakra guy. I don't know if I wanted to talk to him.
The guy who needed Thorazine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought it was kind of interesting.
If I start seeing black shadows, I'm either figuring that I'm being visited by demons or I need to get to a psychiatrist. One or the other. First
He
thing
didn't even say shadow demons. He just said like psychic energies.
He said dark. He did describe them.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
I don't. I think he was more talking about like the energy and not like like actual
Yes,
energy.
but angels don't show up like that, buddy.
Yeah, no, they've been with me since childhood, but I can explain it if you guys like. Just give me a moment, listen to what I have to say,
I'm kind of
please,
curious.
and don't interrupt. Okay, so basically, we know for a fact that there is some subconscious energy field that humans communicate through. The median is Earth. Nikola Tesla talked about this median and how to like take advantage of it, right? So your aura can be, seen as a like the food energy in your body, right? You putting in food to your body, which the entire Western world is confused on like what is actually true being and health because they put fucking food poison in our foods. You guys not see the recent study that said the fake sugars infect the gut microbiome? Like, dude, this shit's all fucked. They have it set up so they can profit from us, right? We're not a part of like a free country.
Hold on, man.
It's set up.
So hold on. Stop. You're all over the place.
I have so many ideas, dude. Just crazy.
Yeah. And this.
Let's just stick to the one.
Okay, so yeah, Nikola Tesla, he found this like theory. He invented vibrational machines that could bring down the Eiffel Tower in less than like 5 minutes. So you gotta understand.
Hold on. He invented one that he recorded, that he wrote down the notes for, that he tested on his building, that he never ran through to completion.
Yeah, because the government told him to stop.
Well, no, he stopped. I've read his notes on it.
So wait, why did he stop? Did he think it was too
I don't
powerful?
know, because he was in the building, and maybe he didn't want to test it fully while he was in the building.
Yeah, he said he actually tested it on like a random steel structure that he had walked by. So he did test it more than one place of his own.
Okay, well, there's no good documentation on it. So
I can send you the research article. This guy did a full like
everything on Tesla you can imagine.
Can you send me the research article? I'm kind of curious.
What I'm curious about is your shadow people. Let's stick to that.
Okay, so my shadow people, they're kind of like the entities that protect me from the dark. So, and let me explain that in a way that is like comprehensible. Yeah, it's the fact that within these energies, you begin to feel some type of way when you meditate, right? Like if you focus on your crown chakra, you can really feel your crown chakra. If you have in line with the rest of your body, you can feel that energy. It's called chi. It's what the Eastern societies like to refer to it as. And it's really important because we have so much mental disease, and the way it's treated is more of a business orientated thing that it is like helping people. And also, you guys can look into it. There's this thing called SPECT. It's analyzing the brain fully in the sizes of like
to the subject, shadow people.
Okay, so yeah, shadow people. If you meditate, and let's say you're on like LSD, right? You meditate, and I can do this without having to meditate, but it's really easy to break through the barrier and see like kind of how bad it is, the world at the moment. Once you break through that barrier, it's all game, bro. Like you will see the auras in people, you'll be able to feel them, but these senses are not exactly well trained due to the amount of like the way the society operates and work. It profits off greed. Evil does more good than good does good sometimes, and that's the current world we live in. That's all I have to say.
You said nothing about your shadow people.
My shadow people protect me from harmful entities. That's pretty much it. I don't know. There's not much more explaining.
Is this kind of like saying the mafia protects you when you give them money?
Well, these people exist on the spiritual realm. Well, meanwhile, the mafia just exists in like the physical realm.
Yeah, but that's why I'm using them as an analogy. Not using them literally, right?
You only have to.
It's my little triangle of friends.
You only have to pay us to protect you when we're extorting you. Otherwise, we just protect you.
Yeah, just like that.
So you're saying they require a form or payment?
But then that's just slavery if you're just expecting someone to protect you without paying.
If these things are visiting you and you think they're protecting you, you basically have no basis for thinking that they're not the ones that you're in danger from.
Holy shit, I just clipped this kid and rusted. Hold on. I'm listening. I'm just going to mute Mike.
I mean, I think it's kind of weird that you just automatically assume that they're evil.
Kind of weird that anybody would automatically assume that they're good.
Yes.
So we're back to the same point.
Have you
And
guys
to the
ever heard
same
of
question.
tulpas?
Yes, I have. I've been on X many times.
How do you feel about that?
I think it's retarded.
Oh.
I'd just like to add this to the conversation and the topic. If there was something such as a dark angel to come and protect you from whatever other dark entity you might be speaking on or thinking of, that angel's mission would be to come, destroy that entity, and leave. They would not stick around you.
Angels generally hang out when you need help or when you're going into a dangerous spot.
Does it have to be like an angel? Can it just be like I don't know.
A demon?
No, like,
Well, he
like,
described
like, why does
the
it have to
gentleman-
relate to God? Like, why can't it just be like an interdimensional being or something like that?
The gentleman
Now you're-
related 3 dark beings standing around him to protect him from darkness. I was trying to infer that if he's thinking of these 3 dark beings as dark angels, that's not how it would work. He wouldn't even see the angel. It would come, it would take care of the entity that would cause him harm, and then it would leave or stay around him enough to make sure nothing else is going to happen. But it wouldn't be, he wouldn't have 3 dark angels every day around him.
No, that's what I'm saying. They're always constantly there. Like I can always feel their presence.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to tell you. You wouldn't have 3. They wouldn't have to send 3 to protect you.
The most powerful shape in the universe is the triangle.
Anyways, whatever. Okay, yeah, go to Egypt. Go to Egypt. I heard you say you astral
The
traveled
most
to the
powerful
pyramids
shape
and
in the
stuff.
universe
But
is a dick.
whatever.
Yeah, I've astral traveled through into the pyramid. Yeah, sure.
A crow crows in the morning, therefore sun.
The only reason why
Rooster
this
crows in
is
the morning,
so
therefore sun.
simple,
Sorry.
My adrenaline is higher than the average humans too. That's another thing. I have an adrenaline problem. So, like, my adrenaline, like, you know, if the fucking rich ass people wanted to like take the adrenaline away from me, they would be able to take a lot away. And so I kind of like to think
Okay,
of them.
I'm calling it. Schizoid.
All right, I'll
Yeah.
mute myself.
Yeah.
I'm calling it.
I jump
schizoid.
out of airplanes. Adrenaline can be controlled, and you're trying to touch on
No,
that other
it's-
subject. And
No,
we're
hey,
not
look,
going-
there's no point arguing. There's no point arguing with him. This is schizoid behavior. Sorry, it is.
Yeah, he's
You
right.
got
It
the
is.
monotone,
It is.
you got the persecution, you got the special, the special person complex.
Not special.
Yes, like you have the adrenaline, and the elite want you.
Well, no, they can literally develop human clones that have as much adrenaline as they possibly will ever need.
But they need you. Right?
I mean, I think we're all a little schizophrenic.
I'm not. I've been tested. I don't even have. I'm not even like anywhere on like even the autism or Asperger's spectrum. I'm all fake,
Yeah.
like overly rational.
Yeah, and I'll add to
Weight
that.
of emotion.
If I do something, I know I'm doing it, and I'll accept responsibility afterwards. I'm not psychotic either. Like,
Yeah, no, I don't do that.
Usimi, are you on any medication like Thorazine or anything like that?
Let me check. I just Abilify. That's it.
What's Bellify?
It's a stimulant because I used to take Adderall every day, and then it also helps with depression and can treat schizophrenia. But I don't have schizophrenia. I have bipolar type 2.
Okay. Oh. Well, bipolar is a schizoid personality disorder, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, at least okay. Look up disorder of self, right? And then look at how the person I've actually ran into people who have this disorder of self, and they are fucking crazy because they're always trying to recertify the fact that they're feeling something. You know what I mean? And that's like difficult to me because I've seen so much pain and agony in the world that shouldn't exist, dude. I'm just fed up sometimes.
You just said that you were feeling demons around you, entities.
I wouldn't say they're demons. Like the only
Whatever.
person-
You said you felt entities around you, and you just described somebody that's having crazy shit because they're always trying to say they're feeling stuff, and you just describe yourself feeling entities around you.
I actually think that if we didn't live in like such a capitalist society, people with schizophrenia would be like seen as shamans, and they would be valued a lot more. But because of the society we live in, they're like treated badly.
What's that have to do with
Bro,
ownership
they-
of production?
They were used as seers back in the day.
Well,
And
hold
you're
on,
saying
hold on.
more capitalistic. That doesn't make any sense.
What I'm trying to figure out what.
Well, the
Spirituality
under
has to do
capitalism, the only thing people care about is
There is
being
no under capitalism. That's not
productive
no,
and being
true.
like
that's not
cost
true.
effective
That's
and all
not
these
true.
things.
What's wrong with being cost effective? Do you like waste?
No, but like, okay, if you're talking about the visions you're seeing under capitalism, they're not going to appreciate it, obviously.
About the what?
About like your visions or whatever.
I don't have any visions, man.
Yeah, I'm talking about people with schizophrenia.
Well,
Under
yeah,
under
there's a lot of
communism, people with
schizophrenia.
schizophrenia are not treated; they're thrown into holes.
Yeah, they are literally just discarded. You know the fact that we can alter DNA to the point where we can remove a child having like Down syndromes or autism is extraordinarily like cool. But the medical system manipulates the people. I'm talking about, you know, you and the people who pay insurance. They've already set up this system to just profit from American people's like downfall and the food that the most like the top end food companies, right? The ones that produce like Oreos and shit. Those companies profit off the degradation of our health through those means. And so you really have to understand that we are kind of just a part of the system. It's hard to resist it solely by
you gotta
itself.
understand, the people at those levels are not capitalist. They're
Their world
it's not-
domination is.
It's not money they're interested in. They don't.
What
they
are they
can-
interested in?
Okay, well, evil, I mean, whatever you want to call it, but like just modern society in general, I would say.
Well, modern society is almost completely state controlled. Every
No,
aspect.
I would say
believe
it's
goes to
more
the state.
controlled by corporations than it is the state.
But it's the same difference.
Who the hell do you think owns those corporations? Get the fuck.
if
Oh my
Nike-
Dude, who do
god.
you think owns the state? The corporations have way more power than the
If
state.
there are 14,000 regulations that help Nike maintain its monopoly, is Nike private or public?
Nike's public.
Okay, Nike's public. Okay, so it's not a private company.
Okay,
Yeah, but
you know
it's
what
on
public
the-
means, right? Like it means it's on the stock exchange, but it's still held by private people.
No, when I say public, what I'm talking about
Majorly.
is the public funds it. It's publicly funded. That means it's not. That means it is not part of a free market system.
No,
Okay, but
what
you
it
do
means
realize
for a company
fraud
to be
happens
public
in
is it
this
means
all
it's
the
on the
Microsoft,
stock
let's
market.
see,
by
it's all
stock.
the time.
Microsoft, is what it's legislated into its monopoly. It's not through free market means. It's not a natural monopoly.
Right. Yeah.
It's
I
through
agree with
legislation.
Microsoft.
Who has power over law? Do corporations have the power over law, or ultimately is it the politician?
Ultimately, it's the politician, but
Okay,
the
well, then
corporations
that's
can
it.
lobby
But wait a minute. Are they
state.
holding a gun to the politician's head? They're just giving them money, right?
Yeah, they are, but they won't
So
get
it's the
elected. if they
politician
don't
that's
listen to them.
100% at fault.
Like,
It's the
come on, dude! You
politician
can't,
that's
you
100%
like,
at fault.
you can't just like pretend like lobbying isn't a thing.
No, lobbying is a thing, but it's the politician who's 100% at fault. He was
Yeah,
not elected by
Congress.
the corporation. He was elected by people, right? And he's supposed to represent the people. And the moment he stops doing that, he is now corrupt. So it is
Actually,
a
if
corrupt
you
politician, an agent of the state that allows that to happen. Now, if you don't have a state, that can't happen.
Okay, you need a state though. Like,
If you have a state, you're going to have corruption. If you don't have a state, you won't have state corruption. And
yeah,
then
but if
everyone
you
can
don't
get
have a
together.
state,
Hold on.
people will just take you
Without a state.
over.
Hold on. Without a state, everyone could get their guns and get together and go kill everyone at Nike if they wanted to, couldn't they?
They could, yeah.
Who would stop them?
Well, I mean, if there's not a state, the state would naturally arise.
Yeah, I agree. A state would naturally arise and it would turn into monarchy. And coincidentally, I'm a monarchist.
So, like, are you an anarcho-capitalist / monarchist?
I am a reactionary capitalist monarchist.
So you think,
Mimas
like,
is a fucking badass. That's what Mimas is.
It's fairly obvious. 95% of people can't self-govern.
I agree with a lot of the points of neo-reactionary. I'm just not sure if a monarchy would be the best. Like,
Well, I don't care what what it's called, or if it's called a president or what, but it has to be a central authority figurehead that is able to cut through every single law and be able to institute what he has under a constitution. So essentially, like 1776, day one would be perfect. I'd be fine with that. The problem is the president didn't have absolute authority to do what he needed to do. And that's why within 20 years, the Constitution had already been run over. So constitutional monarchy, capitalism is the free market system. That's it for me. I'm good with that.
Interesting.
I don't need bloodlines or anything like that. Franco brought his country from feudal poverty to what they called the Spanish miracle.
So you think that monarchy should be determined by like the free market?
Yeah.
Well, we don't have a free market. Everyone keeps saying free market. We don't have anything close to a free market. And if anybody does any research, actually takes time to go and look at the documents for all of the heads of every department of the state, they're all in interim positions. They have all been appointed. None of them have been voted in, because there is something that everybody overlooks.
And that is?
Well, the original Texas State Constitution says in Article 3, all free men having a social compact agreement. It's a physical document that establishes nationality. Well, without that, you don't have freedom and you don't have the right to vote or anything else, which also means you don't have a vote and you don't have a elected government. What you have is something else. And this has been law forever. This isn't like some new thing. This was law 5,000 years ago. Without a social compact agreement, you don't have a nation, you don't have a nationality. The end. I yield.
Mic check.
I don't know if Mike is here, but Cuddles is. What's up?
Oh, okay. Sorry, I dropped out, and the conversation was getting a little not heated or intense. Nobody was rumpusing or anything. But then when I got back on, everything was quiet. So I didn't know if I couldn't hear people talking, and I didn't want to interrupt. I just wanted to add to the topic that whatever we call free market or free enterprise, our quote unquote state and or government will step in and call it black market or illegal.
Right. Well, it's not the state, it's the people that work for the state. However, the people that don't work for the state haven't established anything. You haven't established nationality, you haven't established who you are, what you are, nothing.
No one.
Under the organic law.
I don't believe
we've only
anyone
established
works for the
ourselves
state.
as citizens, I guess, right?
The state should be fundamentally weak. The citizenship should be fundamentally strong.
Correct.
Right.
Yeah,
That's the whole private versus public side thing, though.
Right.
Having a nationality is a private thing. You would have a private passport and private IDs and private property. The public, it's all a fucking crapshoot where all of your shit is on the table. Your ID, your passport, your house, your children, your family, your food, your property. It's all public. The public has access to it, and anything running the public system has access to it. You don't have a say.
Oh, this is also why I believe there should be 0 gun regulation. 0.
Right. Well, that's the difference. On
Like you
the
should be
public
able to be
side,
able to buy an Abrams tank and any fully automatic weapon you want.
well, you can on the private side. You can't do that in the public side. You can do it in the private, though. You can own whatever the hell you want.
On the black market, you can in the U.S.
Well, they call it the black market, but all right, look at all these guys that own these big mansions that have been passed down for
heads with badges to your house and put you in a box.
There are people that own things and they have them at their house. These things have been passed down for generations and they're operational, and the military doesn't take them from them.
That's called grandfather clause, though.
But it's in a private trust. That's my point. It's not registered in the public eye. It's registered in the private. Well, recorded, excuse me. It's recorded in the private, which means the public officer has no jurisdiction.
I agree. They don't have any moral jurisdiction, but they've invented their jurisdiction via force.
Well, under conquering. The only thing that establishes rights goes back to public notice, trust law, and estate law, which is what Genesis 1 was all about.
Well, it was also the second half of the Mosaic Law was essentially you could live in anarchy on the second half of the Mosaic Law.
Right. Well, I mean, the Article 3 for the Texas State Constitution, there were 8 other states that had the Social Compact Agreement in there. Every other state had it taken out by the politicians on purpose so that people wouldn't know the difference between what having rights is and having no rights is. Because that's the difference. Everyone keeps saying they're U.S. citizens, but what the hell's that?
Well, like I said, though, I also believe 95% of people can't self-govern. And I know because I've met them.
I would tend to agree with you. However, if you educate them with the proper things and blow past the lies.
You can't.
This is how bad it is.
You cannot educate people with no souls.
Yeah, sorry, Mimas. This is how bad it is. My sister has a friend. He's an elder gentleman. He helps her out around her house if she needs it, and more or less a drinking friend. But either way, he was over visiting Mom and I one day. I think it was last year or the year before. I had to explain to him sovereignty. He didn't even know what sovereignty was. He's been a Canadian citizen his whole life.
Yeah, you can't. It's really unfortunate. I used to think that, we could educate the public. I used to think that. I don't anymore. I think the vast majority of people are doomed to be ruled because they're just empty vessels that need to be filled with something.
Right. Well, that generation is going to pass away, Mimas. My point is we now, having the correct knowledge, having the truth, could start up the private school system, each one of us having a private school teaching the truth.
Well, look, if a third of the world dies off, we're not going to have a choice, are we?
I'll still have a school.
Won't even have a government. I mean,
I don't need a separate one.
Yeah,
And
I have a government. I have a government. It's called my family. Because I
I
believe
have a
in
government. I'm it. I'm the president, baby.
Well, I do actually believe in like the old patriarchal system that like the Israelites had, not what they call patriarchy today. But
Yeah, that's me being the president.
Yeah.
I'm the president. I have my own government. If you go back and you look at the preamble to the U.S. Constitution, or what is it, one of the other state constitutions, you have self-governance if you can keep it. Well, you got all these people letting banks handle their money, letting all these other agencies handle their affairs. You have all these other things in your life. You're not handling anything yourself. You're pushing your responsibilities and into handling your estate and your life onto somebody else.
Like if you have a community and you have a local bank, there's nothing wrong with it.
Well, I'd set them up as a trustee, though, not as not as what you have.
That's what a bank should be, though, isn't it? It's not get rid of
Right,
banks,
well-
make banks into what they should be.
Well, right, but that comes under what you have to do. Again, it goes back to you managing how your relations are with these things, and that would be a DACA agreement. This is why I'm studying, so I can learn.
Well, here's the problem. Let's say you learn all that, and then some weird derivative disease comes about from vaccination. Third of the world's population dies. Everything descends into madness. There's no governments. You're just gonna have to make your own laws, and you don't need any of that. You have the most guns. You make your laws. Done.
Yeah, but I'm already going to make my own laws as it is.
Oh,
That's the whole point of me being president. I'm self-governing. I'm the president of my self-governance.
what are you gonna do when someone comes to govern you, though? A warlord.
Well, I hope they like moonshine.
I guess so.
Because I might have plenty of it. It'd be different if I moved to Africa and started something there. It would totally be different. And I get what you're saying. But the way this system is, they're not just going to do something that isn't going to benefit a narrative.
You're assuming they know what's gonna happen too.
Well, I mean, considering that they are all in on it together, every world leader goes to those
Okay.
summits.
What if this is the reality? That they're trying to figure out what's gonna happen. And they're just making all these different contingencies. Hopefully they get it right. Because something's gonna happen
Right.
that's actually beyond their control. They just want to end up being the ones who retain control. Because they don't know what's gonna happen.
Right. Well, that's how they ended up becoming permanent fiduciaries, permanent trustees, is because they were murdering innocent people, and the one of them that they got just so happened to be the son of God. So now they're cursed into their position. They have to stay there.
Yeah, but the people who murdered him died out.
Right, but the knowledge is still there. There's a way to separate yourself.
Yeah.
Because that's what he did.
I actually think it's all chaos and they don't have any control. I don't think they even have a plan. I think they're faking having a plan. I think real power is just an illusion. It always has been, obviously. But I don't even think they have a real plan.
I think
Real
that's what
power
they want you
comes
to
from-
think.
I think, well, what I think is I think they want you to believe that they have planned everything. They know what's going to happen and they got it scheduled.
They don't have
they're-
everything planned, but they have an idea of what they want to accomplish, right?
Well, I mean, okay, so they have a goal. They have a goal. You know, like I have a goal. I want to get back in shape or something, right? Don't mean I'm any good at doing it, right?
I'm gonna listen on YouTube, but I'm gonna shut off here to charge up.
I actually got to go too. So y'all have fun.
Leaving, dadgummit.
Did I miss all the fun?
You missed a chunk of it. I mean, I find these conversations fun, but that's because I've studied most of this information. Most people don't get this far. I only know a handful of people that we can go rounds on law and the different types of so-called laws that are made, even though most of the crap isn't law. Most of what you see isn't law. It's a misnomer.
Yeah, I get that, definitely.
You can't have a valid contract under threat of harm, injury, or loss. Can't do it. So if you're going to believe a lie, let him be deceived who allows himself to be deceived. But see, that's public side crap. I don't like the public side at all. It's a mess. It's a nightmare. The education system's crap. The market's crap. The food's crap. Everything on the public side's crap. Even the charities are crap. Private side, everything is different. Businesses booming. Charities booming. Lifestyles of people developing property, developing top technology, booming. It's not a happenstance that they announce the public side debt and then the private side surplus every freaking time. It's every president. They always. It's like every 4 years or every year they do it. Did you miss that whole conversation, though?
Yeah, I missed the whole thing. I only came on when Mima said I have to go too, so I missed the whole thing. I was having connection problems this morning, which is really strange. I'm like, well, did they shut it off? I couldn't connect to anything. No Google, no mail, no like anything. I had to change some settings. Really bizarre.
Everything basically falls to estate and trust law, basically. What I had brought up earlier was Article 3 of the original Texas State Constitution. All men being free and equal, having a social compact agreement. Social compact agreement was a physical document that you signed in front of a judge in a public, or, well, a state court. Would be private, I guess. Be an equitable court. You sign that, you get your copy, they get their copy, and you have a nationality because you take the oath, or you do an affirmation. You can't do that anymore. You haven't been able to do that in America in over 200 years. In most countries, 5, 6, 7, 800, 900,000. Nobody has a social compact agreement, but it's natural law. It's old international law. It's been there forever. It came right out of the Bible. The book, The Law of Nations, goes over it in depth. Emmer Davidtel had very, very, very deep insight into what a social compact agreement was, how countries were formed, and all of his insight came from the Bible, and then from Persians and other kingdoms.
Yeah, you know what? See, I think the most pressing issue that we have is once these ruthless organizations and agencies such as Title 4D, you know what I'm talking about, once they get you hoodwinked and into this thing, the contract that we're not aware of, they assumed you consented. So disconnecting from that seems to be the difficult part. Like there needs to be like...
They're keeping you out of equity. That's all they're doing. Because the social compact agreement and doing the oath of the affirmation, that's equitable. Those things actually have merit and value in equity.
Right. So I have to regain my equity? Is that what you're saying, basically? I mean,
everyone's pretty much gone towards totalitarianism. You got to literally just turn away from totalitarianism 180 degrees and go back towards equity. Because the social compact agreement said at 18 or 21, whichever the age of majority is. At the time in the state of Texas, 1833, it was 18. A state law as far as claiming an estate property from deceased parents was 21 or 18, depending on, I guess, how competent you were. But it's a state law. It's all a state law. You have to claim that which is yours.
Right. So is the only way to do that, is the only way to do that through the UCC?
No.
That's their program, right? That's their system.
Well, the UCC is a copyrighted set of documents. It is owned and controlled by, so the use of it is limited.
Right.
You can, I would use things to reference something, perhaps in a reference frame in its own little four corners. But I'm not just going to throw out a UCC 3 or a 5 or a 1 at anybody, because I'm not infringing on a copyright.
Yeah, but they are. So yeah, I know it's their system. So that's kind of the problem. So what I'm trying to figure out is if somebody is like taking money from you, like in a system. You know, there's lots of those systems. You know, I know there's the credit system, which I'm countering right now, and I think I'm going to have some pretty good luck with that, validating debt. But now some of these other places, when it's related to like the Social Security system, they don't seem to recognize anything that I throw, or I don't know. I've seen lots of information on what to throw at them because they are violating state and federal constitutional law, right? So it's like,
yes and no. Again, you've already committed like 10 felonies.
How so?
You just don't know. That's the fun thing. You don't know because you've never read the CFR. You never read the CFR, the USC. You've never read these things, so you don't even know what the hell's going on. Most people don't.
Well,
you're not supposed to use.
I have read some of the USC and some of the CFR, but I mean,
right?
Yeah, okay.
I've read, dude. There's still more, and they're revising it now. I've read probably thousands of pages of it, and it's just blah.
It's monumental.
But it's right there under your face. You're not supposed to use your birth certificate as identification or proof of identification, proof of who you are. It's not for that. It's written on the damn document, and it's over in the federal code. Use of the document as identification is a felony. Social Security card, not supposed to use it as identification.
Right.
Go over to the Social Security Administration Code, and then you go over to the USC. Use of the document, oh God, for identification purposes is a felony. Holy shit. So everything you're doing, they taught you to do, and their system is a crime. Let him who can be deceived, or will be deceived. So if you're going to stay in the deception, they're going to play with you in the deception.
Okay, so like, how do we disconnect from it, or how do we regain? That's the part I've never been able to find that information on how to actually disconnect and not like
walk away.
reclaim the estates so they can't manipulate me and take my freaking property from me. That's rightfully mine, but they seem to think they have a right to it.
Well, they do because you've told them that you're one of them.
Okay, so that's
So
what I'm asking.
you're part of their club.
How do I disconnect and not, show them I don't consent? How do you do
I don't know
that?
how much of this I can get into on here, but here in the States, the Treasury actually runs everything. Everything, including the military. They don't move without the Treasury's approval, period. All right? So your out is inequity through the Treasury and certain subsidiaries. The IRS actually has forms to fix the record. Because you and your parents have made all the mistakes in the world on the record. Well, the IRS has got like 3 or 4 different forms that me and my buddies have been playing with to fix the record. One of my friends has actually handled large sums of debt through the Treasury.
Right. I've had some limited good results with that myself, but in some areas it seems. And this probably isn't a subject that we could keep on the live stream for very long. So maybe at some point we can go down to another room and have a discussion like this, so we don't block up the live stream. We're flat earth here.
I mean, heck, I'm free now if you are.
Yeah, I'm just not. I would, but I need to get my ducks in a row before I even have a conversation like this. I want to make sure I'm taking notes, that I'm focused, that I'm not distracted. And right now I'm a little distracted.
The notes are easy. I've got plenty of notes.
Yeah.
So it's not like you're gonna miss anything.
Well, I just need to sort it out for myself, and I need I need, particularly like most people, I need a 1, 2, 3. I know it's not only 3 steps, but I need the first few steps of how to set my intention of what I'm actually trying to accomplish. You know what I mean? And then take some definite physical steps of whatever I need to submit and start getting that rolling. So I need a simple solution starting from step 1. Where do I go from here? What am I trying to accomplish? So yeah, I mean,
it's changing your mind. It's literally changing your mind. The whole thing is repentance. It's just changing your mind from how you used to think to now correcting how you're thinking and the words that you're using. So I'm a stickler for the definitions of words.
Yeah.
A lot of people are sticklers for definitions because we know that word means one thing, only one thing.
Yeah, so we can get back to flat earth. Is there anyone new in here? But we will have this conversation, Cuddles.
Right, well that's the fun thing. Everything connects to flat earth. Because in order to have anything, you have to have property. You have to have physical property. It's so fun. But yes,
Cuddles,
gas
if you got
pressure.
time, buddy. Hold on a sec. Cuddles, if you want to have a conversation about some of this stuff pretty quick here, I'll bounce into another room with you.
Chill.
Okay.
Chill VC works.
All right. I may head down there with you guys for a little while and see how it goes. Chill VC. Okay. I'll meet you there.
Anybody here? Did everybody bail? Anybody think they live on a spinning ball in nothing?
This is a live stream, right?
Allegedly, yes, mate, it is.
Citation needed.
Is there any Glowers in here?
Well, it looks like we're going to play a game at 18 minutes past the hour just north of Mexico. Let's go to the live stream voice test chat here. There is somebody by the name of, we'll just say City. And the question is, where is the seal and at what height? Let's back up to get some more clarity on the question. Do we have any more context here? No. Okay, that's fine. So we will make an assumption here that this person is talking about the seal of our existence. Apparently, you flat earthers should be able to fly up and find the end of the sky, I guess is what this guy's asking. So I guess the military can't give us the information for the seal. They can only get up to about 320,000 feet. They didn't say there was a seal up there. So if they can't make a claim and they have the technology to go up there, they just said it's 320,000 feet. So just like, the deepest hole that's ever dug is officially known as, 7.5 miles or something like that. But flat earthers, you guys need to answer these questions. Yeah. So you guys need to go up there and fly around to find the seal of the heavens. Apparently we're in cartoon land still. And these people think men are gods. So once they convince people that they have gods on TV to give them these cartoons, the person that is deceived needs a new lie or a new cartoon or a new god to replace their old belief system. It's just like, I guess somebody the other day said, what do you replace the tooth fairy with? That's the point. It doesn't need to be replaced. It's not real. We just go back to reality and knowing that people don't magically put money under our pillows, some mystical, magical fairy tale world, just because we put a tooth under our pillow. That would be fictitious, right? So if there's no outer space, then I guess they lied to you. The fact of the matter is that I can't give you a new cartoon fairy tale to replace the old one. So you should probably stop hiding from the topic of the discussion, which is the plane of existence that we stand upon. That's the one thing that we can measure. we can determine what it is and what it is not. It is clearly and falsifiably not a magic hair in outer space, and it's certainly not a cell. And that's it. So once you figure out what a straight line is, then I can probably help you out figuring out these other things. But if you're having trouble comprehending what a straight line is, probably shouldn't ask people to tell you where the end of the sky is. Thanks.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, these globers think that magical vacuums can hold in air. I mean, that's just that.
Exactly. That's not physically possible. It violates natural law of science.
Yeah, it violates everything. Yeah, so that's the point.
It violates almost every law that you have.
Can you
I don't
find
understand.
Can you find a vacuum in nature first? Let's see how vacuums in nature work.
Exactly.
Thanks.
I asked one of a fellow globe earther, not fellow, I mean a globe earther, about how he proved the rotation of the Earth. And then he tried saying the Foucault's pendulum, but then I showed him like 5 flaws that it had, and that it didn't actually take place completely through. So he was trying to find a reason to prove that the Earth was rotating, and he couldn't.
The problem is I never even go there. I can talk about the plane of existence in which I live upon, or I'll talk about space being fake, but I don't have to, if something is falsified, I don't have to replace it with a new cartoon religion. And that's the problem, is that everything they believe in has been falsified. So in order for them to accept that it's falsified, they need a new cartoon belief system. They don't even believe in the laws of nature.
Yeah, exactly. That's true. The globers, I mean, their minds are sort of brainwashed into what the government has made them do, right? I mean, that's the whole point of this. So they haven't really tried to explore the other spectrum of ideas that actually look into other ideas, because they just want to believe that the Earth is actually a globe.
Right, and that's why what they have to do is hide from the topic and go to everything else but what we can prove, just that because they're
exactly.
Atheists. Let's be honest.
And the problem with them is
atheists.
Yeah, sorry. And when we've tried to ask them questions like a simple question about proving the curvature of the Earth, and they just want to try to divert the attention to different other topics by using fancy words. I mean, it's really complicated.
Right, it's like saying I don't believe Narnia is real. There's these like Comic-Con conventions where all the geeks get together, and they wear their costumes and everything, and that's literally what they think is reality. They want it to be reality so much that they dress up in these clothes. These atheists gathered together dressing up in these science fiction costumes because that's what they really want reality to be, and they're halfway there because in their fictitious religion of space, the television tells them it's real. All you need to do is add the costumes, right? So they've been mentally destroyed, and that's why you'll notice that they'll never address the topic. They hide from the topic, and they'll ask you to prove the container because they don't believe in a necessary antecedent. We already have evidence, the fact that we're contained. That's why even the entire consensus of the pseudoscience, even the pseudoscientists admit that we are in a closed system. We established this
closed system, exactly.
We are in a closed system, so that's it. Space is done. There's no outer space if we're in a closed system. But again, because they're so scared of reality, remember the whole mission of an atheist is to hide from reality. That atheists actually
they just want to hide from reality because they don't want to face it. I mean, that sort of. I mean, you can't really help someone who's been brainwashed by the government into thinking that the Earth is a globe, but
right. You can ask one of the moderators here gives a good description of why there's actually no such thing as an atheist. I think it's actually Mimas Tollins, or I forget what his name is right now, but Memes, explains how there's no such thing as an atheist, and he's correct. An atheist is actually someone that's an antichrist, anti-God person who is hiding from God. That automatically means that they're hiding from God. That's why even when I didn't believe in God, 20 years ago, I didn't call myself an atheist because I wasn't hiding from God, even though I was not a believer, which means that I was
there's a difference between being a non-believer and someone who's hiding. Exactly.
Right. Or I'm a fool, right? So I was a fool, but I certainly wasn't going to call myself an atheist. Now, back then I didn't know why, but now looking, to the past with hindsight 2020, oh, no wonder I didn't call myself an atheist. I wasn't a coward. So when you meet somebody
Yeah,
that is
exactly.
automatically calling themselves an atheist, they're all, and even atheists will admit it to you. Just talk to, there's hundreds of flat earthers that used to be atheists that now know there's a God. They'll admit it. I have yet to meet one that doesn't admit that they were literally hiding from truth, because once you're brainwashed with one lie, why bother looking into it when it's comfortable? It's already a lie. I already believe it. I'm already comfortable. I'm going to a Comic-Con convention next week.
Exactly.
I'm gonna dress up as a Star Wars action figure, and this is what life is about. That's what their life is. Just make believe, furries and Star Wars costumes and Star Trek conventions, and let's see what these actors have to say. And then they mix the actors with reality, and they think that's so wonderful. Did you know that the person, one of the people that was supposedly on the Challenger, or that was actually on the committee board of the Challenger space shuttle, was actually the actress from the show Mork and Mindy from the 70s. So actors from science fiction, cartoon, television programs, and they put them in the actual space programs that they're saying are real. Let that sink in.
Yeah, exactly. That's another point I wanted to get across, was the whole thing about the moon landing. What's your, I probably know your stance on it already, but just to clarify.
Let me tell you this. When I was a very young child, we're talking 6 or 7 years old, my dad was a photographer, and he used to show me things like real footage in World War II and actual combat footage. He used to put airplane, back in the day, they actually put a lot of cameras on aircraft in World War II, and there's actually many recorded engagements, especially over the Pacific Fleet. If nobody knows what I'm talking about, that's obviously when the American naval groups battled the Japanese Navy in battles such as Midway, and as such in history, and they recorded these things. So my dad already showed me what the difference was between fake and real
and reality. Yeah,
exactly. So I had a lot of advantages because my dad was a photographer. So I remember looking at the moon landing footage as a baby. I must have not even been like 7 or 8 years old, and I remember looking at it going, why does this look fake?
Yeah,
when they're hopping along the surface. I'm 8 years old. I'm just a baby, and I'm looking at this footage and I'm going, and I'll never forget it. I'll never forget it. I'm looking at it going, this looks completely fake. And then I think, well, I must be just wrong, because obviously this is the real moon landing, right? So I'll just ignore the fact that I can tell this is fake, and I'll just forget it, and I'll believe it's real. And that set with me for a long time. I could tell as a child it was fake, but because they brainwash it, we deny. When you're brainwashed, you deny your own senses. We deny we're told, don't believe your eyes, and that's what they still tell us. They're still telling us you can't trust your eyes. So watch how amazing this is, real quick, to the gentleman I'm speaking to right now, Jaffa. How do you pronounce your name? Is that how you pronounce your name? Uh-oh. Did I get cut off? Reset. How do you pronounce your name, Jaffa?
Oh yeah, it's Jaffa. I'm sorry, it's just a nickname. Another point I wanted to get across is actually a pretty funny story about when Buzz Aldrin, he went on Conan actually, and then in the first 10 seconds of the video, Conan was like, I remember when I was a small kid, we all got ready to watch you live on the radio, and then Buzz Aldrin's like, no, you didn't. It was an animation. Everyone thought it was sarcastic, but it actually wasn't.
Wow, can you put that link in the VC voice text or the text? Can you put that link in there? I'd like to see that.
Yeah, it's actually really interesting.
Yeah. Please find that. I'd like to see that. Yeah, but even if they admit they don't, if they admitted right now that, hey, we never went to the moon, breaking news, June 27, 2021, this just in, the government officials have admitted that we never went to the moon.
No. But the funny thing is, everyone thought that he was being
I'm trying to tell you that. But you got to listen. Even if they admitted it, let me finish this. And even if they admitted it, the vast majority of atheists would say that the news is now lying, and that's not true. We definitely went to the moon, and these news people need to get fired, and who's ever making this up is probably a flat earth group, and they've hacked into the news system, and somehow they've broken into the government mainframe, and they're making this up, and this is all a hoax. That's what they would say. Thanks.
Yeah, exactly. So the thing was, everyone thought, how they make jokes on talk shows and stuff. So everyone thought it was actually a joke, but he himself knew that what he was telling was actually reality. And then he tried to cover it off by making some other jokes. And then he continued talking about how he was like the first person to pee on the moon and stuff. He was pretty darn hilarious.
Yeah, how insane is that? How stupid can people be?
Yeah.
But that's the thing is that realize this real quick, Jafa, is that when these people do these lies and they are partaking in these massive deceptions, they are possessed by different spirits, and that's why they act so different all the time. One minute they'll say one thing, and then the next minute they'll say, "Oh no, that's not what I meant. I meant this," because they're possessed. They are possessed by evil spirits.
A simple analogy would actually be like how in Africa and stuff you have these kids who are being like radicalized and brainwashed into having only one ideology. Like you can't change their minds after they've been brainwashed, right? That's sort of the same with people who have these sort of ideologies into thinking certain stuff because that's what the government wants you to know. The government is sort of like those people who radicalize young children in Africa. So it's sort of, you can't really change their minds after they've been stuck on one thing, unlike a society like ours. Like the discussions that we have, we actually have an open mind into thinking about the various flaws that certain systems have. But no, the Globers, they don't want to think about the flaws because all they want to do is attack us. So, like, make memes and troll. But yeah.
Well, yes.
Can't you
Let me further explain that. It's automatically built into them, and that's what they've always been trained to do. Because remember, they're already hiding from God. That's what their name means.
Exactly.
Their name means an antichrist or anti-God. Atheist, the term doesn't mean what people think it means. So they're already cowering from reality. So anytime you show them any evidence in any way, shape, or form, they are going to deny it. They can either tell you it's fake, they can tell you that you misinterpreted, or they can tell you that actually they said that, but they made a mistake, and now they've shown us the truth, and this is what the new information is. So just kidding. Now here's the point, is that it's the same thing with evolution. Remember, the people that have been teaching the evolution religion for over 150 years now, that we know of, let's just go on the consensus guess here, that we know of for the last 100 and whatever, almost 200 years, I want to claim James Hutton and Charles Lyell with the uniformitarianistic
James Hutton.
of the principles of geology, and he claimed, I'm going to free the people of Moses. Shocking, of course, because you're a Satanist. So they came up with these ideologies, and they came up with the old Earth dating methods, right? And the layers of Earth, right? Such as what, children? Jurassic, Cretaceous, Precambrian, Devonian, Convonian, Conmanium, whatever it is, all these certain levels of the ages of the Earth were actually invented hundreds of years ago. Think of how crazy this is. Then fast forward to, the 60s, 70s, and 80s when they started coming up with mass spectrometers, claiming that now they have the half-lives of materials and we can now test how old things are. They just happen to absolutely match up with what the priest and witchcraft doctors were saying 200 years ago, way before any of this equipment existed, and they just guessed. And you're telling me they guessed correctly? Well, forget what's his face? Who's that guy that Nostradamus? Forget Nostradamus. These guys are 10,000 times more the prophet than Nostradamus, but nobody wants to talk about the fact.
10,000, a million times.
Right. Nobody
actually can't really count how.
Right. Listen to this. Watch this. So Nostradamus predicted things in the future, 500 years into the future too. These people predicted things billions of years in the past.
Exactly my point.
Exactly. Billions of, and they were right. So here's the point. Watch. Here's the catch, guys. If they were right, they would be literally put on every billboard and television show and programming device ever since 1968 or whenever they started pretending they dated these things as the priests and prophets and giants of history. We should be worshiping these masterful witchcraft future predictors and past predictors. That's what they would do. But for some reason, they don't even tell anybody about these characters.
Exactly.
Not suspicious. Well, that's not suspicious. Thank you.
I mean, what do you expect? It's like mainstream media, so I mean the whole ideology behind this, the way that people think is sort of affected. You can't really say anything about how the government has inflicted upon their lives and stuff, because that's really how the whole thing came upon in the first place, right? The way they've brainwashed them, the way the parents and the grandparents, they all had the same ideology from the beginning, and they weren't really ready to have a free, open mind. So the whole guy hiding from God thing, that's actually a very interesting perspective.
Right. Now, let me give some more clarity to the topic here. Remember, atheists don't just hide from reality. Here's the
They hide
amazing
from God.
thing. No, it's worse than that. Watch this. Yes, exactly. The worst thing is to hide from God. However, watch this. This is unexplainable. They hide from their own belief system.
Yeah, it's sort of like how everything works. In the way
Listen,
believe.
watch this. They will never tell you. Once you start fishing and going, wait a minute, why do you believe this? They will curl up like into a fetal position. They will turtle right up back into their shell, and they won't even discuss where they get their information from. They'll just start declaring how you're stupid and you've never read a science
Exactly.
book, and you don't. They will never go into the history of why they believe what they believe, and that's why the easiest way to defeat somebody that's lying to you is ask them, where was the beginning or inception of this information? Where did this information start? Who came up with this idea? Who proposed this notion? Who said that reality couldn't be trusted? Where do these things come? As soon as you do that, it's over. They are dead, and they will hide from their own claim, and they will never, ever address the fact that they have no idea where their information comes from.
That's actually very true. Watch this. I sent you the link on the DMs. Just watch the first 10 seconds, and you're gonna die laughing. It's pretty darn hilarious. I mean, the crowd were pretty shocked in the beginning because they sort of went in on it too. But then after some time, they realized it was sarcastic and started like laughing to laugh it off. But then they didn't realize what the actual truth was.
Yeah, 17 seconds in, he says, "No, you didn't. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. You saw an animation." Right, because he's possessed, and when you're possessed by these spirits and you're internally fighting, he's been battling himself now for the past 50 years, knowing that he lied to billions of people, and it's a terrible life to live. And honestly, I would rather die. I would rather die of fire ants and cover me with honey first, because I would never want to have to live the life of lying to millions of people and not being able to repent. It is I mean, just like the Bible says, what does it gain a man to have the whole world and lose himself? And that's exactly what has happened. Exactly. That is exact. Not only did they gain the whole world, they gained a fake world, and it's so embarrassing for these people because they have spent their lives lying, and that goes for all of them. All these people that think money is more important than truth, it's the worst life you can live, and they are actually the most miserable people in existence.
Exactly. And an interesting thing I actually read about pretty recently. There's this English writer. His name is, if I'm not wrong, Samuel Rowbotham.
Real quick, just to tell Roger. Okay, you're good. Go ahead.
Yeah, so there's this English writer named Samuel Rowbotham. In the 1800s, he actually produced a pamphlet, and he tried to argue about a flat Earth, and he published loads of results. And the main argument in the flat Earth theory against all these globers who don't really have answers is the curvature of the Earth, right? Like proving the curvature of the Earth. So he published many results actually of many experiments that tested the curvatures of water over long drainage ditches and stuff. And he released a pamphlet, and then he had many supporters and stuff, and he produced a lot of studies. So they're actually very interesting to put things into perspective. And another guy from Greenwich was also a supporter. He published a theoretical astronomy which was examined very deeply, and it made a lot of sense because I've actually analyzed and read it, and it actually had what you talked about, the whole atheism and hiding from God. I think one of the chapters was about that too.
Yes, and embarrassingly enough, in 2021, we still have people saying that 200 years ago we could prove these things, but you can't prove it now. I mean, talk about
Yeah,
brain
exactly.
dead. We have literally, we have
The funny thing
infrared
was,
systems. Well, we have all
Yeah.
these technologies. We have infrared systems, radar systems, long range detection systems, air warning and control systems, infrared rangefinders, laser systems, but we can't test the earth curvature now. But back in my day, 200 years ago, when my grandpa, turned made his own fire and, had to hunt down animals for food, they could prove the earth curvature back then. When you were a hunter and gatherer, caveman, we could do it. Yeah.
Hello, can you hear me?
It's insanity.
Yeah, sorry, I just switched to my computer.
So real quick, J5, this is what I'm getting at, because this is where the tentacles come from. When these people, most of the people, remember, not always, of course, there's always exceptions to the rules, but when you have these haters come in, these atheists, the very mad, angry people, you're taking their cartoons away from them, remember that they're actually not really here to defend their globe. What their globe is a shield. It's a shield. It's a defense.
Exactly. They want to hide from reality, if you think about it.
Well, watch this, though. Let me explain this, because what they're using is the globe Earth, the magical, mystical foundation of balls in space, is the shield of the evolution religion. So what I want to try to explain to people is that when you're arguing the globe Earth fallacies and the lies of the space, cartoon religion, you're not necessarily actually even arguing about the shape. For first of all, they're scared to death to talk about the shape. You can never talk about it. But what you're actually arguing is evolution. You're actually arguing the fact that they don't come from magical nothing and pond scum on a magical rock. They're just using the heliocentric globe religion to make a shield so that they do not have to discuss their evolutionary paradigm. It's just literally all, pomp and circumstances. They're going to spend 3 hours in here, and then they're going to be lying through their teeth, hiding from reality, so that you cannot discuss the heart of the matter.
I think you're wrong. I think you're incorrect. I think that what you just said might be true for maybe 5% or less of people at the maximum, but I think the truth is this. I think it's that they have a really big problem with admitting that they've been fooled. It's much easier to fool someone than it is to convince them they've been fooled.
Right, but you will notice, this is my final statement on that, you'll just notice that all the other anti-flat earth channels, every single one of them are pro-evolution Satanists. Thanks.
Yeah, that's pretty...
Yeah, well, okay, so you're right in the case of those, so that would be the 5% or less I was talking about. But the other 95%, no, it's just that some people, it's just a mental thing. You could call it, some kind of oddly placed pride or something, right, or whatever, use whatever synonym to that you could. But the reality is, it's just some people have a really hard time saying out loud, okay, I was fooled, now I know better. It's just really fucking hard for some people.
Yeah, that's absolutely
right. Now, Javer, real quick, what Orion's talking about is because Orion's talking about when he goes out in public, they don't act this way. They're not the Satanists, right? So, but on the internet, it's the vast majority is so I would say from the two different perspectives, when I talk to people in person, they don't act like the atheists online. He's right. But when you talk to people on the internet, it's a 99 percentile atheist evolutionists. That's
not even 99.5 or like 6. I mean, a vast majority of them are like, oh my God.
Right, but when Orion goes, if we were to go out right now and talk to 100 people on the street, it is the exact opposite. It's 90% of them are just like, what are you talking about? My dad worked for NASA, or of course we went to the moon.
Hold on. Wait. Just be careful not to give anybody the wrong impression. When I say 95%, I'm talking about of the Globers, 95%, not 95%.
I mean, obviously.
When you go out on the street, the exact opposite of what you just said is true. The vast majority of people are actually very embracive of learning that the Earth is flat.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean,
a lot more.
If you notice,
depends on where you go, of course. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry. If you notice, most of the people online, I mean, all they want to do is troll and send memes. But if you actually notice, like, I've talked to quite a few people outside in my community. They're pretty intrigued by it, and they actually want to learn more about the whole thing, which is actually pretty interesting. But when they go home and they sit on their computer, it's a whole different story.
Right.
Yeah, this is why I'm so glad that I found the server and the 3 points and that strategy, because that's what it is. It is technically a strategy. And just when you talk to people about flat Earth, don't bring up flat Earth first. Just ask them the 3 points, and then talk to them about flat Earth. I can assure you, the conversation will have a very big statistical chance of going a different direction.
Yeah, because if you notice the main debatable topics, when you start off a debate, you wouldn't really barge in with the flat earth theory. Instead, you'd try to ask them questions about why they think the earth is globe in shape. So you'd ask them proofs as to how they can like prove the earth's rotation, the earth's curvature, instead of just trying to prove your model. Like, I mean, it is actually a pretty famous saying that instead of trying to prove your point, try to disprove their point. So that's actually what you're trying to do here. You're trying to show them why it's not globular, and then they'll try to think about, then they'll be more open to thinking about various other different ways the earth can be. So
can I just interject for 1 second?
Yeah,
ETH Juice, are you there? ETH Juice? ETH Juice.
I think he's unmuted, but he isn't participating in anything. But okay.
Yeah, he's in the live stream voice text.
Yeah.
And he's strawmanning the firmament.
Okay.
He's saying that who built it, and it would erode it by now.
I mean, they're probably too scared to come on the voice chat. Another interesting thing I wanted to point upon is my grandfather's one of his close cousins actually. Oh, yeah, sorry.
ETH Juice, are you there?
He won't come on the VC. He's just gonna text. They won't.
I'm in the meeting. Then stop chatting, right? Then stop chatting. ETH Juice.
Let him give his excuses. It's fine.
Yeah, continue.
Okay, so a close friend of my grandfather's actually, he used to work for SpaceX actually, and one of the live streams they had, the interesting thing was he told me it was actually just CGI. So the whole thing was just a sham.
That's like saying you're saying you landed on the moon. Great. Who made the moon? That's how stupid these people are. I mean, they're absolutely just brain dead. You'll show them in reality this doesn't work, and then they'll ask you, okay, well then tell me how the stars work, or who made the stars, right? Which we can give them an answer. Then when you answer them, they'll say that's not an answer. So they're literally just trapped in this paradigm of psychosis where they don't want answers. They want to divert the conversation away from what we can prove. We absolutely depend on the fact that we're in air pressure, right? And then they'll go, oh, okay, well then why is the firmament still there? Why hasn't it eroded? Well, did I say it was made out of concrete? Did I say it was made out of
I didn't say it was made out of like cement.
What did I say it was made out of? Right. So how crazy do you have to be? I mean, it's just absolute. I just don't even know how these people think. I don't know how they tie their shoes in the morning.
I think a simple 2-word way to describe these people is possessed and brainwashed.
Absolutely true.
I think it's self-esteem actually might be a part of it. So I think that they might feel like they might lose some of their self-esteem if they admit that they were fooled.
It's sort of like
they just have a self-esteem issue internally, so it's really hard for them to admit that they've been fooled.
Yeah, because they don't want to. They've been brainwashed so much that they wouldn't want to be open-minded into thinking about other. Like, it's sort of like when you're like a small kid and you see one thing and you just stick on it, and then later when you grow up you realize that it was actually not true. So that's sort of how it works, but they've been brainwashed all their life.
Right. So instead of talking about we can prove, and remember, they think men are gods, so that now you're a god, right? They're going to say, well, now you have to replace their god religion with a new religion. So they just can't shut it off. They're stuck in this loop that just circles around in their brain. You know, I believe in a fairy tale and I will continue to until I get a new fairy tale. That's it.
Yeah. Another thing I wanted to point upon is the whole thing about gravity. What do you have to say about that? I mean, I probably know your opinion, but just to clarify to the other people in the voice chat.
Well, anytime somebody brings up gravity to me, I'll immediately go to Isaac Newton. Speaking of brute gravity, and obviously how he
Exactly,
disowned
that's exactly
every
what I
time.
did once.
And then watch the eyes roll back in the head. I don't even take a step in that direction. I immediately go, not a problem. Here's what Isaac Newton said. And then I say, now what? And then they're going to lie to me. Every time they have to lie and make up their own new gravity. Thanks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We could go straight to the freaking radius for that matter, because they have to have it. To claim gravity, they have to have the radius measurement.
Hey, listen to
which
this.
Is, which is why they will always hide from the radius, no matter what.
I mean, how come no one else has ever seen this? It is inconceivable that inanimate brute matter should, without the meditation of something else. Wow. Okay, that's a brilliant. Gravity must be cancelled by an agent acting constantly according to certain laws. Exactly. People just don't. I don't think they've ever seen this in their life, but they wouldn't want to be open to it again. So, if you tell this to them after they bring up gravity, they're just going to like shy away from the conversation.
And then they'll say, well, how do you explain why things go down? Well, things go down, they don't fly around each other, do they? Because that's not what they're claiming. They're claiming we have magical gravity, therefore balls just fly around each other. Now, you can't see this happening, but you got to trust me because it's on TV. It happens there. You actually have to go to space to see it. You actually can't see anything on Earth. You actually can never trust your eyes unless you're in space anyway. So that's where this conversation goes. You just go right down their rabbit hole that goes right to the lake of fire. That's where their rabbit holes, right to hell. Thanks.
The funny thing was, someone tried to bring up, you obviously would have heard about the Foucault's pendulum, right? And what the scientist Foucault did to actually prove its rotation. If the funny thing is, you actually need an electromagnet for it to work, which you didn't even use. And the other thing was, if the Foucault pendulum did work, then shouldn't all bobs just be flying around in the sky if that did work because of Earth's rotation? So people have no clue about how that works too. It's just extremely flawed. I have nothing to say.
And then I'll say, so you're saying nothing fell down until Isaac Newton came up with this word that was never used this way before? Did everybody just float around? And well, of course not. What are you claiming? Are you saying nobody built anything? Has anybody ever used this concept for anything? No. In all of engineering history and in science, which is loosely worded, right? And they never use the word right. It's never used. It's never used in anything except imagination. That's the only time gravity's ever used.
Another conversation a few people have brought up is about the whole conspiracy among NASA and governmental agencies and how they think that 95,000 people are lying about their jobs. Oh, that's a whole.
Well, then I must then that means that I was in on the conspiracy when I was in the army in 2011. So I must have been in on the conspiracy because we're fighting a false war in Afghanistan where there was never any weapons of mass destruction in Iraq. I joined the army, so obviously I'm in on the conspiracy too, right? That's their claim. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that's
right.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's pretty funny too.
Right, it's called compartmentalization. My grandfather worked for Lockheed Martin. He literally built parts for the space shuttle, right? He had no idea what he was doing. Give me a break.
Yeah, I mean, half of them, and then they'll go on about how so do you think that people just like study years of physics to come out of college to go to NASA, and then the senior at NASA just tells them, nah, we just play video games and just like fake the media and tell everyone that the Earth is a globe. I mean,
well, yep. Well, understand this. There's an extremely large and meticulous screening process that they put people through, and you already have to be a very, very loyal person to the military. You're usually a pilot or a captain or some sort of ranking official.
Yeah, like someone in the Navy or the Air Force.
Right. So you already have this extreme loyalty, and then you're tested. Well, how loyal will you go? Will you hide information? It's for national security. We need you to make sure that you hide this information. We're going to give you top secret clearance. Now, you can't tell anybody. It's for the safety of your family too. Yes, we really don't go to space yet, but if we let them know that, then we'll be in another Cold War, and it could mean millions and billions of people people are dead. So we're counting on you, the new astronaut. Here's your, hero patch that we're going to put on your arm now, and now you are the savior of humanity. That's pretty much what they tell these people in some way or another form, right? Is that they're now the savior. We need you to be the astronaut, and yes, this is what we have to lie to the public because it's for their safety. People are stupid and they have to be controlled a certain way. Not everybody can have these missions. Who knows what else they tell these psychopaths?
Yeah,
but it's just
that's
one
exactly.
giant stage. It's just one giant illusion, and they know it's an illusion. Yeah.
Yeah. And then they go on about how the moon is working, and then that's one whole other story.
Right, but remember, it's never about evidence, because one of my favorite questions is, well, how do you feel about the fact that they admit they can't go to the moon now? And most of the time they say that's not true, they can. Well, you just lied because you haven't looked into this topic obviously at all. You're just making stuff up. So it's not about evidence anyway. They don't have any evidence. They just make stuff up because they saw it on TV. Thanks.
Yeah. All they want to do is just put up with the facts, don't show the evidence, and continue the conversation.
Like the one gentleman said online, he says don't bring up flat earth. Watch this. He's absolutely right. I actually don't bring up anything about the earth. I start off with this. Outer space is fake. Go.
Yeah.
And then eventually, guess who's going to bring up flat earth?
Then?
That's right. I never bring up flat earth. They always bring it up. And and then I go, well, that's interesting because I didn't say flat earth. Please go on. Where did you learn about this? And then I'll just make them go down their own hole, and we'll figure out why they got it. And I'll say no. And then they'll, of course, bring it up again. And I'll tell them, I'll remind them, I didn't say the earth was flat. You did. The earth is under the heavens.
Make them self-collapse, basically.
Right. I'll just tell them there. I'll explain it. Well, I'll just explain it in a completely different way. And here's how I explain it. And this is why nobody can pin anything on me, because I'll just tell the truth of what it is. And I won't devise a term that is used against this, which is, of course, flat earth. And I'll just tell them that the earth is under the heavens and in the waters. Of course, most of the people that I'm going to be talking to are supposedly Bible believers anyway. And that's how I'm going to crush them on their fairy tale in the first place.
They're probably going to know the verses. I'm
going to go right. I'm going to go right to the Bible anyway. When it's an atheist, it's different. When it's an atheist, why would I talk about any of that? If it's an atheist, I'm never going to go near that. I'm going to stick with evolution. I'll just be like, well, how do you admit the fact that they don't have any evidence for evolution? We'll eventually get to outer space. Trust me. It never fails.
I don't think you should go anywhere near that anyway, even when you're talking to a Christian. Because later on, they might think it's a good idea to try and point at the Bible and say, see, the earth is flat because the Bible says it. And I think that wouldn't be good for the rest of us.
Well, now that's subjective. You got to be careful with that, because actually, if you don't, I haven't met anybody that even understands the construct of any existence that doesn't understand the Bible. Without the Bible, it's in my opinion impossible to understand anything, because then you have an infinite regress issue of where you get your morality and your senses anyway. So there's a whole
because the thing is,
hold on real quick. I'm just saying that it depends on the individual. I'm going to use a completely different system dependent on the individual. If I meet somebody that's supposedly a Christian, I'm going to go obviously to the Bible. If I meet an atheist, I'm not even going to talk about any of this. I'm going to be on the evolution topic, because that's where their heart is anyway. The space is just another shield for the atheist, and so is the globe. It just depends on the individual. I'm just saying you never have to say the F word, is my point.
Yeah, exactly. So when you're having when you're having a discussion with an atheist and someone who's a Christian, I mean, going on the Bible path is kind of risky, because the conversations are going to be huge, but they have to bear it, because they know they're going to go into the whole self collapse, because you know what you're going to show them. But then when you're talking about atheists, you have to just talk about evolution and ask them for their proofs, and then they won't have anything to say. And the first thing when you're talking to someone and trying to converse with them about the whole flat earth debate, you don't start immediately by saying, oh, I think the earth is flat. You let them start the conversation. So the first thing you start with is space is the whole shield from the atheists and the whole thing, and then let them bring it up, and then the whole self-collapse will start from there, because then you start questioning them on their beliefs. Yeah.
Well, I think it's just important to remember to say that when you're talking to Christians, you can say, the Bible says the earth is flat and stationary, but accelerometers and lasers prove it's flat and stationary.
Fair enough. That's okay.
Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
No, I'll let you continue, but yeah, there's a million ways to skin a cat is what I'm getting at, and each individual human being should be treated differently. So sometimes Orion's method is going to be the perfect method, and sometimes somebody else's method is going to be correct. I'm certainly not going to tell anybody what to do, but I can't even remember a time in the last 7 years, that I was even challenged. Once you get a grasp of these just basic fundamentals and you don't let people take you into the weeds, there's no chance of failure. Just because someone doesn't believe you doesn't mean you failed. Actually, that means that they failed because they're the ones hiding from the truth, right? So there's no such thing as, oh, I'm going to say something wrong and now that person's not going to know the truth, or I taught somebody something in a different manner and therefore now when they tell somebody, it's going to be a problem. Remember, there's no such thing as ever stopping somebody from knowing the truth. If anybody wants to know the truth, it is impossible to stop them, and that's just the way it is. So if
the whole thing starts when they start hiding from the truth.
Right. So if they're hiding from the truth, my delivery system is obviously irrelevant, right? But people that are watching, they're going to learn, aren't they? They're going to learn, oh, wow, I don't want to be that guy that's hiding from his own belief system. I better look into
check this out.
We'll watch this.
The funniest thing is...
realize this, though. Hold on one second. Am I lagging?
Sorry.
Am I lagging bad?
No, you're not.
Okay, let me finish this point. So when witnesses on the outside, right, outside of the looking glass, are looking into the conversation, which is something that's very important. The most important thing that I believe about how this channel, the Discord, and how Helio sets up the YouTube with the help of Indio and everybody, how they work together is the excellent way that people get to watch the conversations without putting their pride in on the table. It's like gambling. People are on the side holding their money, not having to put their money in with the other people that we're arguing with, right? So there are people who are like, oh, wait a minute, I better hold on to my money a little bit longer before I go into this conversation with these people because that guy just lost his entire life saving. Thanks.
Exactly. Yeah. So another interesting topic someone brought about was it's pretty funny. So what they basically said was like, oh, you think the earth is flat? Then how come you haven't traveled to the edge of the earth? That was a funny question they asked.
That's very common, very, very common to immediately go to something that's a straw man that we don't claim, correct?
Yeah. So, what do you usually say to people who ask those questions? Because my whole thing is...
Go ahead.
No, it's fine.
Your whole thing... finish. Your whole thing is what? Go ahead.
No, it's about how I don't think they understand the structure first before even... their whole idea is that every person who doesn't believe the earth is globe they all believe in the same exact flat earth structure. So before even knowing the structure, they go on to this whole debate about like certain stuff about, oh, you think the Arctic pole's at the center? What about like when flights travel certain distances? If the earth was globular, then they a simple example would be traveling from Australia to Chile, right? So in the flat earth system, like the simple diagram that people usually talk about, the distance taken, the time taken to travel that distance is much more than in a globular system because you can just go a certain way. So yeah, the whole diagram of that earth is completely different, and that's what they don't really talk about. So when they talk about how when they talk about why can't you travel to the edge of the earth, they aren't considering the fact there's bloody oceans right there.
Right, and of course it just depends on the individual. When it happens authentically with somebody, I will attack it depending on what their previous statements were, or based on what we can experience in reality. And I'll immediately say, well, who has experienced that? My point is what we experience is reality. And then when they start bringing up the flight paths, I'll say, okay, no problem. So you're saying if I prove to you that these flight paths are obviously dependent on a flat earth, then you'll know the earth is flat. I've never had any single person ever say, yeah, I'll know the earth is flat as soon as you show me that flight paths work on a flat earth. Now, if they do say, yes, I'll believe the earth is flat once you show me cartoon flight paths that work on a flat earth, then I will tell them, watch this. I'll say, well, then you have a problem. If you think that you're going to believe or know that the earth is flat because of a cartoon flight path, then there's something wrong with you, and you're not worried about what is provable in reality or what I can demonstrate. So if somebody says that they're going to believe in something because of a diagram or a scale or a cartoon or a model, they are still mentally deranged and they're still incapable of thinking. So that's the point.
Yeah,
You're
because
still a
they're just
fail.
taking like cartoon flight paths without even knowing how the act
If somebody tells me that's like that's like saying I believe in cats because there's a model of how cats make kittens. Well, then you're brain dead. There's something wrong with you. It's the same thing. Nobody believes in things because there's models of them. Nobody. And if they, well, actually, except for Globers, and that's the point. The model is the problem in the first place. The diagram is the issue in the
Yeah, exactly. They don't know how the diagram works. That's what I was talking about.
Right.
But they're really cool cartoons though. But they're really cool cartoons.
Right.
Yeah.
And I'll say that's the point. Go on and stay living in your cartoon. This isn't for you. I'm here to talk about the really is level and to show people reality. If you're interested in cartoons, you need to go back down to the kindergarten room or somewhere else. This isn't for you.
Yeah, exactly. The whole diagram is what they don't really understand how it works. So they just barge in on the whole, oh, so you think the earth is flat? Then it must have some edge. So why don't you travel to the edge? Wouldn't it be like a famous tourist attraction? Why isn't everyone visiting the edge of the earth?
Why would it have to be an edge? Why couldn't it be an end where the ceiling meets the ground? And for that matter, why wouldn't that be a tourist attraction? You know, oh, right, the Antarctic Treaty.
Yeah, the Antarctic Treaty.
Well, since you asked, and again, I'll explain this, that I usually save flat Earth for last. And
I know you do.
But let me show you what I do also for kind of what I do to shock to the system. And this shocks a lot of flat earthers too, is really early on in the conversation, my claim is that the earth is not an object. That is how you shock them into realizing that everything they're going to use, everything they're going to claim is not real. It's not possible. If the earth is not an object, that means it's not measurable. It's not a thing that I can just take a ruler to and go, this is how big it is. The earth is the plane of existence under the heavens. It's not an object because that's what they show you, right? They show these people objects in cartoons. And as soon as you say flat earth, they remove the ball and they put a disc in earth and they replace it with a different object. That's the problem. Earth isn't an object. Thanks.
Yeah. That's true. Because yeah, that was actually pretty interesting. Because if you think about the whole as soon as you start a conversation with them, the immediate way they're gonna go is like talking about how the flat earth has an end and an edge and why don't you visit it and stuff. But that's not what I'm talking about right now. I'm talking about the initial stages, about space, about evolution, depending on their beliefs. But that's not what they want to go to, because they know they're gonna go into one whole shithole of a conversation which they obviously aren't gonna have any defense for because they don't have any proof.
Right. And therefore, obviously, starting off with outer space is a hoax or the earth isn't an object removes the vast majority of those psychopathic religious beliefs. That's the point. So I just start off, I don't have to say flat earth because honestly, well, the earth isn't flat anyway. The reason we use the term flat earth and the server is appropriately described as flat earth is because flat earth is the antithesis of a ball earth, right? That's why the term is used. It's the antithesis. It's the opposite of a ball. It's a non-shape earth, or it is a plane of existence. Flat earth is
because
correct.
we aren't exactly like literally saying like flat earth.
Right.
We're just saying it's like as an antithesis, basically.
Right.
We don't believe the earth's we don't believe it's an object. We believe it's another entity by itself.
Right. So here's the point is that when they believe in that and they think that the earth is this object. Oh, hold on one second. I'll be right back.
The way I would say is flat earth is a description of the observable surface. Its totality is unknown.
Yeah, I mean, the whole ideology about the whole flat earth society, when you talk about flat earth, you aren't exactly saying the earth is flat. You're just saying it's sort of like anti-earth's curvature, anti-earth's globular system. It's a whole entity by itself. It's not an object. It's a whole other system. So you people shouldn't take this literally by itself.
What I meant to get at real quick is, of course, again, these are different conversations for different people. So when you're talking to a Bible believer, the problem is if you first say flat earth, the Bible believer, then of course, they're so smart, they're going to say, well, where does it say in the Bible that the earth is flat? Well, the problem is it doesn't, because the earth isn't flat. You see the problem? God made a plane of existence under the heavens with topography, mountains, hills, valleys, plains, seas, rivers, and oceans, right? So the earth is not an object. It's not flat. It is a plane of existence under the heavens. However, Roger's absolutely correct that it is measured flat at distance because there's no curvature, right? Over bodies
exactly.
of water.
We're talking about how the curvature doesn't exist in the first place. We aren't exactly saying
exactly.
that the flat Earth.
So here's the thing, though. Again, the reason why I don't say flat Earth, it will be used later, of course, to describe the antithesis of their belief. The point is when I'm talking to these Bible believers, that's why I tell them the earth is a plane under the heavens and in the waters, or I'll just say the earth is in the waters under the heavens. And that way the Christian is dead in the water if he or she thinks that the Bible is going to say anything other than that. It's in Exodus 24. It's such a big deal that God himself is saying, if you make any false idols about my earth or the heavens above or the earth beneath or the waters below, that is a false idol. It's one of the biggest, crimes against God that you can make. And he's describing the existence. It's actually the number one flat earth, usually term, or plain earth. The number one flat earth Bible verse is Exodus 24, not 24, 24 is the number one flat earth biblical scripture, because it's saying if you're going to believe in anything else, that's false idol worship. Nice, huh?
Yeah, another thing. Okay, yeah, sorry.
Wait. Can I say something really quickly?
Sure.
Like I've told you guys before, I go out and I hand out these flyers that have the Discord on it and everything, and also links to various documentaries on the internet about the Earth being flat and such, and also documentaries about taking away our constitutional rights and such, because some people aren't really aware of that. They should be. But anyway, the point is when I'm actually handing these out to people, and you only have so much time in the day and so many words you can say and so much energy and whatever. I said a few minutes ago that it's a good idea to go through the 3 points with people and the conversation goes a different direction, and that's true with a lot of people. But as far as like actually walking out and doing what I do, I actually don't even do that most of the time. Like most of the time when I even do that is just like I mean I don't just do it with the camera, but it's most of the time when they give me permission to record them, then I'll go through the 3 points with them because it's just more interesting on camera that way. But
another thing, Jay,
I don't leave any time for them to respond. I go immediately to describing what you can do with telescopes and lasers over large bodies of water, like say 10 miles or further. And then I tell them how much curvature there should be. I tell them, as far as I know, it's not curving, but if you have any evidence to the contrary, we want it right here on this Discord server. But if you just say the Earth is flat and then go immediately to describing how you would even figure it out for sure, then I swear, the more than 50% of the people, they don't look at you like you're crazy. They don't. Like you would think that they would, because you start out by saying flat Earth. More than 50%, like say maybe 70% or so of the people, they don't think you're crazy if you talk about how to prove it right after saying flat Earth. See, make sure to use the words like this. It's easy for them to comprehend this most of the time. If we were on a sphere, then the oceans and lakes should be conforming to the shape of the sphere. Let's talk about how we would figure that out, whether or not that's happening or not, And I swear, more than half, much more than half, maybe 75%. Sometimes it seems like 80 or 90%. Sometimes, depending on the crowd of people. But the vast majority of people will not think you're crazy if you say the Earth is flat, and then talk about how you would measure curvature right after you say that.
Yep, million ways to skin a cat. Yeah, million ways to kill a lie. But you'll notice, Orion, that there's like one, and he clearly doesn't believe what the words say, but you don't have any what they call apologists. I don't call myself that. People try to call me that, or Christians, or people that, or even, believers in any so-called religious book come in here and argue the globe. It almost never happens. It's 1 out of 1,000. And which goes back to my point about this is the atheistic paradigm. The other people aren't really that interested in talking about it for some reason, except for Kent Hovind. For some reason, Kent Hovind just likes to lie about it, lie about the topic, then lie about the Bible. But it's really weird because my favorite thing is to talk about the Bible about it, to see how people react and to show people that it's impossible to serve two masters. And just by pointing out the things in the Bible, because it's not just 350 flat earth verses, there's about 1,000 verses that absolutely destroy this ideology of this heliocentric model, religion, whatever you want to call it. And it's also with simple concepts like under the earth or above the earth, right? Things like that. None of that works on a ball. You show me the above on a ball. Oh, everybody has their own above. Well, that's known as universalism, also Satanism. So when I point these things out to believers, it crushes them because they know they don't even have a definitive answer. God would never make a creation where everybody has their own subjectivity. That's the point. That's what Satanism is. Everybody has their own truth. Well, on a ball, everybody has their own up and everybody has their own down, just like everybody has their own right, everybody has their own wrong. That's the real spiritual message that happens.
Amen.
That's why I say welcome to the end of the world, because it is the end of their world.
When we say amen, are we really saying amen, the name of an Egyptian god?
Nope.
At the end of a prayer?
Hebrew word, nope. The Hebrew word, armin. Amen. Nope. Way before the Amun Rock trash.
How do you pronounce that original version again?
Armin.
I think we should say that instead. It sounds better.
Well, sometimes I do, depending on the situation or what I'm talking about. I will try to, make those words stick out. Sure. Actually, well, that was Roger, but sometimes I say verily, verily. But there are no V's. Oh, okay, so words don't exist. Never mind. I guess the whole Bible doesn't exist. That whole language, the English language, didn't exist 3,000 years ago, so throw the whole thing out. No J's, no words, no alphabet. see where that infinite regress goes down? So, yeah, thanks. How do names translate? Boy, that's a nice lesson. Most Americans have issues with how languages translate. How do I get Samisi to James? Those names are clearly nowhere near each other, but they're the same names in different cultures. James, Samisi, George, Siosi. That, is much more farther away than Yeshua and Jesus. I mean, I can at least get some of the same, sounds in there. Siosi and George, there's nowhere near each other. And that's just how translations work. Languages change the entire sounds of how things are used. And they're also reversed. They're also added to. They're taken away from. Look at the French language. There was a lady in here the other day describing how the French language is this insane language where they added a bunch of letters to because they got credit or something, or they got money for if they had words, such a length or, pronunciation or something. So yeah, languages are very weird. Joshua's not here. Joshua was here last night and he said there was no J's. I was going to ask him, how do you explain your name? Sorry, thanks. We are habitual little creatures. Once we get lied to, we want to latch onto something else. We don't want to be lied to anymore. I want to believe this.
But when he said that there were no J's, he was talking about his stash.
Code. Alpha and Omega. A to Z. Well, that's not true. Omega is not Z. I know that's the point. It changed. Thanks. First and the last. Says right here, he's the first and the last. That sentence right there is difficult for people to understand, and that's even for people that think that they believe the Bible. So the Great Deception is an amazing deception. There's nothing to compare it to. Satan is very good at his job, and that's why God hired him. But there were only 4 people in the Kennedy assassination car. Well, Governor Connolly and his wife were supposed to be in there. I doubt his 70-year-old wife was driving. Come on, Connolly, let's drive. We're going to drive President Kennedy. Yeah, I doubt that happened. So there were 6 people in the car, just for the record. It's called a limo. It's a limousine. That's the Scamdella effect. Boy, that got a lot of people. And once I saw that part of the Scamdella defect, I was like, okay, well, there's a problem, because I still got the original newspaper my dad saved from 1963. I think it's November 22nd. It shows 6 people in the car then. So as a child, I saw that. It's a great deception.
Old fashioned, new fashion. The men of old, the men of new.
But my Captain Crunch cereal box changed. Okay, well, you're not going to catch me dead at all arguing about cereal boxes or action figures in movies. I just can't do it. I'm sorry. Even if some things are true, it doesn't mean they're a fruit for conversation to make. But his leg changed color. Well, that's it then. We're all in a simulation. Okay. But they changed my VHS tape. Well, well, then shut it down. I can't prove anything anymore. Never mind.
No, you shouldn't say. You shouldn't say, "Oh, I can't prove anything now." You should ask them, "What does that prove?"
Right. Good luck getting an answer. Thanks.
I'll admit, I'm pretty sure I've observed it myself. But again, what does that prove?
Well, what I usually tell them is, well, watching the Star Wars movie in the first place was the problem. Thanks.
I never did like Star Wars.
I think making it in the first place was the problem.
Yeah, thinking about it. There's the problem. How about when the psychos say, well, how did they fake it? Oh, I guess Star Wars is real. Okay, you just declared all Star Wars and Star Trek movies are real. You're telling me they can't fake it. Well, that was easy. Thanks. "2001 Space Odyssey, Aliens, Predator, gosh, cool, Predator's real. How would they fake that?" Okay, so how do I falsify this? Well, how do I falsify outer space? Well, you have to go to outer space. Well, I just said if I want to falsify outer space. You're telling me I have to go to some place that I'm saying doesn't exist, and that's going to falsify it? Yes, that's how stupid these people are. When you're trying to tell them that you don't believe in it, but then they're telling you, well, just go to it. It's amazing because anybody we've ever talked to, I guarantee, has never been there, but they believe it. So you're telling me I have to go there to disprove it, but to believe it, you just have to believe it. Well, that's convenient. Yep, somebody got triggered in the live stream. They want their Star Wars to be protected. And that's unfortunate. I'm sorry that you think Star Wars is real. Now that's not something you're going to admit to, but that's literally what you believe. You believe eventually Star Wars is going to happen. Let that sink in. Yeah, 2001 Space Odyssey filmed the same year as the supposed moon landing, except 2001 Space Odyssey is about 10,000 times more convincing. Yeah, weird. Apparently, you can fake 2001 Space Odyssey, but you can't fake the homeless tweaker shelter in a background that looks like it's about 200 meters long. Thanks.
Yeah, actually, it was 1 year before. It was 1968. 2001: A Space Odyssey.
Yeah, they beat it. They beat the moon landing. Thanks, Stanley.
Mm-hmm. Did a better job. How dare you, EXO, to say Star Wars is not going to be true? How dare you?
You've stolen my childhood. How dare you?
You're ruining all our dreams. Did you hear that in here before? I have. Someone said, you guys are screwing up our future world or something like that. Like you flat earthers are messing up our future dreams of space travel.
Right. That's correct. That's exactly right. Well, we actually finally, you met a Glober that told the truth, Sonny. Man, you should have time-stamped it. My goodness, that's amazing.
Yeah, it was a while ago.
Here's another thing, Sonny, and to the rest of the open minders. Even if NASA was a reality, even if this space stuff was true, it would still be the largest criminal organization ever, because they're still spending billions of dollars as millions of people die of starvation. There's all these economic crises going on. There's all these false wars going on. So even if it was true, it's still the most evil enterprise that's ever existed, and we know it's not true. But just put that into your thinking cap for a second, and just imagine a country that thinks going into vastness of nothing is more important than helping out the millions that suffer. That's how stupid and psychotic these people are. They think that's the greatest. It's natural select. And again, it goes right back to their atheism belief system, Sonny. It's natural selection. Who cares if there's millions of people dying? We want to be gods. We are the highest form of evolution. So we're going to go to other magical places and destroy them. Welcome to the real evolution. Yeah. During the process of the moon landing, developmental program, we were killing millions of people in Vietnam, and that's okay, Sonny. There's nothing wrong with that. Yeah.
Yeah, not only we were, but we were supporting others that were killing more millions and millions. Like, we were supporting the whole thing. Yep. Like, on both sides. We were supporting it because the whole thing was a false paradigm, all created by the Committee of 300. This has been going on for centuries. Yeah, the thing about NASA that gets me is, well, there's a lot, and most of us all know all this, but the generations upon generations, if you look at the human toll of NASA, even in the last 60 years, it's incredible. You're right. Criminal. Yeah, because ETH juice. So because a leak, there has been leaks, but anyway, because you haven't seen a leak, that makes Narnia real. You see how fallacious that is?
Yeah, this guy has been here for a few days. He's scared to death of his own claims, Sonny. I'm not going to tell moderators what to do, but you've
Right.
seen this, and I would love to just find out why these people are so scared to death of their own religion. Like I was explaining to the other gentleman in here 30 minutes ago, atheism or atheists are the only people that are scared to death of their own belief system. You know, we could go and talk to a Hindu, a Muslim, a Jewish person, and of course, you know me, we're going to talk about what we believe in. That's why I'm here, right?
Mhm,
But you meet
mhm.
that atheist, their atheist is so
I know.
scared to death. You ask them for evidence. You know what they say? Well, prove your God. That's their first answer, Sonny.
Yeah.
That's prove your God. I'm talking about the shape of the earth. Well, your Bible has inconsistent. Well, what does that have to do with the shape of the earth? Because
I
they're
know.
possessed, Sonny. They're scared to death of their own claim. Watch, you will never get a claim for that person. You will never get a claim of earth curvature or evidence for evolution based on actual events or science. You will never get it ever, period.
Yeah. And so, ETH Juice, yeah, you're afraid of your own religion, basically. Yeah, that's what it is. That's why you keep going to flat or not, or flat. You continue to harp on flat. You're afraid of your own claim, deathly afraid of it.
Yeah, that's my claim. That's my claim. Thanks.
Bring up the beer virus for a sec here.
Well, you got a beer virus.
You know which one I'm talking about. Okay, can I
Yeah,
bring
that
it
guy
up for a
needs
sec?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm in South Africa, and our president had his little speech now, and they took away alcohol and all that stuff away from us again now. Anyways, that's the last of the worries. But I'm just he's shutting down half the damn economy again now for this whole beer virus, and then he says that we got a new strain here from India called the Delta variant. And he says if you've had the previous strains, you're on, and you had COVID or the beer virus before, with the previous strain, you are no longer not immune to it, but you don't have a little bit of protection. You know, like as you build immunities to it. Then he says, yeah. So we're encouraging everyone to get their vaccinations and all this nonsense, and he's pushing that. So if he's saying that if you've had the previous one and you no longer built up immunities because there's a Delta version or variant, then how the hell is the fucking vaccine gonna work? So yeah, I'm just I thought that was absolute nonsense what he spoke about. And they're shutting down half the damn economy again. So yeah, I had to get that out. It bothered me so much. That doesn't make sense, though. Am I making any sense here when I say that?
Well, yeah, and it's worse than that. I mean, I'll just put my cat meme in the channel real quick. So watch this meme I made specifically for what you just described. Give me 1 second.
Hey, buddy, I understand your stresses and everything, but just keep in mind this is just a sign that they're desperate and we're winning. So my question to you is, do you think at any point in time they might make it illegal to say that the Earth is flat?
100%. It'll become like a term, like you cannot say the N word, you can't say the K word here in South Africa. It's going to be one of those.
Yeah, and just in case that happens, I mean, all I can say is just, make sure to tell as many people as you can that the Earth is flat while you still can legally.
Yeah. But just luckily, my business at the moment will not be affected by the shutdown, but yeah.
Yeah, there you go, Beer Man. We do have to be loose on the
perfect.
terms. We do not want to bring up the terms because it could risk the server and the YouTube channel.
Yeah.
But there it is right there. That's what they tell people. That's how stupid these people are. That's
Yeah.
how psychotic this atheist realm that we live in, this ritual abuse system we live in. And they believe that. You'll see them wearing them and then they'll freak out like Invasion of the Body Snatchers, pointing at you
Yeah.
saying, "Where's your mask?"
Yeah, I want to get one of those massive panda head things that I want to wear actually when I go out, just for the joke of it, because they won't let you go into a store. They won't let you do anything without the damn thing on. And our country is a little bit different to you guys. You guys can, bring a bit of proof that you don't have to. Our country is way different. So I'm gonna get myself one of those big ass panda
Not
heads.
anymore. Not anymore.
Is it? All right. Well, I'm gonna get myself one of those panda heads. I need to find one, or a hippopotamus head, or some sort of absolutely ridiculous nonsense thing, and just say, "Dude, this is my fucking mask. Fuck you guys."
I want a hippopotamus as a service animal.
A what animal? Oh yeah, service animal. Oh man, brilliant.
That'll keep the pesky people away.
Yeah.
Red Pill Philosophy selling some. I bought one a while back. It just plain. It has it's a black one, and it says HOAX, and the O is the COVID strand.
I'm just thinking, if someone can make one, I want to actually make the actual cartoon image of that thing that's going around, just with 2 eyeball cutouts. I think that'll be brilliant to walk around with this fucking CV header walking around. Oh, brilliant.
I'm sure someone would make it.
Yeah, I'm going to see if I can find something Monday now, tomorrow.
Hey, so I had a thought a minute ago. This Mexican beer germ problem that we're dealing with and everything. I think that this, I'm not sure if there's an analogy or a metaphor. I get those two things confused, but one way it's a comparison. So imagine that, conversation going on across the world, and the conversation is about the flat earth. All right. But as one group of people is having a conversation with another group of people, the globers
I don't hear you anymore. Have I cut out?
No, it must be radio silence. I left and came back to check. Yeah, so somebody...
We need to continue on with the facts and ignore the insult. And that's exactly what this Mexican beer germ is. It's just a big, giant insult. It's an insult that puts a bunch of physical barriers with you. You got to put a muzzle on and all that stuff. But, the point is it's just like an insult in a conversation. When you're talking to someone about the earth being flat and they insult you, do not acknowledge their insult. Continue onward with the conversation as if they didn't even say that at all.
Oh, yeah. No,
Yeah,
I
like
agree
that.
100%.
You know what that's called, right? That's called turning the other cheek. Ooh, old lesson.
Oh, yeah, that's something you learn in fucking primary school. Brilliant, yeah.
Crazy, 2,000-year-old lesson. Man,
Yeah.
smart guy. But I wanted to direct. Where's Sonny? I want Sonny to look at this guy. So here's this guy again, making these insane non-claims. By the way, so let me read part of this. This sycophant dribble here. I already explained why I'm here. I'm skeptical, but I think more information is needed for flat Earth to be credible. Well, the problem is that all information is based on a flat Earth. So you don't even have a claim for otherwise. So can you show us any information that's not dependent on flat Earth? No, watch, Sonny, you'll never get a claim. So because they don't even have a claim, they still need more information about their non-claim, Sonny. That's up to you. You need to help them out with that.
Yeah, well, see, the thing that we need to think about is I don't understand how these people don't give the same kind of emphasis on information on the globe itself. Where is your search? Where is your research on the globe itself? You're just focusing on us. The way to figure out anything about flat Earth is prove the globe claim first. Let's start there.
I've got an idea. We can just hand them back their own medicine. We got a few CGI guys here, or Photoshop guys. Let's send up a CGI rocket and take a picture from the CGI space of the flat Earth, and we give them a whole flat plane. We just bring up our own numbers. We say the dome is fucking a million miles up. Let's just give our own little random claims here. Take a CGI image, create a CGI image of flat Earth. There we go. Hand them that. And they handing CGI to us. Let's hand CGI to them. Just to give an example. That's how they're working. But yeah, we don't actually need to do that
Yes.
because I've personally
Well-
measured it myself and it's flat. But I'm just giving an example.
No, let me talk about that for a second. Yes, it would be nice if we had a parody kind of show to show how psychotic these people are. We've already been writing down some of their claims. I've remembered a few hundred of them from the past 7 years, and we should use their claims and make a parody about these people, because in it, you know what it'd be called? It's called Idiocracy. And we would literally be showing these people what they believe in and the claims they're making. Like, well, if the earth was flat, how do you explain my toaster oven? Things like that. Yeah, thanks. Gosh, I don't know. How do I explain wrap it up, guys? Got the toaster oven. I forgot about that. Sorry.
Or like
Shut
the
down.
laser transit test is bouncing off the ozone layer. Crap like that.
Yeah, that's a great claim. Yeah,
The
let me hold on one second. Watch it. Yeah, lasers are only straight when you point them up. If you point them at the horizon, they always curve. Just for the record.
Yeah, and then also if you point it to the moon and it bounces back, it proves the Earth is round as well. Just remember that.
Exactly. That's right. If I pointed at a dead dog on the side of the road, how is that possible without the ball Earth? Yeah.
Yeah.
And again, we got to go to space to again confirm anything on Earth. You can't know anything on Earth, guys. I just want you to know it's actually all theory. The only way you can know anything is if you go to space and see it from space. That's what their claim is. Yeah, this is all just theory.
Yeah. And we assume that Venus was that size, and because of that, we could measure the distance to the sun.
Well, yeah, I mean, it looks the same size.
Yeah.
Science. That's it. Done. There it is.
That is a absolute done deal. Drop the mic. There we go, guys.
It's science, and just remember that science doesn't prove anything, so it proves it.
Exactly right. He just nailed it. That is absolutely
That is the nail on the head.
Truest claim. That is the atheist paradigm right there. Absolutely 100%. Yep. And this didn't start until 6 years ago. All of a sudden, 5-6 years ago, when we started proving all these things, now all of a sudden science doesn't even exist. It's actually just used to give, cooking tips, to be honest. Yeah. How can I prove that? Oh, well, remember the scurvy, they proved that they needed to eat limes, which actually doesn't prove anything. That was just the best probable answer, actually, Drace, because it doesn't prove anything, but actually it proves we live in a ball. Thanks.
There was this dude yesterday in Cogdis. Yeah, I'm not paraphrasing. He said you can use a telescope to look at space and see that it's a time machine because light has a constant speed. I was like, what?
That's absolutely right. Yep. When you're looking into
Genius,
the star,
dude. How do these people even exist?
you're actually looking. Where's Creation Big? You're actually looking at the magical speed of the Back to the Future, which is millions of years ago. That's correct. Wow, man, the stupid level in chat. Wow.
I'm looking as well.
Oh my dear Lord. Let's see if we can get some context for that non-claim. Okay, I can't see the container, therefore it doesn't exist. That's great. Yeah, I can't. Yeah, my windshield also doesn't exist in my car. I can see everything else just fine. I can't see the windshield. Let's see here. Okay, let's just go to this because I don't have anything else. This is gonna hurt reading. Okay, if we are in a container underwater, then why would the water change colors if the container is translucent? My goodness, how do I see the colors of the world? I mean, that's I just don't know how smart you can be. How could somebody be this smart? Yeah, if my windshield is translucent, how do I see all the colors through my windshield of the earth, guys? That's got to be some sort of witchcraft. My goodness, how do I see any colors through my translucent windshield of not just one car? Both my cars have this amazing phenomenon. This is amazing discovery.
It's a hologram.
This
It's a hologram.
This guy's the smartest guy I've ever met in my life. My goodness. If my glasses are transparent, how come I can see things across the street? Oh my goodness, that's a smart question.
The computer monitor as well, eh?
Wow.
Don't forget about the computer monitor.
If my computer monitor screen is translucent, how do I see the colors, flat earthers? And stop hiding from the question. Yep. Take that, flat earthers. Plus, the computer monitor screen has a slight curve to it. How would you explain that on a flat earth?
And that also proves that the world is round, that the earth is round. It also does prove.
Right. You can't even answer. They're going to ask flat earthers, how do you explain my convexity of my computer screen? Yep. And they're going to say, why aren't you answering my question? Why are you hiding from my question? That's the insanity you're going to deal with. Yep. How do you explain when I dropped my pen and the pen fell down? How do you explain that? How do you explain? I dropped it on a flat surface. Would you care to explain how that works on a flat earth?
But mine went up when I attached it to a helium balloon, so I don't know what happened there.
Well, it gets worse. Then how do you explain why there's no flat maps? I know that all maps are flat, so can you tell me why there's no flat maps? I've heard that before. Thanks. What? What just happened? Wait a minute. So all maps are flat, but you're saying I need to give you a flat earth map. Did you used to play with Ouija boards as a kid? Just curious. Thanks.
About
go ahead.
About a week or two ago, I actually did stand on the globe for the first time, but it broke and I chucked it in the bin. So yeah, in the trash can. So that was the only time I ever stood on the globe.
Did you eat paint chips as a kid?
Pink chips?
That too. Yeah, we're talking about the people in chat. Yes, they either ate paint chips as a kid, they still live under power lines, or I think honestly, this is what I'm going with. I do believe that they probably must have been some sort of ritual where Ouija boards and candles and pentagrams were involved. Just a hunch.
Oh no, I still have glue, because when I was in kindergarten, you stick your hand in the glue and you put it in your mouth. Yeah, that's still me. I had that meme already.
Yeah, and how do you explain why the glue runs down the side of the glue bottle without gravity? Would you care to explain that?
It actually there's a few times it happens where it spins off my fingers. So yeah, but then I have to.
Well, that's actually another form of gravity too. Just so you know. Correct. That's centripetal gravity. Yep.
Oh, were you 2 days ago where the guy was explaining gravity about a cup and spinning, and then that forces everything to the center of the cup? That was about two or 3 days ago. Were you here?
I have heard that before. Yes, I've heard people describe the exact opposite of what they're supposed to believe in. Right. That's beautiful. Genius.
Oh my God, that was funny.
Yeah, a cup, which is actually a lot closer. I have a cup of water. Wow, look at that. The surface of the water's flat. And when I spin the cup, it will use centrifugal force to stay in the cup, which is the opposite of what would happen if I had a spinning ball with water. Oh, that proves it right there. Yes, the complete, entirely literal, polar opposite demonstration actually proves the entirety of the antithesis. Wow, genius.
The desperateness of the tides is shocking, though. It's actually, I always thought the heliocentric model with the tides was the moon only, and I was pulling it, the moon and the sun pulling. But I watched a video the other day with Neil deGrasse Tyson explaining that when the moon and the sun at a certain angle, actually, it's not the water that's getting pulled, it's actually the earth that's getting pulled through the water, causing a tide on both ends and shit like that. Oh my fuck, that was one of those moments where you're like, oh, okay, cool story, bro. I don't know if you've seen that of Neil. Oh man, that is such comedy.
If you get a chance, just share it in the voice text area.
Let me see if I can find it.
So let me just give it. So now we got another comment from the extremely intelligent human being. Let's see what this guy says now. Okay, super fluoride. Thank you. Okay, so here's the other claim. Let's just nice and easy try to read this. I don't want to take anything out of context. Okay. Here's the quote at 44 minutes past the hour. If it's not translucent, then there would be a back glare from the sun that's inside for that model. Wow, that's amazing. So again, he's stuck in this cartoon world. So if somebody made a cartoon of some sort of model and it doesn't work in the model, therefore reality is wrong, and we need to go back to believing in a cartoon model because somebody else's model was wrong about something that nobody can prove anyway. Man, that guy is so smart. It hurts. So let's go back to the previous comment he made about translucence and the fact that you can still see the water. Right. So apparently this person thinks if I put a plane, what a weird word, they call it a plane of glass. If I put a plane of glass on top of a body in water, apparently I can't see the water anymore. That's what his claim is. So it's amazing. If anybody's ever had a swimming pool at their home, I did when I was a child. My dad had this large 21,000 gallon pool. I used to jump off the roof into it probably a million times. But at nighttime, and again, this is, from the 80s, there was this light bulb that was in the back of the pool, right, to light up the pool. And it's like a yellow light bulb. It's an old fashioned, it glows yellow. But when the pool would light up, and the reason I know it's yellow because during the day when you turn it on, you can see it's a yellow light. But when the lights are out, which means the sun goes away, and you turn the light on, the whole pool would glow this beautiful sky blue. Just as the sky is blue, the pool would glow blue when we turn the light on. And that's amazing because my claim is, yeah, there's waters up there. Wow, it's the identical color to where we see water when we light up bodies of water. It's amazing. And remember, it's got to be a clean body of water. It always lights up blue. That's amazing. What a coincidence. But apparently if I put a sheet of glass over it, then I can't see the blue pool, according to the atheist. Good luck with that.
So I sent you that one. I'm just trying to find the one where he actually sort of contradicts himself, where he says now that it's actually pulling the earth through the bulge. But yeah, that one he's saying that, if I'm not mistaken, he says the earth is rotating into the bulge of the water. Oh, fuck, it's funny.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna have to watch this video. Yeah, is there a timestamp you want me to skip to?
Yeah, let me see if I can find a field. Okay, yeah, go to 45 seconds.
Yeah, that's got to be one of the dumbest things I've ever heard.
Oh yeah.
Goodness, these people are just—they're not even people; they're just robots possessed by demons. Yeah, and that's where we're going to stay with this conversation. Remember, though, without the psychopaths and sycophants and the scoffers and the atheists and the blood ritual sacrificists, we'd be out of a job. There wouldn't be flat Earth movement. Realize that this movement has exploded into this massive awakening for literally millions of people because there are so many atheists and people attacking this paradigm of reality. So without them, there would be no gathering of people to the truth. You see, you actually need the evil of this world to have the glory of the truth. So it's quite ironic that they are the reason this is happening. Thanks. Couldn't do it without you.
And the fact that they're censoring it, it's actually giving us way better content if you know where to look correctly or know where to find it.
Yeah, Scientology, not a problem. Yeah, mysticism, not a problem. Ouija cards and telling children that they can choose their sex before they're born, not a problem. But as soon as you say the F word or say space is fake, oh, we got to shut them down. That's not suspect or anything. Yeah. Somebody told me, well, they have to do that because YouTube is only allowed to put accurate information on the channel. Okay, so that everything else, mysticism, Scientology, and all these other things are clearly true. Okay, cool.
Trying to find that video where he says that it actually pulls the earth through the water. Doesn't rotate, but it actually pulls it through it. But I can't find it now.
Yeah, the Earth is just like lily pads on a water ball. It's actually just a water ball. Yeah, that's what Earth is. We're just a water ball now, and we have lily pads. We live in the lily pads, and then inside the water ball, this does not go against the laws of physics. Don't be confused by entropy, kids. There's a center magma core inside the bottle. Inside the ball of water, and that's how this works. You just have to understand science.
Water ball.
Yeah, I mean, haven't you ever seen a raindrop? I mean, explain that, flat earthers. Yeah, you can't explain it. And then my answer is, okay, let's look at the raindrop at rest. Ooh, that was easy. Yeah, the simpler you keep this conversation down to earth, you will obviously have 1,000 times more success. The more complicated it gets, that means they're just trying to hide from the facts, hide from the information. They try to convolute. That's what Satanists and atheists do. That's why they come up with terms like ontogeny recapitulates phylogeny, because right away that creates a spell, first of all, in your head. Well, wow, I have no idea what that guy says, and he sounds like he's smart. That's the spell. It's a fictitious word. It's a fictitious statement that doesn't mean anything. It's a lie. It's literally casting a spell, and these people believe it. And then you ask them, "Can you explain that to me?" And they'll say, "Well, you just don't understand science." Oh, okay. So, thanks. Yep.
No, that's how they tried to get away with saying that they could turn off gravity. By they literally said this, where they, like the raindrop. Well, that's a ball, right? But then when it's at rest, what does it look like? Or they say dropping something in an airplane, like a great, what is it? The liquid tower. If you drop that in free fall, you see different results. Well, no shit. Like, are you saying you turned off gravity because you're only doing the test now in gravity? What? It's I don't understand how people can. I mean, were we that bad, or is this doublethink just too excessive?
Oh no, you just don't understand science. Just like, space is very hot. And it's very cold. It's just very complicated to understand, Fuzzy.
That's true. I don't understand. That's my fault. My bad. You're right. I'm sorry.
You just don't understand evolution. Yeah, you don't understand evolution. You creationists never research science, and you don't watch science shows, and you guys just are science deniers. That's the reason.
I have a meme.
Not only do I deny it, I don't understand what I'm denying. So I'm sorry. My fault.
Yep, it is your fault. Correct. We might have to go back to the chat because they won't join the panel and express their views. So I, of course, have to hold them by the hand. I ask little Johnny to write it down on a piece of paper, give it to the teacher. Thank you, little Johnny. I'm now going to read it to the class. I know you don't want to speak out in front of everybody. I know at the age of 19, it's too difficult to get on the internet and express your viewpoint. So let me just read your claim for everybody. Let's go back to the chat here, as it is 59 minutes past the hour, almost 1 o'clock, just north of Mexico. Here we are. West of the Rockies. Let's see what we got. Okay, there. Yep. Just okay. Here's the claim. Here's literally what the Globers are saying in chat. Derpity derp, 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 derp. That is the best they can do right now. Welcome to, again, 2021, June 27th. The most advanced, highest level of evolution we've ever seen in our lives is right here in the YouTube chat, and their only claim is derp. That is the best they can do. Yeah, Brian S., you're going to have to ask these people if they need some sort of medication to maybe calm them down and subside the seizures and the panic attacks, because I'm sure there's got to be at least one Glober that can form a coherent sentence. I'm just guessing. I've never seen it, but it's got to be possible. I really hope it is for their sake. Thanks.
Yeah, if only the internet was made it easier for you to express your opinions. If only.
And that is the extent and literal greatest example of their highest ability. That's literally the best they can do. Yes, sir. What's going on?
Not much, man. How you doing? What are we talking about?
We're talking about all the evidence from the atheist Globers in chat and how there's just so much of it we can't see it. It's just like Earth Curve. There's so much we just can't see it. Thanks.
It's bombarding.
Fuck, I cannot find that video, man. If I do find, let me search for it another time, and I'll post it. Yeah, but it's similar to the one I sent earlier on, dude. It is so fucking comical. I wouldn't be surprised if they actually removed it. How dumb it is, but yeah, he personally said it actually pulls the earth through the water. Fuck, it's funny.
Well, I think that's the same video. I thought that's what he said in that same video.
No, so he's saying that we're rotating in the water there, that there's a different video where he contradicts himself, where he's actually saying that the water is staying outside, and instead of the earth rotating, he's saying it's pulling it through. Then he corrects himself. Oh, man, dude, it's so funny. But yeah, if I can find it, I'll definitely post it.
I mean, it's nothing new. It's more of the same. It's, QE just did the presentation a couple days ago on Mary Schweitzer's findings with, the dinosaur bones. They found soft tissue inside the dinosaur bones. And Mary Schweitzer, it's the same exact paradigm of, schizophrenia and cartoon fantasy. She had to test it 17 times because when the facts disagree with your paradigm, you just keep testing it until it works, in your opinion. So they tested it 17 times. The results came back consistently. Amazing. The same result 17 times. I like that number, by the way. So then Mary Schweitzer and Jack Horner, several years later, came up with this new ideology because they were able to make ostrich blood or some sort of bird blood actually last somehow, that was preserved. They preserved bird blood for a few months or maybe even a year. I'm not sure. So therefore, since we preserved bird blood for several months, that means dinosaur blood could just automatically, even without the laboratory, forget it, don't need that, just bury the dinosaur and the blood's going to last 69 million years, guys. What do you not understand about that? That is science. I found the bird blood lasted 3 months, didn't it, class? Yes, exactly. How do you explain the bird blood lasting 3 months? That proves right there dinosaur blood lasts 68 million years. This isn't complicated, class. Thank you.
Someone mentioned, I think yesterday, that there was a citation that they're now claiming that it's fossilized blood.
That's a lie. If it's malleable, the tissue is malleable and it's movable. That's like saying, my basketball that I'm bouncing, it's also a fossil. Yeah. See,
yes.
Fossils are elastic. That's how stupid these people are. I mean, again, you can't make this up. Nobody is stupid enough to put this in a book. If you made a fictional book about idiocracy and it was at this level, you wouldn't get published. This is ridiculous. Why would you write something like this? Nobody would buy this novel. This is absolutely some sort of hysterical Looney Tunes Dr. Seuss cartoon. So could you please give me something a little bit more realistic? That's how stupid these people are. But then when it comes to the atheist belief system, that's just normal. That's just what we're supposed to believe. And of course it's true because that person has a lab coat on and they have a name and it says PhD next to their name. And they told it to me. They were on TV and they told me that dinosaur blood lasts 68 million years because bird blood lasts 3 months. It's not complicated. That's science. Thanks.
Well, it's not soft tissue inside the fossil. It's a type of biofilm that made it last that long.
Well, remember what they even said is that when they broke the bone open, it had the stench of death.
Right.
Oh my God. It's a million-year-old. Yeah.
That was easy. Yeah. I mean,
that's not what did it. It was gravity. Gravity did it. Gravity's just that cool. Gravity's just that amazing. You can do it.
Well, yeah, gravity preserved the tissue, and the refraction also helps with it looking like it's elastic. It's really not elastic. That's where the refraction comes in. Yeah.
You guys are gonna have to cremate me when I die, though, because damn, if I'm 35 years old and I leave the fucking smelliest farts. If that's how dinosaur bones smell after 68 million years or whatever, I think I'm gonna be like, no, I'll be like a nuclear bomb, dude. I'll stink like bad. No, cremate me.
Well, that proves fossils. Actually, you just proved fossils are sometimes soft. Actually, is what you just proved. Thank you.
Yeah.
Fossils being bones with soft tissue, that's a problem.
They are.
Yeah, you were here, Sonny. You were here yesterday, right? Didn't that one guy say that someone cited that that blood was actual fossil blood? I'm sure someone said that yesterday, or it was the day before.
No, you're talking about QE's numpty clip about the fossilized brain tissue. They found soft tissue in bones. They were told they were fossils, but they were actually bones.
Yes.
And they found soft tissue. And it was like flexible, soft tissues and cell membranes, like still flexible.
That's it.
How do you have a flexible, soft tissue in a fossil?
There we go.
So the whole thing is, to me, that just says, so they're not fossils. That's the whole thing. So they're finding these things. And then the one gentleman, which, I need to look this up, but if you look at that numpty clip that was just released about this, there's a name of some gentleman finding a, what is it, the suborbital?
His name is, are you talking about Mark Artemidge? Mark Artemidge?
Yeah, that's the article. Yeah, that could be it. So the what is it? The center freaking horn of a triceratops, right? And then somebody in the numpty clip said that he found a bison bone. Like the scientist doesn't know what he found and claimed to find the third, I don't know what it's called, the suborbital or the something anyway, horn, right? So yeah, they found soft tissue in a freaking triceratops. Thanks. So, not 60 million years old. Not what we're told. That rhymes. That's a good one. Make a good lyric.
And the best part is it's a triceratops bone, because it's the exact same in shape, size, and density as a bison bone.
Yeah, actually, and that proves evolution.
Triceratops turned into bison.
Well, see, the whole thing is about evolution. Evolution knew in the past that these scientists were going to exist. That's just the way evolution works, right, Exo?
Precisely.
So it goes up into the future and then has everything laid out that these scientists will be and all their thought processes, and that's evolution. So whatever they find.
The evolutions. We're gonna make a trick. We're gonna play a trick. We're gonna play a trick on these scientists. We're gonna leave some soft tissue inside these bones. That's what evolution is.
See,
leave some daisy petals in there as well, because remember they transformed from daisies into triceratops.
See,
listen, it gets, wait a minute, watch this, Sonny. It gets worse. And then we're going to make other dinosaurs have people feet. Evolution tricked us again. They made dinosaurs with human feet so that we could find the footprints and then trick the scientists again. Thanks, evolution.
You trick us, yeah. And it's all Exo was on this path, and now I fully got linked onto this path.
Yep.
That they have to go into the future and in the past. So don't just stop when you have to go into the future with evolution. It goes both ways. So it can go in the past too and tell the past something such as the horns on animals, instead of there being just one creator that created all of these things, and that's why it's so fantastic when we look at what we see here. No, instead of that, no, it's evolution, and you have to go back and forth in time, and you have to give messages, so that's the only way that can work.
Absolutely precise. That is absolutely the most precise scientific claim I've ever heard. And also, not only that, but evolution and gravity got together, and that's how they had refraction. So I want you to understand that there's a family of these beings, these magical gods of evolution, and that's how we got refraction, and that's science. You can just see that there's similarities between the letters refraction, evolution, and that's how you know they're related as well, which also proves evolution. So I'd like to go back to the fact that you mentioned that we appeal to the future and the past, and we find out that things do everything in the past just as they do now, so it stays the same. Then we know it's going to stay the same in the future, which is evolution. Thanks.
Yes, there you go. So refraction is a product of evolution. So that's where refraction
And
comes
gravity,
from.
right?
It's
Gravity,
a product,
correct.
and it's just
Gravity
like
and evolution
what do
got
they say?
together.
The flatness is a product of curvature. Apparently, that's part of
Well, the
evolution.
flatness, there's no such thing as anything that's flat. We just use that term because we don't understand how refraction and gravity work.
That's
You
right.
see.
Yeah. So a product of something we can't see.
Watch this. Ask a
Or
Glober right
define.
now in chat.
Or
Watch
measure.
this, Sonny. I'll watch this. Ask us. I'm going to ask them right now in chat,
You're
in the
one
YouTube
funny.
chat, or in the Discord chat for a Glober. This is a question for a Glober. Give me one example of something that is flat. Watch what happens. In other words, we'll be waiting a long time for them to be telling us that anything's flat. Ask them if a level's flat, and they'll say,
I know, they
actually,
can't-
microscopically, Sonny, the level's actually slightly bent.
They
because
can't
the
even
Earth
say
is
the
bent.
word. They can't even say the word. They refuse to say the word. Like that right
if the-
there
right.
tells it.
Right. If the Earth isn't curved at all, what is it? A donut. Okay. Thanks.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's evolution. So evolution came from
Correct.
the past and told these evolutionists what to believe.
Right. Well, what's at the center of a donut?
Yeah, it doesn't matter. You could say
It's
in
a
the center
donut
of a
ball.
donut is a shoe, and that's a hypothesis. So then we're
Well,
going to
Sonny, you're going to have to explain to me. Exactly. The donut is space-time. The donut ball is the Earth. I mean, is this complicated? This is science, guys.
I know this one. The donut hole is the space-time.
The donut hole is space-time,
That's
but
also,
you
that's
could put
also watch this, Sonny. That's also true. Go ahead.
No, you could, but the hypothesis of a shoe fits in that space-time as well as my table that's curved. When measured flat, then it's curved.
Well, yeah, Drace and Sonny, haven't you ever put a shoe on? Does it fit?
Most of the time.
There you go. That proves space-time gravity right there. The shoe fits, doesn't it? There you explain the fact that your shoes fit. You can't. That proves gravity in the ball. Thank
Yeah,
you.
no, evolution does because it came from the past and it said that I'm going to be born with this size foot. And so it made me buy the right shoe.
Correct.
From evolution.
Evolution directed you to do that, actually.
That's right, of course, because everything is directed by evolution, right?
Watch this. You know, I was on Brandon's show, Brandon Toy Guy. I was on it 4 days ago because he has so many psychopaths on there. He just lets them rant and rave. So I go, watch this, Brandon. Tell me something that's not evolution for the atheist. Guess what my answer was? We're still waiting for it. Thanks.
The shoe
Everything is
evolved to fit your
evolution.
foot.
Yes.
Wait a minute,
They
say it
believe
one more time.
everything.
Axel,
Watch this.
Axel, say it
watch
one more
this.
time. Say it one more time.
Okay, here we go. To the atheist evolutionist, give me one example of anything in reality that doesn't involve evolution. Thanks.
No answer? Okay.
Correct. They believe everything is evolution. So my next question is, okay, no problem. Everything's evolution, right? Just everything is science. Matthew Learns, 2021. So
of evolution.
This is the best comedy show ever, man. I swear.
this is, I know, but you can't make this up. This isn't my
know.
material.
I know.
This is not my material. There's no way that I have the brain capacity to make any of this stuff up. This is what they've been
Yeah,
telling me for the
yeah.
past 15 years.
Yeah.
So my next question, Sonny, is okay, no problem. What in all of existence would there be a possibility to falsify? Is there anything in existence that could falsify evolution? Guess what the answer is?
Right. None.
We're still waiting for an answer. Yep, correct.
Yeah.
So there isn't even
And that's why it's a cult.
Correct.
And because it means nothing, that's why it means everything.
You nailed it. There you go. Right there. Perfectly. Couldn't have said it better myself. Got it.
You just gotta get on the wavelength. When you get on this wavelength of what evolution is. It involves everything. So then we get to see the psychosis up real close and friendly. You get to like look at this psychosis a little bit, go like, wow, what a trip. That's the most astonishing thing I've ever observed as far as phenomenon goes in human beings.
you know what your guys' problem is? You just don't like Kool-Aid. Come on, drink some of the Kool-Aid.
That's true. That's true. If you're not drinking Kool-Aid, yeah, you don't believe in science. Correct.
Yeah, once you get your fill of Kool-Aid, then it doesn't have the appeal anymore. So yeah, but evolution is
now,
still.
Now, Sonny, I'm going to prove you correct now. Now, here's the deal. You just stated that nothing is everything, and I'm going to scientifically prove that that is correct right now. Watch this. I'm going to start with nothing. Okay, I have nothing. Imagine me writing down the word nothing on a piece of paper. Now, next to it, I'm going to write down the word everything. Now, if you notice, the both words have the same ending word in them, which proves not only evolution, but that they are the same. Thank you.
But you don't have nothing. You got the word nothing, which is something. So you have something.
Now I'm going to make a model.
Don't understand science.
I'm going to make a model of that. I'm going to actually draw a diagram. Hold on.
Both words. Listen, I'm going to say this again for you stupid flat earthers that don't believe in science.
Wait a minute, space time. I just knocked some points off. Yeah, so go ahead.
One more time, because you stupid flat earthers don't understand science. The word nothing and the word everything both have thing in them, and therefore not only does that prove they are the same, it proves evolution. Thank you.
Yeah, 100%.
With that logic, no could mean yes, and a lot of really terrible, crazy things could happen after that.
Okay, hold on. I drew a circle. And I put nothing outside the circle. And I put everything inside the circle. How do you think I'm doing so far?
You're definitely proving that the finch's beaks that are very smaller in one part and bigger and stronger in the other side of the little bit of land, that they turn into daisies. You've definitely
now this not only proves that curvature is flat.
Roger, you cannot manipulate nothing. You can.
You need more nothing, though.
Well, somebody just evolved from Roger, which also proves evolution. My goodness.
Now hold on.
You gotta have more than one nothing for evolution.
We're getting somewhere here, I think. With nothing, we're getting somewhere with nothing.
Correct, because everything came from nothing.
We're certainly making quite a lot out of nothing.
Yeah, exactly. So on my diagram, I'm going to bend the whole little notebook I have, and now I have a curved surface with everything inside it, and the circle is now, what would you call that? Like a paper towel. Only going in one direction. So when you're looking out over the ocean, all of a sudden, the notebook springs flat. Oh, it's freaking flat. Measurably flat. Now, when I look away, it curves again. So I can say, oh, it's curved.
Correct. When you're not looking at it, it's curved, and that's how the eye works. When you look at it, because you know what I mean. There's a straight line. Sometimes it depends on how I feel. There's a straight line between your eye and the target, and because the line is straight, you think it looks straight, but when you turn away, it's curved again. Correct.
Yeah. So is this a model? Because I can test it. I can go like when this is flat. I can measure the notebook. It's completely flat. Like I can look right across it, as well as a notebook can be, but generally measurably flat. But every time I bend it, from me, if that bend is perpendicular to my visual line of sight, got that? So then, when we're looking out in the ocean, we have a flat plane. Every time that line is flat.
Wow, and that's
but if I'm bending it,
that only works on a ball, Sunday.
Here's refraction. So if I'm bending it, it only curves in the forward position.
Wow.
But left to right is perfectly flat.
Which means it's a ball, yeah.
So that's what they're going.
Well, how would you explain a horizontal line without the ball? You'd have to show me that. Yeah, you can't do that.
Crazy. Isn't that wild? So that's what they're like using as a model. It's not a model. We went through that last night with QE. So a model has to be testable, right? You have to be you have to be able to make prediction with the model, and you have to be able to manipulate the model, test it through experiment.
Now, wait a minute. Okay, no, this is where my problem comes into play here. My question is trying to find a model with a claim. I need a claim for a model. Tell me what the model is. Ball is not an answer. You have to give me measurements, and you have to tell me when I can see such ball. Then you'd have a model. I don't even have a claim, Sonny. Again, I've been doing this for 5 years. I asked them the same question 5 years in a row. How high do I have to go above the model to see the curvature of the model? I still have. Guess what the answer is, Sonny?
Nah, it can't be given.
There is no answer still. All these questions I have no answers for. Yes, correct. Thank you.
Yep. So
there is no
I would
claim.
like to see a claim. That's been my latest thing. Is I want to see a claim. Like I'm just like, we'll help you find a claim. Like Globers, come in here. If you're just stuck in the live chat on YouTube, come on, get off your little bar stool and come on in and go to speech. I think you're like adult enough. We can have a conversation.
Yeah, if I can have the courage to go outside in public and tell people that the Earth is flat, I'm sure you can have the courage to come in here on the internet and use just your voice to make whatever arguments you want to.
Yes, and there's no problem here. We don't care what you believe in. Like, we're trying not to ridicule people that are believing in things. I know I have a little sarcasm in my voice, but it's just what it is. Like, we don't really care what you believe. So there's an alarm right there. Oh, my alarm's going off. That's time for globe proof. We need the globe proof. The alarm just said so. We need globe proof. Bring a claim.
It's in the textbooks. That's where it is.
Bring the claim. We want to see a claim. XO and I demand to have a claim. Please, we're just going to have a conversation about your claim. We'll help you find it. We'll do this together. We can learn how to find your claim here together. How's that sound?
I don't argue with zealots, is what they'll say. Something like, I don't argue with crazy people. Yeah. That's what Trillian's been telling me lately. I got a lot of these answers. I just don't argue with people that don't believe in science. There's no point in talking to you, Sonny, because you just don't believe in science. I'm not going to talk to you, but I have the evidence, but I don't want to give it to you because I want to keep the evidence to myself, because the globe religion is a very personal belief, and I don't want to share it with everybody.
The beauty is that I used to believe in flat Earth, but now I know the Earth is flat, or at least I know there's no curvature because I measured it for the first time personally 2 days ago.
And because of that, you had to convert to something else after Santa Claus was no longer real. You had to replace that.
I still believe in Santa Claus. He still brings me presents.
Well, that's probably the safest way to go. I mean,
he's more believable than the flat Earth. I mean, than the globe Earth. Sorry, my man.
Literally.
But yeah, no, it was quite a what's the word I'm looking for? Overwhelming experience, actually measuring it for yourself personally. And instead of watching YouTube videos and listening to evidence, actually getting the evidence yourself is actually awesome. And I encourage it to whoever's new to it to actually go and do it yourself. It's really awesome.
Here's what I suggest. I suggest people who think they live in a globe, walk out to the park somewhere, or go somewhere where there's a large tree, or preferably lots of trees. Go find you a nice tree that speaks to you and go sit down on the ground. Sit there for a second and listen to those sounds that are around you and observe the things that are there with you in this forest. Notice how where you're sitting, the relationship between you and the tree, the distance maybe, right? The energy you feel from this. Notice that where you're sitting has not changed since you sat down. Only minor maybe, But in a general sense, you and the tree, where are you? And what is it like there? Do you feel you're spinning anywhere? Have you felt spinning before, like on a merry-go-round? Sure you have. Everyone has. But they're sitting at the tree, you're not spinning. It's not rotating. You're sitting there, things are falling from the tree and settling down, going through the medium, how they do, and generally direct fall, directly straight down. Meanwhile, there's little insects that are sitting there hovering around, moving in any direction they feel like, or whatever's directing them. They're going wherever they want. They go all over the place, in every direction. Like a hummingbird will come down and sit there and hover and look at you. Like, where's rotation in all of that? So go out, have a sit under some trees.
Well, obviously, Sonny, that we know as because
They
we're
hate
scientists.
They hate life, Sonny. That is, they are anti-nature. You talk about nature,
Yeah,
about
you're right.
harmony, about
Anti-nature.
these things.
You're right.
They hate that. They don't want you to do that.
Before I go on my next diatribe, I was going to talk about what Jin CBR just posted, but we have somebody in the chat room. Their name is DeVille, and I would like the DeVille to maybe speak up a little bit. We can have a conversation. Sonny is here. He's the moderator. He will speak to you, and I'm going to go on mute. Sonny, there's DeVille.
Hey, DeVille. Where is that?
Right below you in my stream. I don't know.
Oh,
He's got a cartoon character.
DeVille. Hey, DeVille. How's it going, man? Did
He
you
is
go
VC
through
verified.
VC?
Yep.
Did
He
you
says he's verified.
You checked in with somebody at VC? DeVille, tell us who you were speaking to, could you? In the VC. Who checked you in?
Okay, so he's not going to answer.
Okay.
There's my
Well,
claim.
just speak
There's
up.
my
How
claim.
about mic check? Les Deville, mic check up, please. Can you check your mic for us? Thank you.
My dad used to have a 1964 Cadillac Coupe de Ville in the garage. It was a two-door, the 429. I used to play with it as a kid. You must like Cadillacs too. Thanks.
I grew up like a long time ago with lots of classic cars and stuff. So yeah. How about DeVille? Anyway, my alarm was actually for laundry. So see, evolution came back and went forward to the present from the past and told me that no, it wasn't time yet for globe proof.
Yes, that would be called the uniformitarianistic principles of washing machines, which only work on a ball that evolves. Correct.
Yeah.
It comes and goes in cycles.
Yeah, that's right.
Exactly right. Yep. How could you explain the cycles in a washing machine if we don't go through these uniformitarianistic principles? Yeah, you guys got to stop hiding from these difficult questions.
Right when I was about to jump up, and Exo said that I'm going to moderate the conversation. So like, evolution came and said, no, sit back down. It's almost ready. You have to wait for the right space-time moment to occur for the laundry. Evolution will give you a clue as to when that is.
Yes.
So it wasn't time. I
Yes.
had to sit and wait and talk about DeVille.
Yeah, and your kids from now will
gravity cycle, because when the washing machine spins like that, it pushes all the clothes to the outside of the washing machine, and that proves gravity.
Precisely.
Well, yeah, and it's a product of evolution. That spinning part and the gravity inside the dryer. So that's product of. But see, the washing machine didn't actually exist until I went down and put the money in it and the clothes. Then it existed. Now, when I came back up to my room, it doesn't exist anymore. But it's still spinning.
The clothes inside your washing machine, they are sitting still. And your house with the machine is spinning around.
It's Schrodinger's washing machine.
Schrodinger washing machine. Yeah, and it probably is the building spinning and not the machine itself. So
Is your guys' evolution just slower up that side? Because my clothes have evolved that they don't even get dirty anymore.
That's relativistic evolution.
Yeah, they evolved to stay clean.
Yeah, mine have evolved to stay clean. I don't even have to wash my clothes animore.
Wow.
Well, you're in Australia. What?
No. I'm South Africa, Cape Town.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
you must be covered with the good bacteria.
I knew that you were that. I knew you were that far south, and you're spinning much slower. Therefore, evolution is faster. Thank you.
Ah, okay, that makes sense. But remember, I'm ahead of time as well.
Slower, even though it's faster, it's slower.
Correct. It's slower and faster at the same time. Are you guys stupid? Don't understand how science works? Duh.
Yeah. You have to reverse the centrifugal, something that is a thought, centripetal, and so that changes as you move around, like your speed, and it's changing so that you don't notice it at all. No matter if you go into a different latitude, 1,200 miles to the south or north of you, then you're not feeling a difference in the speed because it's adjusting. Variable control. You think I'm kidding, huh?
And Sonny, I just want to point out, Sonny, that I made a prediction earlier, and it's not that I can read minds. It's actually you just get really lucky when you're highly evolved, and I'm just so highly evolved that I'm always making these predictions correct, and I know what they're going to do and what they're not going to do, and they're not going to give you an actual claim based on reality. That's why we're still waiting for it. So again, 15 minutes ago, we asked these people in the chat just to give us a claim, and you'll notice that we still don't have the. Thanks. Evolution.
Hear ye, hear ye.
And also, Sonny, just for their sake, I'll just help them out because I can make a prediction. I'm going to say that the Earth is a ball and the sun is going to rise tomorrow. And if it does, therefore, the Earth is a ball. And you can only make that prediction if you're living on a ball. Thank you.
It's funny how I can catch a mosquito in its flight. And when I open my fist, then it continues flying.
Mm-hmm.
But I didn't felt it flying inside my fist at all. I mean, I didn't even felt mosquito at all in my hand. But if I throw a grain of sand in my hand, I feel it. So I can't say that I don't have feelings that kind of. It's funny, interesting.
Schrodinger's mosquito.
Yeah.
Well, you have to realize that real quick is that is a form of adaptation because you are now able to interact with the mosquitoes, which before you were born, you weren't able to do that when you didn't exist. But now, since you are able to do it after you're born, that's called adaptation. You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Exo.
Yes, that is the key to evolution, adaptation.
Yeah.
And you just proved it. Thank you.
Like
and there's millions of atheists
evolution
that are
is
excited.
everything. Sounds like everything.
Exactly. Yep. Exactly.
You
right.
like
Yeah,
those
just
little-
nothing is everything.
You like those little
gravity
stingers that have a
system.
delayed. Oh, I'm sorry, get. I didn't mean to
No,
cut you
go
off.
ahead.
You like those little stingers, huh? They have a delayed reaction.
Is Juice still here? Because I want to find out how the planes land from on a north to south runway. I want to know.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, he's
Hey,
no,
perfect,
not
perfect.
you. I want to hear from a baller.
Wait, Bierman.
Yeah,
have
we
you
certainly
seen?
need to.
Wait, Bierman. I got to tell you because it came up as soon as you said that. Have you seen Brian Mullins flying planes flying?
No.
You haven't? I'll put that in the live stream so you can look at that. And if you haven't seen my channel, you got to watch my channel before they take it down completely. Right now, it seems to be in a dusty back corner room in the basement of a mud flutter.
Are you posting it into the text chat?
Yeah.
Alright.
I'll put my
And then DM me
channel
your link as well. Yeah, you can send me your link as well. Yeah, I'm busy. I created a channel which I'm going to put some of my findings. In Cape Town, but I'll post it eventually.
I already gave you my link to my Flat Earth 2017. Yeah, Flat Earth 2017 Consciousness. That's my channel.
Oh, then I might have already.
It's in your DM already.
Yeah, it must be.
I'll just look at your messages.
Yeah, I'm going through there now. I get a lot of DMs.
Yeah, me too.
Let me just see where this is, though.
Have to ignore some of them. I hate to say it, I
got Sunny on the plane.
Send me. Yeah, that's me. Huh.
Got you.
Yeah, I have like 190 videos from some of them going way back, but also I subscribe to like almost 200 other channels. So if you go to my YouTube channel and you click on subscribe, then you should see that
got you.
Someone, right? If you look at all the subscriptions, if you can look at my subscriptions, you see all those other channels. Freaking, they're removing channels though. Sometimes as many as a half a dozen a month. Remove channels, along with the videos that were associated with them. So that's been interesting to see. Where did that go?
Yeah, I subbed on my personal channel. I'll eventually get my Flat Earth channel up and running, and I'll share that stuff.
Whoa. Oh, I just got 2 new subscribers. Thanks.
Yeah, that was me. One of them was me.
Let's see. I just want to see if they'll even let my channel get up to 1,000. It's been years. I've had this channel since 2017. Since I first discovered Flat Earth, I started the channel immediately.
I used to do motovlogging and shit, so mine is just surfing and random shit with my wife.
Hey, Sonny.
Huh?
How about Platypus the other night? I mean, talk about he jumped off a bridge with a rope attached to his neck. That was one of the funniest things ever. The guy said that seagulls are able to eat birds, and that's adaptation. So because they changed their diets, so when I go to Japan and start eating Japanese food, that's evolution. Thanks.
Oh my God, it's so crazy, man. I can't even hardly.
Right, I can't make this up. So I can't come up with these ideas, guys. I don't have the brain. I'm not a smart person. I just listen to what these people tell me. Okay, let me get this straight. You're telling me that the bird stopped eating fish and the only food source was bird. Now watch this, Sonny. Did it already have the ability to eat birds, or did it start eating birds and then it died and then its children could eat birds? Or no, it ate birds and then survived. What happened here? Sonny, did it eat birds and survived?
I don't know, man.
Yeah, well, I know. What's the answer? Up is down, right? So let's help them out. Let's hold them by the hand, right? Platypus needs all the help he can get. So the bird survived. Okay, very good, Platypus. Right? The bird survived. Therefore, you ask the evolutionist or the atheist psychopath, did it already have the ability or not? And they're obviously, the only answer is yes, it already had the ability to eat birds, just like I already have the ability to go to Japan and have a sit down, and Jin CBR and I can eat the same meal, even though I'm from Southern Arizona. And guess what happens? If I don't already have the ability, let's say something bad happens and I get sick and almost die eating the Japanese food. Let's just hypothetically, I don't like sushi that much. I eat the Japanese fish and I almost die. Is that adaptation?
It should.
Yes, it is. Absolutely, it is.
Well, the thing about this is, whatever XO and I are saying about this evolution thing, it has to be true. It basically this is the doctrine. So if you think it sounds a little bit nutty, yeah, it does. It is, but it's true nonetheless. They have to go along.
Right. They're going to claim then, Sonny, right? They're going to claim, yes, I almost died. And because I didn't die and I was able to survive, that's adaptation. That's what they will claim. And then I'll say, okay, what would happen if I died? Let's say I didn't survive. I ate the food, got sick, and died. Is it still adaptation? Then they'll say, if they're smart, if they're really smart and possessed with enough demons, they'll say, no, that's natural selection, which also proves evolution. Thank you.
But at the core root, what is the evolution? Is it genetic mutations?
It's everything. Haven't you listened to Sonny and Drace and the guy? That's everything. Evolution is everything, bro. That's what they say.
I mean, but when the DNA, there is that genetic process when you have mutations, and that's I think the entropy is the only thing that is the DNA is altering, is changing. In fact, it's not altering. It's the only changing process of the DNA, the mutation. And are these mutations positive, any of them?
Well, they'll tell you that most mutations are harmful, but given enough time, if you have enough harmful mutations, it leads to something good. Why is that so hard for you to understand? Why can't you just understand science?
Yeah, sorry.
Yes. Why can't you understand science? I tell you, crazy flat earthers, don't listen. If you have enough problems, it's just like math. Don't you believe in algebra? If you do a negative, then a negative times a negative equals a positive. Why don't you people get that's how evolution works? My goodness, you people are stupid.
Well, really more. You're just stating a minute ago. Platypus said last night. I just want to point out to anyone who's listening that Platypus was not parroting correctly.
Hold on, let him finish.
To make sure, and disprove properly parroted. It's correct. That guy who even.
Absolutely true. Everything you said is true. Everything that nobody could hear and understand because you were roboting, and it was true because that's what evolution is. So, not only did Orion just say whatever he said was true because it proves evolution, but also the fact that his microphone is failing. That's also how evolution works. And now his microphone is going to self-correct, and now he actually has a much better microphone. Watch. Go ahead, Orion. Speak.
It evolved so well it doesn't work anymore.
That's evolution. There's no microphone at all. That's evolution too. There you go. The microphone
natural selection. That's natural selection.
Exactly right. Natural selection. It went away. Yeah. Correct. And here he comes. Oh, and now he's back. That's evolution. Go ahead, Orion.
Wait. Can you hear me now? Is it good now?
Of course. Evolution has 100% improved.
I told you his mic was going to get better. Evolved. Yep. Confirmed.
Yeah. I was just saying. What you said that. Platypus said last night, if that's what he really said. I was just pointing out that he was parroting the doctrine. He was parroting the pseudoscience incorrectly. So I was just clarifying that, like he's not even saying it correctly, but it's wrong anyway. Even if he was saying it correctly, it'd be incorrect anyway because we didn't come from monkeys. Personally, I think that the evolutionary process may in fact be a real thing, even the way they describe it, but even if it is, that doesn't prove, man came from monkeys.
Well, first you'd have to have a process to describe, which you do not. So you can't make a claim about something that doesn't even have an explanation at all. That's the problem here. There's a million trillion problems anytime you go down this line of thinking because you're just falling off the stupid tree, hitting every literal branch on the way down. There's no way around it. If something already has the abilities, which is the necessary antecedent of the fact that it's living, then that means that it can't evolve. That means it already had to have the ability from the first place. So just the fact that things exist destroy evolution. That it already had to exist correctly from the beginning. So everything we see in nature is the polar opposite from whatever evolutionary paradigm. Pick one out of the millions. They're all wrong. And that's why there's no truth. That's why you don't have a claim, because again, everything is just evolution. Just declare that everything is evolution. That's what they do.
Okay, yeah. But hold on. I think you might be I think you might be getting what they're claiming incorrectly. When I brought this up to QE, he pointed out to me that it just all comes down to epistemology and how do you know what you know, and that, so it might be real, might not be real, but pretty damn hard to prove it that it's real. But what I'm saying is what you were just saying though about with the seagull and crap like that. The part that you left out though is that it's not one seagull. It's two seagulls that came from the same nest. They were born out of the same nest, or raised in the same nest, and one of them had one physical feature or mental feature or whatever, or some kind of feature that was different from the other. And then because of that feature, one of them died and didn't manage to reproduce later, and the other one did. So I just wanted to point out you're leaving out that part. But I mean, again, it still doesn't mean that man came from monkeys.
Well, the problem with that is that just saying that there's a new feature is not even a claim. That's just an expression of words to hide from the claim. The problem is that there has to be a claim of an event happening, such as I grew a new appendage and it shoots fire, therefore I don't need a stove anymore and we can save money on the electric bill. That's a form of adaptation. You see, I had to give you an event. There isn't
but hold on a second. Hold on. We can prove this with plants and dogs though.
No, you can't.
So what I'm saying is what I just described and what you just described with the seagull or whatever, that would just be nature and the creator doing its thing and just life playing its way with no manipulation with humanity. But nonetheless, it would be, something that, I don't know, maybe you could, catalog it or whatever properly. But the point I'm trying to make is like take, for instance, we have all these dogs, like a bulldog, that, God didn't make that way. Let's be honest, we did
originally,
and we did it with selective breeding. And so what I'm saying is, it's not like if you have a male and a female of one species or another get together and have offspring,
correct.
I don't know. I'm getting a little confused on what we're talking about here. Never mind.
No, it's okay. But here's my point: is that is true, and that is still the opposite of evolution and the opposite of adaptation. Everything we see in nature, the mechanisms are already there. So the moment you say it adapted, you just deny nature. That's not how nature works. Nature.
Well, yeah. Well, wait. Hold on. Wait. I just realized what I'm trying to say. So, in the case of the bulldog or any other kind of small dog that is pretty damn far from a wolf or whatever. That's us forcing the evolutionary process. You understand that?
No, it's not evolutionary though. It's not.
Well, I know. I'm not. I know. I realize that, but I'm not very good. I don't have a very high vocabulary, so I'm just saying it that way for the sake of the argument. But what I'm saying is, it's not to say that can't happen by itself, or not that, but I mean something similar can't happen as time goes on with the way nature plays out. I mean, if we can do that, if we can make a bulldog out of a wolf, then who's to say that mankind and the other animals can't gradually change as time goes by? But again, doesn't mean that monkeys doesn't mean we came from monkeys.
Let me show an example. Well, the problem is that if anybody is claiming that things aren't changing, then they're still wrong. Things are changing. That's my claim, because they are changing. That's the opposite of evolution. Evolution needs to make things change into something that did not exist before. That's what we do not experience. So there is no evolution. There is no adaptation. All of those things are an already existing system or manipulated by man. So man can manipulate an already existing reproductive system of a group of dogs, and that's still not evolution and not adaptation. That's the opposite.
Oh, wait. So you're saying that evolution, by definition, you'd have to go from one species to another species, while a bulldog and a wolf are still the same species.
No. It's much worse than that. No, the point is that there is not even adaptation in nature. Evolution isn't even a real thing. There's no such thing as evolution in nature. Now, the term evolution has different meanings, just like I'm running, or my car can run, or my heart can race, I can race, my car can race. There's different meanings to the word. The biological evolution does not exist. There's no such thing as evolving or adapting. The reason I use the word adaptation is because a lot of people still believe in adaptation. Even so-called creationists, I don't use the term, so-called believers in the Bible, the Quran, they'll say that adaptation is true, but not evolution. The reason I try to go down this rabbit hole for people is to show them that no, adaptation is also fictitious, and once you say adaptation is real, you just lost the conversation and you just conceded to evolution. That's the point.
What about hybrid? Does that make any sense? Hybrid? I mean, or is that just another
hybrid? Yeah, give me some examples. Yeah, give me some examples of the hybrids, Jen.
Well, I'm just talking about like the botanists when they do their plants.
Sure.
And maybe talking about breeding dogs, maybe. I mean, I don't know.
Sure. Yep, that's true. So, right. That is true. So we can, in captivity, which is not nature. So let's allow them to hide from nature. We'll go to captivity. We'll go to the science lab. And just like the gentleman said, Orion, we have a liger, right? When you have a tiger and a lion get together. And now we have a liger that is, again, normal reproduction, because we gave the opportunity for the two animals to get together and use their systems that already existed. And I guarantee the liger, watch this, the liger, which is the hybrid, its gene pool is still 100% dependent on the already existing functioning gene pool of its parents. No adaptation.
Wait, hold on. Are you saying the liger can have children? Because to the best of my knowledge, the ligers can't reproduce. Kind of like a donkey.
It doesn't matter if they can or can't. It doesn't help your claim. It doesn't matter.
Okay. I thought that's what you were saying.
Okay, watch this. So let's say the liger can reproduce. Well, perfect. It already had the system. Let's say it can't reproduce. Well, that's too bad. It lost the ability. Both do not help adaptation or evolution. That's why I try to break this down, because the truth is simplified. The truth isn't complicated. And I notice a lot of smart people, and again, I'm not saying I'm smart, a lot of smart people have problems with this because of the terms that they've misused, and they've brainwashed with these ideologies. And there's even members, on this Discord right now that could tell you that maybe even a couple of weeks ago they didn't know that, because again, we've been lied to. We don't even know what these words mean. What does adaptation mean? What does genetic adaptation mean? It means new features. It means they have to gain a new ability, which is not just adaptation. That's evolution. So they admit, again, remember, this is their evolutionary claim. They admit they require adaptation. So I don't even have to use the word evolution. I stand on my firm ground and I go, just give me an example of adaptation in nature, and I will give you every single evolutionary paradigm you want to believe in. And they can't. That's the point. There isn't a single example of adaptation. Watch. Just ask an atheist or anybody to give you a fictitious example of adaptation. Watch the last begin.
So what's going on is genetic manipulation. They do that, don't they? Kind of. Yeah.
Correct. Yep. Exactly, Jen. They'll take remember, guys, they take already existing systems and then they use those systems to continue to base that off the original systems. So no adaptation, no evolution. And it took a laboratory or intelligent people to make the hybrid. Yeah.
Yeah, the left are making themselves evolve to be even more stupid and disgusting.
Right.
Yeah.
Remember, they'll use a different term, Jen. They'll say, well, isn't your car running, therefore you're running? You see, there's two different types of running. See, that's what they'll do.
That's right.
Right, because let's say so let me give an example as far as musicians, right? I've evolved as a musician. Let's go back 30 years. When I was 10 years old, I started playing guitar. By the time I was 20 years old, I evolved with my music, and I was able to play several songs, including maybe Toccata and Fugue and the 10th Caprice by Paganini and all that. That means I evolved in music. But that has nothing to do with biological evolution. Just because I can evolve, right, my music ability, or I can learn new things, or I can play the guitar, you can call that evolution, which has nothing to do with biological evolution. So just because my car is running doesn't mean I'm running. Thanks.
Yeah, that's right.
And all genetic modifications are mutations. They are not adaptations. They are not new information. They are actually lost.
Yeah. Right, gentlemen. Now that whilst you're all here now and you're all fired up, I want to ask you guys a question, okay? Because you know, this space tourism is now, going at breakneck speeds. Next month we got this Jeff Bezos supposed to be going to the Kármán line. Yeah. Now, Richard Branson got his license the other day, so he can start his space tourism with his Virgin Galactic rocket. Now, they've done 6 tests in 5 years. Would you get on a plane in a couple of months and get on it? Would you get on it?
Of course, because it's just in the Hollywood studio.
No. I will ask for the ticket refund. I prefer the money.
Yeah, you know, they've done six flights in 5 years. Huh? And they didn't go to the Kármán line. They went 55 miles up. So they never went into space because space officially starts at 62 miles, 100 kilometers.
They're doing a right.
Do you have to be a Freemason to buy a ticket?
Yeah.
No, but they're doing it right on the ISS, and they never did any tests, and they just built it up right there, and then they did it right. So
yeah, it's fucking mad, isn't it?
Yeah, it is fucking insane.
Yeah,
this sounds
they got 600
like
paying customers.
Sorry,
Virgin
James.
Atlantic. Sorry, yeah, go on, Biget.
This sounds something like they invented the cars in the 1900s, and only in the late 80s they started testing the seat belts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Volvo championed that anyway, wasn't it? Like, Volvo was responsible for the seatbelts, really. Yeah, can you believe that? It's 6 flights. They're going to do a couple of more tests, and then that's it. They're going to start. Passengers are going to be going up.
Well, they only did a few tests with the whole V thing that's going around at the moment, and apparently that's going to help everyone. So they don't need many tests. The elite are happy with what they got.
No, the test was the Challenger mission. I mean, if something goes wrong, you know that gonna go wrong. So
yeah, you got a twin anyway. That's fine. No, you got a twin, so you'll be fine.
Yeah, twin. That too, yeah.
Yeah, and then if you look at, I posted the article from the BBC. There's a short 1 minute, I think 40 seconds video. Look at it and tell me if that ain't CGI. Something's wrong, man. The Earth. It's interesting. It's definitely interesting the way they're acting. He's got 600 customers waiting to go. Movie stars, musicians, pop stars, they're all waiting.
That Jeff Bezos' ship looks like a real fucking massive dildo.
It does, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Vibrating dildo. Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah, they're
exactly
taking
what I thought. That's exactly what I thought, though. Yeah, I thought the same thing.
So it flew only above New Mexico.
Yeah.
It doesn't fly around the world.
No, it can't because it doesn't have enough fuel, does it? It gets carried up, so it gets lifted up.
How much is the ticket?
Oh, someone paid over £200,000 or $200,000.
What? They don't have enough fuel with that money?
It's not that big, that thing, is it? And so it gets carried up to like what they say 13 what is it, 13 kilometers. That works out to be about 7 miles, let's say, right?
Well,
and then they release it.
Low.
Yeah, and that's it. And then they release it, and then the rockets fire, right? And that means that the rockets have to be pushing up over here, because if it was in a vacuum, that wouldn't happen, right? So there you go, right? The rockets are fired, the rocket fires, and then it climbs up, it ascends rapidly to where they took it as far as 55 miles up, they said. But if you look at the video, that's suspect. The video is suspect.
Yeah, I don't think it's worth it unless you can drive a Tesla in space.
Yeah,
I guess, that's one thing that the Tesla floating up there, I guess that's one thing that the rockets would have to push off of, as opposed to nothing, pushing off of nothing.
Yeah, you can push off of the Tesla car, yeah.
Yeah, when you
That's
want
right.
to go into space, you have to signal left, right, when you take over the Tesla car from space.
Yeah.
I mean,
I wonder what
when you
physical
switch
training they're going to have to
lanes,
undergo.
Yeah.
They've got to go through some kind of
I'm going to help you.
physical
Well, Jen.
training.
Well, yeah, Jen. Have you ever tried to put a square peg through a round hole?
Yeah, I've done it. Yeah, I smashed it in. My teacher.
That's about the limit to their training expertise. Yeah.
Yeah.
Gotta love that image of the curvature of the Earth there. That's 100%.
Yeah.
And then they have to.
Now, I got to point something out, Jen. I got to point something out now about this rocket. Is that I've been asking if maybe you guys can get a GoFundMe for NASA or SpaceX or whoever this is, because they can't afford to buy a cell phone to videotape their own flight. So could you guys donate a cell phone to these people so that we can at least get a video claim of them going to space? Because so far, again, we've been doing the space travel for 50 years. We don't have a single video of actually going from Earth to space still. And it's, there's only been how many launches? So you got to start a GoFundMe and give NASA more of your money so that they can afford to buy a cell phone. Thanks.
Yeah, that's right. Because in that video, basically, it's taking off. Next flash, you're in space, just like that. That's it. You don't see the transition.
Darn it!
You don't see that.
Darn it! Nobody predicted that, Jen. Darn it! Yeah.
There's a guy that wants to get VC checked in. I don't know if you guys saw that in the checks chat.
Yeah, he wants to join in the conversation.
Why didn't I go through that process? I just joined. I joined the comms and I was fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, it confuses me too. I never went to that thing either.
Yeah, it's a bit strange.
Something. Well, there's many roads to the Flat Earth Discord. There are many roads. I mean, a regular jet airline, right? Passenger jet airliner. They must put those through some vigorous tests before we start flying on them, surely. Yeah? What do you reckon? I mean, 5 tests, 6 tests in 5 years. That's not testing, is it? That wouldn't constitute a safety test in my book. You got to have hundreds and hundreds of. You got to have. Okay, maybe I've exaggerated with the hundreds, but you've got to go into at least 20 to 30 flights. No, am I wrong?
Yeah, dude. Normal medicine. They take, I think, 10 years. They find a cure for something, or they find something that helps with just normal medicine. Like, for instance, if you've got a headache, and it takes 10 years before it gets to the shelf, if I'm not mistaken, and they want to allow this after 6 little trips. It's an absolute joke.
6 trips in 5 years, yeah. So
it's a joke.
One year visit, bloody joke. Or just one a year. One a year. I don't know why they're going with that. That's just crazy.
Hey there. Really quick, there's somebody in VC check-in right now that I just checked in. I don't know if there's any mods in here, but if we could get him a VC check-in role, that would be sweet. His name is SYM.
Yeah, sure. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, where are the mods?
I guess I'm going to have to go back to the YouTube chat and the Discord chat and read the little kindergarten letters from the Globers since they can't get in front of the class and read them themselves. Thanks.
Yeah, read their letters to Santa Claus too.
Don't read mine. I want naughty things from Santa.
I'm sure there'll be a diamond somewhere in that bowl.
Oh, we have a winner. I just spun the ball on my desk and I got a piece of paper out. Let's see who the lucky winner is. Right down there to the YouTube sections. Thank you, Helioskepta, for giving these students the opportunity to express their religion. Let's see what he says again. I think his name is Dart. He says, what 3 words, emergency services app, how will that work without satellites on flat Earth? Wow, that's amazing, guys. Yeah, how do you guys type things on screens if the Earth isn't flat? Can you explain that?
No, but
this guy's smart. I don't have an answer, guys. I think we better wrap it up. In fact, I was never here. Sorry.
You're looking through a transparent screen. You can't see colors, so you can't see any writing. Remember?
That's right. Actually, how do you see the colors? Your screen is transparent. We just talked to a Glober earlier that said, how could you see the color of the water in the firmament if the firmament is transparent? I'm not.
Hey, wait a second.
Yeah.
Well, it's because it's bloody.
Wait a second. You should say to him he should find somebody, a technician in that field that he was just talking about, and then ask them. Why the hell would you want to ask a flat earther or a globe earther about that? Like, go find someone who's an expert in that field and ask them.
Well, they live in a world where you can be the X-Men and you can just do anything, apparently. As soon as the globe Earth is off the table, then we actually turn into X-Men. I just want you to know that. But the problem here is that this guy isn't even forming a coherent question. Like, how do I use an app and how is that possible without satellites? Well, that's funny because the FBI, Federal Bureau of Investigation, when trying to locate people, they use this thing called triangulation, which is dependent on cell towers. They never mention satellites in any of the findings. They say that we can find somebody if they have their cell phone because we can ping the phone using cell towers. And sometimes we can't do that because when they go out into the desert, there's no cell towers. Gosh, that's so weird, guys. Why don't the satellites follow you out to the desert? Apparently, satellites only exist over cities and certain parts of water. That's amazing. Sorry.
Yeah, it is.
Because there's not enough gravity out there.
They have to spread some more gravity around.
Well, also, it's too hot. It's too hot in the deserts for satellites to be in the desert. So that's the real truth.
Yeah, we need to subsidize gravity.
Well, the desert hasn't evolved yet. The desert has to.
Let me just help this guy out because I know what his next question is going to be. So let me just ask it for everybody. How come there's no flat maps? Thanks. A moment of silence. Thank you.
Wow. A moment of silence for the globe.
No, you guys are hiding from the question. Why are there no flat maps? Nobody's ever used a map. If you get inside of a car and you check the glove box of most vehicles, they have a globe inside the glove box. Do you guys know that?
Come on.
Yeah, I actually have one.
Apparently, nobody's ever used flat maps. I mean, this is their claim. I don't know where to go with this. Where do I go?
I was trying so hard not to laugh, bro.
Yeah, you stupid flat earthers are hiding from the question. I asked you, why are there no flat maps? And you're not answering me.
They're nothing but flat. That's the thing. They're nothing but flat.
Jen, you're lying and you're hiding from the question. Stop hiding from the question. There was a situation yesterday. Was it yesterday or the day before? Indio got involved. Crypto got involved. Who was the other? Memes got involved. You might have been there, Jen. There was a guy that kept asking, well, how do you explain all the different races? And every time we gave him an answer, Jen, he would say, well, that's not an answer to my question.
Oh,
every time you tell me, remember this guy? Yeah, remember him?
That was painful, dude. That was painful.
Yes, you were there. That's right, Bill.
Yeah, I was listening. Yeah.
Well,
dude, and I gave him 100% proof. I knew someone fucking whose parents, both his parents, had a white and black person. I'm from South Africa. We mixed generation, yeah. And both his parents, from his mother's side and his father's side, his grandparents were black, white, black, white. His parents were both white. He came out black. And he was not adopted. And he's telling us his race.
Yeah, you're not answering. Yeah, you're not answering my question. That's what he said.
Yeah. I'm not answering his question.
You're not answering.
I
my
knew
question.
him personally. He was a friend of mine.
Is that an example of recessive DNA?
I'm not too sure what the example is, but that was just proving that race is not a thing. I'm not going to say proving it, but what I'm trying to say is that you don't have to be black to bring out a black, or like an African to bring out an African. You can be a European to bring out.
Bro, what did that have to do with anything that had to do with the maps, bro? We were talking about the
No. He's talking about no. He asked a question about the guy from yesterday.
Reload.
Enoch, he asked a question from yesterday. So
I'm a fast reloader, Enoch. I changed magazines.
Okay. My bad. I remember the guy.
Yeah. So correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't it, or at least I was taught this in school? So fuck if I know if it's true or not. So I'll just ask you guys. Isn't it true that half of your DNA is only there to be passed on to the next generation, and then the other half of your DNA is reflected in your actual physical body? So what I'm saying is that guy's parents, his white parents, their recessive DNA had the DNA in it that would make you have black skin. So even though they didn't have black skin themselves, that recessive DNA passed on to the next generation. Their son gave him the ability, the potential to have black skin with that DNA not being in his body.
But he came out full on African, like full on 100%.
Exactly. Like full on black as opposed to full on white. And as far as I know, it could do recessive DNA, and how it functions can do exactly that. It just skips a generation. It just can't skip more than one. So for him to be black and for recessive DNA to do that, his grandparents, as far as I know, would have to be black. Yeah. Or at least have that DNA. Or maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it wouldn't have to be active.
No,
maybe
that's correct.
Even more than one.
He didn't come out Chinese, put it that way. It was, the code was still there, if that makes sense.
The code was still there. That's a good way to put it.
I was trying to find a point to the conversation because, again, an hour had gone by and I knew nobody even knew what the guy's claim was. I stopped talking to him after a few minutes.
That's right.
Moderators started coming in, Jen, because they're like, why is this guy doing this? So one moderator comes in, starts the conversation to go. Exactly same thing happens. We go around in a circle. We come back. The guy says, well, that doesn't answer my question. Another moderator comes in. Here comes Indio. He starts talking about, bro, what are you doing? The guy said the word race like 1,000 times. Every time he would say race, Indio would go, okay, take a drink. Like we were having a drinking game. Every time the guy said race, everybody would take a shot or something. It was absolute insanity. So an hour and a half goes by and I go, Indio, let me ask Indio, the moderator, something. I go, Indio, do you know what his claim is? And Indio goes, no, I don't. I go,
nobody knew what his claim was.
That's what we've been doing for an hour and a half sitting here. We're going on the merry-go-round, guys. Just hold on tight to the unicorns, and they're real. They just look like plastic. And we go around this circle over and over again, and it's like, guys, it's been an hour and a half, and I can't get the guy to make a claim, and he's saying that every single time I give him an answer, he says that's not an answer. Every single time. And this guy's saying he's a flat earther. I don't understand how people can think that way or function that way. Now, if they do, that's fine. But there was something facetious behind it. And let me explain why I know this is because he mentioned the Bible early. Remember, I wait for somebody else to bring it up usually. He mentioned the part of the Bible in Genesis, and he goes, well, it doesn't say anything in Genesis about this. I go, yes, it does, called the Tower of Babel. He goes, oh, no, the Tower of Babel, it doesn't explain how we got the genetics. I go, it says in the chapter before it, which is 10, it says these are the generations of Noah, and it names like 30 different families. I'm like, these are 30 different groups of people that existed before the Tower of Babel. And I go, they were all of one language. Hear me, guys, watch this. I go, they were all of one language. There was 30 different cultures. An hour later, he goes, well, you said they all had the same language. I knew at that point He said he was saying that I was claiming that they had different languages. He was completely missing everything I was saying. And my point is, I don't understand what that guy. I will never know what that guy was trying to do. What was he trying to do? We'll never know.
So, Jin, you can probably agree with me on this one. When Prince Harry had the child with, what's his wife's name? That actress.
Yeah, I know who you might. I've forgotten her name.
Yeah, when they had Archie, there was a big speculation: is the kid going to come out black? That was a big issue.
Yeah,
admit.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't even know why they had to go down that road and make a big thing out of it.
There's always going to be that issue. There's always going to be a racial issue in inverted commas, but that was an issue.
Yeah.
So there's another thing, dude. Both of them are white. But there was a chance that's going to come out black, and that would have been an issue for.
Well, no, she's half mixed herself. You see.
Yeah, she's half mixed, but her mother's black and her father's white. But I'm saying there's another chance that the kid could come out black, and I think that was a big issue that they had. But that was just more thing to show that a human doesn't bring out a race. A human brings out a human. It doesn't bring out a dog. It doesn't bring out a daisy. It doesn't bring out a clamshell. It brings out another fucking human.
I just think the Poxymoron media just played it. You know, they were the instigators of all this nonsense because it's nonsense, really.
Dude, and no one can play the race game as well as South Africa can. So let's not even go there.
Yeah.
Exo, I know what his claim was. His claim was that depending on your geographical area, that would determine what genetics would manifest, and that's where you would get your quote-unquote race. I listened to about an hour of that, and I just listening, not talking. That was his claim.
Well, then he lied. And let me give you an example, because let's do this as far as people. Watch this. People live at higher altitudes in some places. Everybody always wants to bring this up as an example of adaptation. So let me give you the full picture, and we're going to extrapolate on the actual events and some sort of I have to imagine it, right? Because we weren't there when they traversed these Alps and then lived in these high altitudes. So let's just say there's 300 people, and they, of course, are traveling to a different area. They come from a warm place, and now these people, we'll call them the Babel family, and they're going to a very cold climate that's very high up. Well, during this treacherous trip, they lose many family members. Let's say they lose 20 in the first year. The next year, they lose another 20, and so on and so forth. And eventually, we're down to only about 150. We've lost half of this group that have made it to this region, which is much higher and much colder. And now we are going to make camp. Now it's so cold. Now the winter comes, and it gets even colder, and we lose even more people. And now we're down to only 100 people. We started from 300. Now we only have 100 surviving. Thank God that everybody stopped dying. We have 100 people now that live. The people that live there now start making babies. I know this is complicated if you believe in evolution. Yeah, so the people that were already there start making babies. And guess what? The babies came from the people that already had the ability to survive. The babies didn't come from the people that died. Just for the record, okay? Do you think the people that died made babies? No, the people that survived, which means the people that survived already had the ability to live in the new environment. No adaptation, let alone evolution. Thanks.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh man, I thought you were having a debate with
that
Elbow,
sounds like survival of the fittest.
I did, Elbow. How'd you know that?
You are?
What about adaptation?
I thought you were hot micing. What'd you say, Elbow? Elbow, you're hot micing. Yeah, whatever it is, sure, get me one.
What about?
I'll have two. Yeah, the question was, what about adaptation? That was the question, wasn't it?
Ooh, yeah, what about?
So I was asking. I looked up and I thought you were debating against Bobbio's dad.
Did that ever happen?
Well, that's evolution. Yeah, when is Bobbio's dad going to show up? Does he still need time to evolve? Let's give him all the time he needs.
What about when? Okay, like let's
I love
say.
this topic. Go ahead.
A wild. Like
yes, real example.
Species of dog.
Well, give me the animal. Make it just. You got to pick an animal. You got to pick something real. I know it's tough,
Yeah.
When it comes to evolution, I know when it comes to evolution, it's hard finding real examples, but just try. Yeah, bear with.
Yeah.
Go with the flamingo.
Okay. A wild dog, right?
A dingo. Yep. Go ahead.
He'll have to adapt and evolve over time.
He does.
And
does he have to adapt? You're saying he does have to adapt and evolve over time. That's the statement, right?
No. Only in one part of the world, right?
I don't know. I would say what's going on. I would say let's look at the animal. Where is he at? Let's watch him adapt or evolve. So you got to pick a location now.
Let's say Antarctica. Okay.
Was he born there or did he move there?
Let's say he was born there.
Perfect. Go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah. So.
Yes.
He was born there.
Yes, sir.
But him and his mate had a litter, and only some of them survived. Right.
Amen. Yes, he found a wife, got lucky, found a wife in Antarctica. That's amazing. And then they were able to procreate, which is awesome. So that proves they were both also compatible already. This is a dingo and another dog-like creature of some sort. We haven't identified. Let's just say it's a wolf. Let's say a dingo and a wolf.
Yeah, let's say it's a wolf. Yeah.
They met up so they had a rendezvous in Antarctica. Now the dingo and the wolf are going to have babies. Now we have these 5 babies, a black one, a white one, a gray one, and a brown one, and a red one. Okay, so now we got the wolf dingo cubs. What's the next step? What happens?
Okay, so
they're called go wolves.
The parents,
there you go. We got the go wolves. Perfect. Okay, go ahead.
The parents couldn't survive.
Okay.
The harsh environment.
Okay, very good.
So the
let's finish. Keep going. Yep.
So the litter had to adapt to survive, right?
No, they couldn't. They had to already have the ability to survive by necessary antecedent or they're dead. Period. No exception.
Yeah.
Even if my parents died, let's say Jim, watch this. If my parents died, but I'm able to survive, that means I already have the ability. Doesn't matter what happened to my parents.
Yeah.
I already have the ability to survive.
That's right.
What? You sound like a robot.
Bad robot. RoboCop.
Exterminate.
Kill all humans.
Yeah.
Right. So let me elaborate with his example. Let's tweak the example, Twitchy. Let's try to tweak this a little bit. Okay. You said the parents died, which is awkward because they were able to go there, meet up. I'm assuming they must have met up before it got really cold. I guess we'll just give them all the benefits in the world. The parents got together. Again, this was on. This must have been on. What is it? The Love Boat or something. Anyway, so they get together. The dingo and the wolf get together. They have puppies, and now the new puppies are already based off an existing gene pool of the 2 pre-existing dogs, how many litter there is. Let's just say there's 5. Now the 5 puppies, did they all survive?
No.
Did they all survive, Twitch? Or maybe some of them died. Can you give me change the scenario a little bit? Did some of them die?
Some
yes.
Died.
There you go. So let's say 1 dies, 4 survive. That means the one that died did not have the abilities that its brothers and sisters have because it had a genetic issue. Well, guess what natural selection does? Natural selection is going to remove the problem, ensuring the ones that, here's the key word, already have the ability to survive by necessary antecedent, the ones that already have the ability, not the one that dies, he's dead, he's gone, sorry, Fido. Only the 4 other ones survive because they already have the ability to survive. So there's no adaptation. If they didn't already have the ability, Mr. Twitch Cat, what would have happened to them?
Yeah. And remember, they don't realize that they're adapting because they're just living to survive. So they're just living in the environment and learning the environment to survive.
Right. And they're not adapting.
They're in survival mode.
Right. No adaptation, Jen. They either already have the ability or they don't. If they don't have the ability, well, they're gone. If they do have the ability, they already had it. I guarantee you.
It's already in there. Yep. Instinct and that, it's already in there. It's already built in. Already built in there.
Even if this, let's say, even if this is a true scenario, which it is not, even if it is a true scenario, it still disproves adaptation. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah. When you look at it like that, when you break it down like that, that's just survival.
Exactly.
Maybe they should say death of the weakest instead of survival of the fittest.
Yeah. You can say that.
You are the weakest link. Goodbye.
Yeah.
Right. Death of the weakest. Same thing as survival of the
asshole, right?
Robot Wars.
Oh, man, that's actually a fucking good show, Robot Wars.
Welcome to 1997.
Kidding.
Wally.
Oh, man.
Wally.
Noob Sabot.
Ryan, your mic has devolved again.
Which actually proves evolution. Yep.
Yeah.
I love, listen, the reason I love this is my number one favorite topic, Jen, because even many flat earthers don't know that they don't understand these terms because they've been lied to. And even people that are Christians, believers in God, this is still something that, most of even what you would call the truth community still doesn't get because that's how deep the lies go. And that's why I love it, because I don't have to talk about atheists. I'll talk about anything about this. When you go anywhere and you tell someone, let's say they're a Bible believing Christian, you say, there's no such thing as adaptation. They'll go, that's not true. Of course things adapt. And it's like, here we go. We're going to go right down this conversation.
There you go.
Every time. It's hilarious, right? It's crazy because we were bred these lies. We were raised in this lie, and that's how they destroyed the minds of children, because in kindergarten, Jen, they teach them, all right, children, all these animals survived because they were able to adapt to their environment. And then by grade 1 and 2, they say, and because little Billy and Sally, they were able to adapt, enough adaptation leads to what? Evolution. And that's how they get you every time.
Why?
So let's say you have a group of you have a group of men and women, a group of humans. They're used to living in the city. Now they've got to live in the bush. Now they're going to have to change their lifestyle. Yeah, can we say they're adapting their lifestyle here?
Nope. They just are trying to survive. They're trying desperately to survive because they can't adapt. See, that's if they could adapt, we wouldn't have to do anything. I'll just go right now. I'll go to Japan and I'm going to eat that raw sushi. And if I don't have the ability to do that, Jen, I'm in big trouble. If I already have the ability, I certainly didn't need a new ability, did I? That was easy.
No, that's right.
I mean, it's just amazing because every single time you break this down, it annihilates any premise that anything could ever adapt, because already by necessary antecedent, it already has to have the ability to survive. That's exactly why it's evolution. Adaptation is 1000% evolution, and you can prove it by the fact that there's neither of any of it. It's all a lie.
Okay.
If something doesn't have the ability to survive, we all know what happens. It's going to die. I go, tell me, do polar bears have to adapt to their climate? And you won't believe how many people say yes. And I'll say, don't they already live there? Oh, I'm sorry.
No,
that's the point. They're already living there, right? Right. And the reason they did good is because they were already white, Jen. So guess what? Is it easier for me to hide in the ice to hunt my prey if I'm white? Or is it easier for me to hide in the ice and hunt my prey if I have black fur? The white one already has the ability. Exactly. The white one already has the ability to hide. The white one gets 10 times closer to that seal, and it's too late for that seal. Too late. Gotcha, seal, because I'm colored the same as the ice. That's why I blend in. Already have the ability.
Yeah.
No adaptation.
So the adaptation comes when you're making things you fashion something. You can adapt something to work as a tool. Yeah? Can we say that?
Well, you're designing. You're using your knowledge, your logic, which you already have. See, already got it.
Yeah. What about birds? What about birds? Look.
Just for the remember, Jen. Right, just want to put this out there, just for the record. So I go through this just to remind them. My car is running, and my heart is racing, and I'm running, and the car is racing. See, so you can use those terms. They're not the same definition, though, right? So if I adapt to learn to play guitar, obviously that has nothing to do with the biological adaptation that they're claiming. Go ahead.
That's right. Yeah, I was just going to say, what about birds? Birds, they want to get this worm that's right, just their beak can't get at this worm in the tree, and you see that I don't know how they break a branch and they scoop it out.
Good. It clearly already had the ability to break that branch, didn't it?
Yeah, that's amazing. That was when I saw that. That was amazing. Obviously done it before. Can you believe that? Survival breeds the mother of invention, as they say. Yeah, survival is the mother of invention. Yeah, in that case. I can say that, yeah? Survival is the mother of invention. Yeah?
I mean, I guess it depends on what you mean. I mean, survival is just inherent in the creation. It's already there. The creature is already, right? Exactly.
But in this case, he invented something. He got something. This bird thought his way through. I mean, that shows intelligence. That bird was thinking. Yeah, that's thinking.
Right. It's not like somebody bashed him over the head with a branch and all of a sudden it got smarter and said, "Oh, let me use this branch now." Yeah.
Thinking, man. No. Survival. He had to eat. He was hungry, so he that bird had to think, "How can I get that worm?" And he fashioned a tool. Bloody amazing. Yeah,
exactly. Already had the intelligence, already had the determination, already had the power, already had the circulatory system. Everything was already there. Yep, God is good.
Yeah. That's why you can learn from the animals, man. You can learn, man. You can learn about yourself from the animals quite easily.
Yeah, this conversation started a little while ago, Jen, because yesterday, or not yesterday, but a couple of days ago, G.E. Platypus, the smartest special guy you'll ever meet, he said that the pelicans adapted the pelicans, Jen, because they couldn't find any more fish to eat, so they started eating other birds. Therefore, adaptation, Jen. What do you think about that?
No, that's wrong completely.
They got that web paws. One of the huskies, I think it is, that's up on the coast that used to catch fish, and they had more web paws than the other ones that were more inland, and that proves it. Oh, it's fucking absolute nonsense. I'm getting another beer.
Hold my beer.
Really gonna get another beer.
And that's why I mentioned you, Jen, because you're in Japan, and I don't think that I would be compatible with a lot of those foods. I'm not a big fish person as it is. I certainly don't eat things raw. And if I went there and I changed my diet, like the seagull changed my diet, apparently G.E. Platypus says that's evolution. I'm going to go to your house, eat your food, and I don't die. Therefore, that's evolution, Jen. Thanks.
Yeah. No, it's not. My idea was that if the Japanese can eat raw food, I can eat raw food. It's as simple as that. That's it. There's no
that's evolution. Yeah, you didn't used to eat that food.
I fucking love sushi. I love sashimi.
That's because you're the highest evolved.
That's the one. It's called sashimi. S.A. Sashimi.
Yeah, sashimi.
Yeah, really nice. That's my favourite.
I love salmon sashimi.
Yeah, salmon sashimi the best. And then you got tuna sashimi, and then you got shake.
Unagi is pretty good.
Unagi, yeah, unagi. I don't like unagi.
You don't like it?
It's a little bit bitter, that's why.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's a little bit bitter.
I don't like tuna.
Yeah, you don't like
sashimi.
tuna. I get it. Yeah, no, I don't like unagi. I like tuna. I like maguro, which is tuna, and I like salmon, shake, and then tai. There's one called tai, which is like a white meat fish. Really nice. Love that. Can eat that all day long. No problem. Fantastic flavours. And you know what I do? I bring in a bit of African and European flair to the cuisine, and now it tastes even better. You see the Japanese say, wow, this is good. Umai. Umai natua, you're really good. I said, yeah, you better believe it, man. I'm the foreigner that takes your food and I take it to a higher level. That's what I said to them. I take it to a higher level, man.
Yeah, my parents, they take European food to next level.
Yeah, I can imagine. You know? Cooking is like, I've often said it, cooking is like art. Once you got the idea
is
of,
like science.
Yeah. There's a little bit of science in there. Time management, of course. And then thinking creatively, sorry.
Yeah, like
bringing ideas together. Combinations.
You know, just normal pizza, right?
Yeah.
You dip it in some soy sauce and chili. It's really good.
Right, I've never done that. So
Yeah, you should try it.
Yeah.
My dad introduced his workmates to it, and now they do it all at home. Yeah, do it all the time.
They just can't get enough. They just can't get enough. Just can't get enough. Yeah, that's a great track from the 80s. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun.
Oh man, yeah, that is from the 80s. Just can't get enough. I just can't get enough.
Yeah, was that Depeche Mode? Was that? I can't remember the name of the group. It's not Depeche Mode.
I can't remember.
Is that
I get out of my head because I just can't get
um,
enough. I just can't get enough.
what's it called?
Who sang that song?
Cannoli?
Yeah, I can't remember the name of the group. That was a brilliant track. That came under what they called back in the 80s, what they called new wave, a new wave of music. It was under new wave.
Yeah, just Depeche Mode.
It was Depeche Mode, was it?
Yeah,
Thank
it was.
you. Oh, bang on. Yeah. I did security for their concerts.
Oh, nice one.
Yeah.
Released 1981.
There you go. I was so that means I was 19 I was 19 going to be 20 that year.
Jeez, I was born 1986, so I wasn't even a thought then.
Yeah. So I was 20, yeah. But I wasn't doing security at that time.
You weren't even sperm yet.
I started doing security for Depeche Mode in the 90s. The 90s, okay? They used to hire out the club that I was at, King's Cross, a place called St. Chad's Place, a place called Transatlantic Club, right? And they came and hired that out. And yeah, I did security for their concerts all the time. I met them all, I had all the albums. Yeah, I liked Depeche Mode. They were brilliant. Yeah. The track that I like is "We're Only Making Plans for Nigel." We're only making plans for Nigel. XTC, another rock group there. We only want what's best for him. And then when young Nigel says he's happy, he must be happy. He must be happy in his world. Yeah.
Well, as soon as I was going to say maybe we should speak to the person named Dono, they left. So I will move up the line to daughter of the father, who I haven't heard speak on the microphone. Maybe they would like to use their microphone and speak to the panel about any topic at this.
Daughter of the father. That's an interesting name, isn't it? Welcome to the server. How can we help you?
I was once daughter to her father.
Yeah. It's nice to hear you back.
And then
you
I grew
disappeared
up
for a little
in
while,
this-
didn't you? You disappeared for a little while, and I'm glad you're back, okay?
What, me?
Yeah.
I fell asleep, so I was muted.
No. What I mean is you haven't been in the server for a few months.
Yeah. It's been a while.
Really glad you're back. That's what I mean. Really, really glad you're back. You know, I did wonder what happened to you. You know, so yeah. You catch people off guard because some people think you're making fun because you take your time to say something until they realise you got a slight speech impediment, but it doesn't take away from your it doesn't take away from your intellect though, which is what I've noticed. Okay.
Yeah.
Your intellect is there. You just can't get it out quick enough, which is fine. Yeah. So people have got to be careful.
Over 161 IQ.
Well, there you go. You see? Yeah. That's what amazed me when I first met you last year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Jen, I heard the other day sorry, I'm still quite new to the server. So you in Japan, but you're from the UK. What are you doing up in Japan?
Well, yeah, I'm teaching English here. I have been there for 21 years.
Oh, wow.
So yeah. I left London in 1999, just before YK2 YK2, 2000 YK2. Remember that hoax?
Oh my God, that was retarded.
I remember the song I was listening to on Y2K.
Yeah, Y2K, sorry, yeah.
Yeah, you got that box that you buy off the TV. And you update your time and date.
You know what song I was listening to?
No, go on, what was the song you were listening to?
You Turn My Head Right Round.
Oh,
like a record.
Right round, baby, right round. Yeah, I like that track. Yeah, I like that track. Yeah. That's another new one.
The original one, not the stupid
No, the
T-Pain one. Yeah.
Yeah, the original, yeah. Good track. But yeah, man.
I think how old was I?
Yeah, in 1999, I was 38. I was 38 that year.
The year 2000, I had just turned, I think, 13. Yeah.
Well, yeah, 1999, I was 38. 2000, I would have been 13.
Oh no, I had just turned 12, sorry. Yeah, just turned 12.
Right. Jin's in Japan having his mind blown. At that time.
Like, I didn't believe in Y2K.
No, neither did I.
Yeah.
Neither did I. You know, computers are going to stop, things are going to go wrong. You know, don't be silly. Come on.
I was just a 12 year old at home chilling.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, I was in Australia at the time.
Ah, right.
My mum was kind of worried, though.
Yeah. I wanted to watch the Oliver Stone's JFK in London, but I never got a chance to watch it. Okay, never got a chance. Too busy. I was too busy, right, and I couldn't get it on video. It was always bloody out. I used to belong to. Everybody remember Blockbuster Videos? Anyone remember them?
Yeah,
Blockbuster Videos.
Yep. My friend owned a Blockbuster.
You used to get the Blockbuster. You used to get the Blockbuster popcorn in the shops as well.
Yeah, that's
the
right.
big bags there. Those big bags.
I must say, I thoroughly enjoyed the experience of Blockbuster Videos. I enjoyed going in there. It was always nice.
Yeah.
You know? Yeah, it was always.
We
nice,
had
nicely.
Go on. We had Video Easy as well.
Right. Yeah, I don't know that one.
Yeah. I think it's only New Zealand.
Oh, right.
But,
okay.
Yeah.
Right. So yeah, I get to Japan.
But Blockbuster we had.
You remember the drive? Oh, go for it.
Yeah. Here, you go.
I was gonna say, do you remember the drive-through movie houses where you drive into the vehicle and you put a little speaker in your window?
On I never went to a theater.
No, you never had that stuff?
No, we never had that in London. No, we never experienced the drive.
Oh man.
No.
There's a mega church in where is it? In Johannesburg somewhere, where you drive in and go to church like that.
Oh really?
Oh yeah. I've heard of those.
Pay, of course.
I guess in drive-through McDonald's. Does that count?
Yeah. You know what? Once the McDonald's round here where I am, right? My son was hungry, okay, and he wanted something. And we're talking, if you go to the customer entrance, that's shut by midnight. So it's after midnight, and he's woke up, he's hungry, he wants a cheeseburger, right, with fries and that. So you know what I did? I didn't take the car because it was closed. I took my push bike and I drove through. I drove through the drive-through on my push bike, right? And then the guy in the shop started to say, "You can't do that. You can't do that.
Yeah,
you can't. You got to go in your car." I said, "Look, I have a." How old was he then? I think he was about eight years old. I said, "I've got an 8-year-old son. He's hungry. What are we going to do? You want me to go home and bring the car, wasting petrol and time? Come on, man." He goes, "Okay. Wait by the door." He knew I was right, so he gave it to me. Silly. What I mean? I said, I'm driving through my bike. I'm driving through with my bike. Because you're supposed to drive through with the car. He goes, "Come on."
Have your mask on?
No, this was years ago.
Yeah, I know.
This was years ago, mate. Years ago. He's 12 years. He's 12. That was 4 years ago. I don't go to McDonald's often, mate. I'll tell you that. And he knows. Look. The first time they had McDonald's, my kids, right, was when we were in Hawaii. And the reason why I went to McDonald's because I was running out of money. We had a 2-week holiday, and I was running out of cash. My wife didn't.
And McDonald's is cheap,
right? Yeah. So my wife didn't accompany me this time, so it was just me and the boys. Okay. So we had the rental car, so I had to watch the money. So towards the last 4 days, money was slightly getting a bit tight. So
how many boys you got?
Okay, 4 boys.
Oh shit!
Yeah, so this was 2013.
Same as my mum.
It was 2013 when I went. 2013, right? When I went with the boys. My wife was supposed to go, but unfortunately she had to pull out because the business, she couldn't get the time off from her business. She couldn't get the time off in the end. Right, and I paid for the ticket, but I managed to cancel it, luckily. Okay, save money there. And then I was running out of money the last 4 days. I had to really watch the money. So I thought, let me introduce them to Burger King, right? So I went out to Burger King because it's just across the road from the hotel, the Waikiki Gateway Hotel. That's where we stayed. So I went, for the second time, it's twice I stayed there. Went across the road, got the Burger King, sat down, they ate it, and they loved it. That was the first time that I ever introduced burger in their mouths. Okay, now you're talking. The youngest one was born 2009, so the little one was like 4 years old. Okay, the eldest one was born in 2000, so he would have been 13, because 2013. Yeah, right. He was 13 years old. Okay, 13. 11, let's say, and then 2005, 8. Okay, none of them had a McDonald's until I took them to their in Hawaii. That was the first time. There you go. And I've never ever bought them Coca-Cola in their life, not even once, not even Pepsi. I've never put any money down on the table, go and buy a Coke. I haven't done that. Not even at birthday parties. There you go. Look at that, eh? I can actually say that. Right? But unknowingly, I used to buy them the 1 minute, the 1 minute orange juice. Yeah?
No.
Oh, sorry, Minute Maid orange juice. Sorry, 1 minute. Minute Maid orange juice. You know the brand, guys?
Yeah.
Minute Maid? Right, that's a Coca-Cola affiliated company. And I didn't know that. I didn't know, right? And my kids brought that to my attention. They said, Daddy, look, it's Coca-Cola, because it was small print. And they read it. It was really tiny small print. I went, yeah, it is, isn't it? Okay, put it back. Right. Yeah, but let's put it back. I go, yeah, no more. We can't drink that then because it's affiliated with Coca-Cola. Yeah. The reason why we were boycotting Coca-Cola, firstly, of course, it's unhealthy. And I boycotted them in the 70s. So there's one reason. The other reason was they were killing strikers in South America, Coca-Cola, paying a local militia to kill the head of the strikers because the strikers were striking for more pay and better working conditions, yeah? And Coca-Cola was found to be involved in that, and to such a state that in the US, all the college campuses were asking how comes Coca-Cola got the contract and why is it only Coca-Cola as a drinks vending machines? So they started boycotting Coke even in the US. If you look it up on the internet, Coca-Cola Killer Coke campaign, and you will see it all blood-ridden, posters and everything else. Yeah, I showed my students as well here in Japan. I said, you should stop selling Coke, change your vending machine because you're supporting Coca-Cola killing campaign. You don't look at this. And I showed them, and then they changed their vending machines back to Japanese brands. Yeah, so that's why I was avoiding Coca-Cola, because they were paying their employees a pittance of a wage, and when they started to strike, they killed the head of the striker, the leader of the striker, were being killed, literally being killed. Okay, there's a documentary in 2005.
Was this only in South Africa?
No, this would be in South America.
Oh, okay.
South America, not South Africa. South America. Yeah, that's where it happened. Yeah, that's where it happened. Yeah, they did other things. They contaminated water in India. You know, because the Coca-Cola moves to India. Okay, open up a bottling plant. Now, with the government, they got a special deal. They don't pay for the water, but the water they're taking is coming from under the ground, which the farmers in India rely on. Now, the farmers' harvest is dying, and then they're pouring out, releasing toxic chemicals from the plant. So they're also polluting at the same time Coca-Cola. So the women had a sit-in, had a sit-down, a sitting outside the Coca-Cola for weeks. It went months. They never left until Coca-Cola stopped their plant. The women were successful in stopping Coca-Cola in India. So this is why these are the reasons why I don't buy Coke. So when they showed me the Minute Maid, Daddy, look, it's got Coca-Cola on it. I said, yeah, let's put that back. Don't buy that anymore. No more, yeah. Then we noticed another drink called Aquarius, which they sell here in Japan, right? That was Coca-Cola affiliated. I said, okay, look, yeah, we can't drink that either, yeah? Okay. So they always check before they buy the drink. If a new drink comes along, they check the label to make sure it's not Coca-Cola affiliated. That's my kids for you see?
You know how powerful.
My wife has bought them coke, though. That's the thing. My
what's
wife.
it called? Coke
My
is?
wife has bought. Sorry, my wife has bought them coke. That's all I'm going to say there. My wife bought them coke. One time I caught them with it. I think, right, give me those drinks. Give me that. And then I poured it down the sink, right? And I lifted it. And when I poured it down the sink, I lifted my hands high up, right up high, and tipped it so everyone could see me pouring out coke in the sink, right? And then I gave them the money and I said, now go and buy the drink you know you should be drinking. Go on. Thank you. You know what I mean? And they learned. I said, well, don't buy them Coca-Cola. It's not a healthy drink. It rot their teeth, ruin their health. And then the ethics of Coca-Cola is disgusting. So, don't do that. There's a reason why I say don't buy Coke here. Don't support what they do. And then
you know how powerful Coke is?
I know how powerful Coke is. I know how powerful they are. They control the events.
Santa Claus, right?
Yeah.
He used to be green.
Yeah. That's right.
Yeah. And then Coke changed that.
Yeah.
Do you know Santa Claus never existed either before?
There you go.
That's how powerful Coke is.
Yeah. They're not only that powerful. Look, when they sponsor events, you can't take your own drink into the event. You got to drink Coke or nothing else, which is like bollocks, isn't it?
There you go. Totally more proof for Santa Claus once again than the globe itself. Because like if Coca-Cola, so we have evidence that they changed the name of the Santa model. So we have more evidence for Santa. We even have name changes, paradigm changes in Santa Claus itself, caused by certain institution, corporation.
Corporation.
More proof for Santa. Yeah.
Santa is real. I'm telling you now.
Santa used to be green, though. I remember that. Yeah, it used to be green. He used to be green.
That was before my time.
Before my time as well.
Yeah.
But I remember seeing pictures of green Santa. I definitely remember that. Yeah.
I only knew because I majored in marketing.
Yes, it's a marketing thing. I learned it through Edward Bernays. Yeah. Edward Bernays, the godfather of what's the proper PR, public relations. That's where I learned it from. And
so that's before Santa was a pothead, and now he's a cokehead.
Yeah. That's right.
It was Jamaican.
Yeah.
Before.
He
was a Rasta.
He was a leprechaun.
Rasta man. He was the Irish.
He was a
Rasta.
That's how you paid for
Proof
all
of
the
green
presents.
Santa coming right up.
Yeah, he was a leprechaun.
You'll
He
see
was there at the
proof
end of the
green
rainbow.
Santa coming up here.
Yeah, he had his pot of gold, and that's how he bought all the presents for all the little good kids.
All the good kids.
Nah, man. He pays his elves in candy. Haven't you seen Elf with Will Ferrell? I love that movie. It's so funny.
I don't watch a lot of TV, but yeah, I'll see if I can find that.
Yeah.
It's a classic. Because he was adopted by Santa when he was a kid. Because he crawled into Santa's sack. And he grew up with the elves. So...
Who's that you're talking about?
Will Ferrell.
Oh, Will Ferrell, right. Okay.
Yeah. And he grew up thinking he was an elf.
I like the part where he decides to hang out in the mall where they're decorating and stuff.
Yeah.
The department manager.
Yeah.
The department manager makes an announcement that Santa's coming to town, and then elves start jumping up and down. And he's like,
Santa! Santa! I
oh my
and
god!
When he sings in the shower with her.
Oh, it's such an epic movie all around.
Yeah. She is so.
I like the part where he falls asleep. Oh, you go ahead.
I was gonna say another good one's Liar Liar. I thought that was.
That is
yeah.
definitely a top 10.
This pen is.
That's because you got
funny story, you guys.
Red.
Super funny story. Oh, you
Sorry.
go ahead, then I'll go.
No, I was just gonna say it was a line he said. He said the girl was like in the elevator. People are just so nice to me. He's like, that's because you got big jugs. I mean, your boobs are huge. I mean, I want to suck them. I mean, mama.
Oh man. Okay, so I will never, my whole life, forget that whole entire movie. For one reason, my daughter was really small when that came out. I think she was like 3, and I let her watch it with me.
Yeah, of course you would. Of course you would. Yeah.
Yeah, and so someone in the house happened to leave a black permanent marker where she could get it, and she copied Jim Carrey and wrote all over her face just like he did. And I just looked at her, and I couldn't be mad. I just turned around and I was giggling. I couldn't help it.
That was an intelligent move. It was an intelligent move. She's showing intellect. Really.
Okay, so I was lucky to use rubbing alcohol with a Q-tip and get it off her little sweet face.
My favorite thing he's ever done.
The pen is blue. The goddamn pen is blue.
Yeah.
My favorite thing
my kids did something similar. They drew all over their bedroom wall, right? And I could hear them laughing. I'm downstairs, right? I could hear them laughing, right? And I thought, and they were laughing for a long time, right? I thought, whoa, I wonder what they're doing up there. Let me go and have a look. And shock, horror, they've drawn all over the bedroom wall on the window side, on one side of the wall. And I said, okay, put the crayons down now. Look at what you've done, man. Wow. Well, okay, I'm not going to touch it. I'm going to leave that there forever. That's going to be there forever. I said, I'm not even going to change it. And it's still there now. One of them was like 4. The other one was like 6 years old. Yeah. And they just drew all of these lines all over the wall. It's still there today.
When me and my younger brother did that, once we got the bash from Mum.
Oh yeah. I couldn't bash my kids for that. Couldn't bash them for that.
Were they buying books? Letters?
Yeah.
Asian parents bash you for no reason.
Asian. It's funny. The funny thing is, Asian parents don't really bash their kids that often. Very rare. Really, they just that's what I've noticed.
Not
anyway.
when
not like
I
in
was
London
young.
or anywhere else in the West, where the kids are getting a hiding. Now the Japanese are very soft on their kids. They're very soft on their kids. That's what I have noticed. Me?
It's where they have fucked up.
Yeah.
And do all that like fucked up porn and shit.
Yeah. I smacked my son once, my eldest son, on the bum in front of the family, pulled his trousers down and smacked him on the bum because he did 2 things wrong, right, in 1 week. First of all, he threw a bottle at a moving car on the way to school. The The day I didn't walk them to school, he did a naughty thing and he threw a bottle on a moving car and the car pulled over. Police was called and everything else. They reported him at school and I had to go down to the city headmaster and everything. Okay, right?
Oh
and
my God.
Yeah.
I would have got the biggest bash.
Yeah, he got a smack there, right? And then not only that, he also in that week he threw a stone at a girl and it took a tooth out. Took a tooth out.
You know what your son's problem is? He's getting caught.
He's getting.
Right. He was a naughty boy, so I made him go back to school to apologise to the girl properly.
Going the right way for a smack.
When he got home, pulled his pants down, and I took the slipper, I took my training shoe, and gave him 10 whacks. And I got the brothers lined up, sit down and watch, because if you do anything wrong like that, this is what's going to happen. And that's the only time I did that, once. And and he learned his lesson. And the other boys just didn't fall out of line after that. They knew that they had.
I think my dad's only smacked me once or twice. My mum, is a maniac. Was.
Yeah, no.
Right,
I used to give them the occasional. You know, like you knock on the door. You knock on the door. I used to give them the occasional knock on the head, as if to say, "Use your brain, won't you? Use your brain. Knock, knock. Yeah, knock, knock. You're fucking about now. Knock, knock. Okay."
I got a story for you guys. Talking about Foreign Rocks. I've got the worst luck of all. I was a little kid, probably about 8 years old, and we had this viaduct that went over the railroad tracks, and it was an old wooden viaduct. And I'm like playing underneath the viaduct, just messing around down there, playing on the tracks like a kid does. I heard the car coming. So I picked up a rock, okay, and I threw it up over the top of the bridge, thinking, I tried to hit it, and I did. It hit right on the back window, right where the chrome is at on the top, and dented the car and broke the window at the same time.
Wow.
Okay, the only problem is it was a cop car.
Oh, damn.
And there was a ditch. There was an irrigation ditch right there by it where I was at. So I jumped in the irrigation ditch, and where it undermined the bank, I hid up underneath that. I could hear him walking around right over the top of me looking for me. And I laid in that ditch for an hour before I decided to jump out and run home. Well, he parked about a quarter mile up the road, hiding, and he seen me jump out and run through the field over, and he was waiting in my freaking driveway for me when I got home.
Damn! Wow,
dude, I got a story for you. So we got a blow up doll from a friend of mine, and we dressed it up and we threw it off a bridge onto the highway. So there was a bridge that, just a normal drive road that went over the main highway. It's the N1 here in Cape Town, and so we dressed up this blow up doll, and we chucked it off the bridge, and cars used to freak the fuck out. Other shit that we used to do is we used to make little cardboard cats with foil eyes, put it in the road, and eventually put bricks behind them that it goes to doof when they drive over it. Then I went to the hairdresser. I used to collect hair, stick it onto the cats, and then I remember my parents got a new fridge one day, and I cut out a cow out of this fridge cardboard, and I put the cow in the road. I painted it black and white. I did shit like that as a kid. So I loved it. We used to swap post boxes around as well, and I loved it. I miss it. I want to do it now.
That's funny. You should, for old times.
I should actually.
You guys are aware that children have done this many times. People have died, right? Like drivers.
Yeah, I've almost killed a guy on a bike as well. So I left that part out. I took videotape, the old VHS tapes, and we used to tie that around from one side of the street to the other. But eventually they kept on snapping. So with the bikers, so I said, okay, cool, guys, let's put like a whole bunch of them. So I wrapped like almost a whole videotape across the road, like up and down. And a guy, I hid in a tree right above where the tape was, and he got stuck in it, and he fell off his bike right underneath me, and I was giggling, and it was bad. The guy got hurt badly. But yeah, I was a naughty shit. You'd swear I was abused as a kid by my parents because I got a lot of hidings. But it was good.
Yeah, but you're Australian, so.
No, I'm South African.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Even worse.
Yeah.
Just kidding. No, there's been some very serious accidents when children. It's kind of fun throwing the rock to the highway.
Yeah, that's why
when you hit a vehicle and people get kind of like scared or something at the moment, and they hit other cars, have an accident, have killed themselves. Like
some kids threw rocks off the bridge onto the highway, and it hit the windshield of a car. So they had to like put a barricade on the bridge so kids couldn't throw rocks off.
Feel like I'm reliving my freaking childhood here.
Oh yeah, dude, it's giving me fucking ideas here again. I forgot about.
No, check it out.
Stuff.
Listen to this story. When I was young, visiting relatives in Chicago, right? I had this uncle older than me, teenager. He would take his little nephew, me, with him on these little journeys, like in Chicago. Like I'm following a 16-year-old in Chicago, just on our own. Take me doing stuff like, go to the side of the river where a bridge is and throw snowballs at the bus. You could hit it right at the windshield. It was like a perfect freaking shot, So I'm like, we're all having fun doing that. Great. I didn't think of that at all. Later on, when my mother and I were riding on a bus.
Whoa.
I didn't think about that at all. I just remembered that listening to you guys.
Now, you saying that reminds me of my childhood in Knysna. It's a little town in Western Cape here. And we used to throw piss balloons at the Rickies. So Rickies was, do you guys know what a tuk-tuk is? Those little 3-wheel motorcycle things. Yeah. So those little things used to drive from one side of the town to the other side of the town in Knysna. So we used to take piss balloons. My friend and myself, Graham, we pissed in little, and we used to throw them at the tuk-tuks. Eventually we threw them at trucks. And oh man, you like Sonny said, I'm reliving my childhood now. And I miss it. I'm 35 and
this is being recorded, right? And we're still looking for that guy.
Yeah, we were caught a few times. The truck driver gave us a lot of shit, but yeah, it's good fun.
Not enough times.
Not enough times. Yeah, I will agree there.
I mean, come on, because it seems like a prank is really needing to be pulled right about now. Some kind of prank. That'd be awesome.
The police taking notes.
I'm gonna go TPing.
Yeah, Sarge, what do you think about it? What about that 35-year-old snowball at the windshield of the bus case? That's been a cold case for years. Let's pick up on that one again.
Yeah, typical.
Good stuff, Sonny.
Sonny, the innocent little cousin. It wasn't his fault.
What was that? Oh, the nephew, yeah.
The difference is that then we didn't go to prison and things like that. You do that shit as an adult now, you fucking get locked up.
Yeah.
Yeah, even just making the motions of doing something.
Yeah, suggesting it, like you're saying, we're being recorded. Yeah, I'm actually thinking, shit, am I doing a fucking naughty thing right now, just suggesting it? Oh fuck.
Probably.
You get time for that shit.
Yeah, man.
The Thought Police Minority Report coming soon to a neighborhood near you.
The secret ingredient is crime.
Secret ingredient?
Once they check the file, they read that you're a flat earther, throw you into the crazy room.
Oh, fair enough.
Yeah.
Am I the only global here?
Let me see if I got this right. So going along with reality. Something's wrong with you people. You're going along with reality. That's how upside down a world we live in.
What is called?
Is that you, Jenny?
What is what, Jenny? You cut out a little bit.
Oh yeah, it was Jenny.
Oh,
Hi,
yeah.
Jenny.
It was me.
Been a while.
Hello. I was just thinking of what you said, Sonny. The last thing you said, it just made me think of the song "What Is the World."
What is the world? I know, right?
Mm-hmm.
The last time I was in here, there's this crazy, like, really fanatical Australian chick
Okay.
that went off at a global person.
It doesn't surprise me. I mean, I guess it could happen.
Yeah, like she was like a real fanatic.
So a fanatical realist, is that who you're talking about?
You said somebody, a female from Australia.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't have a clue who that could be. Anyway.
Is that like a personal attack or something?
Was it Jenny yesterday or the day before yesterday? I wasn't actually in the Discord, but I was listening on the 24-hour chat or the 24-hour YouTube stream where some guy was just like, it's like someone said, Phil, I thought I was in a game.
Talk about not so loud chatter.
Yeah, they were end bombing the live stream, and there was like 3 or 4 people like talking, and I didn't know who was doing it, so I just started muting people, and it kept happening, and I'm like, oh my God. Well, before that happened, it was starting to get really crazy, and I said, call now.
Yeah, that was insane. So I was listening on the 24-hour YouTube stream because I was busy with shipments and stuff. So I got my own business. So yeah, I work 24/7, 7 days a week, sort of thing. But I enjoy what I do. So when I'm not in here, then I'm listening. And yeah, I thought that was quite hilarious because I just heard some random dude going like crazy. Yeah, and then someone said, "I felt like I was in a video game."
I'm just on a phone, so that makes it worse. I can't see the whole Discord platform.
Yeah, what's happened to Becky anyway?
She was here the other day.
She is a moderator over at Gem Pandas.
Yeah, that's right. I know that much.
Well, she usually hangs out with them. She's friends with everybody over there.
Yeah, that's right. But she does pop in now and again here anyway, so she's all right. Yeah.
I'll be a familiar face. You guys will see me more often, then you'll get to know me as well.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, so you can always peek over there and see if Becky's active in Gems and say hi to her.
Yeah, I do now and again. I just thought something. I thought something had happened. I thought something had happened.
Oh, I sure hope not. Australia's pretty crazy with everything going on. In fact, I heard something on the radio just yesterday about the word lockdown, and I thought Australia, and I was getting out of my car when it happened, and I'm like, oh geez. So
last freaking weekend, right? A family from Oz came to New Zealand.
Lockdowns in Australia. The government came out like a week ago and said that no one has died of.
They had COVID and they
Listen, they came out. The government made a public announcement and said that no one has died related to the city, and now they're having another lockdown.
Yeah, Jency. So the 80 people got infected. And this is from a dude that I hear in Twitch that stream. He was like, "Oh, the older guy." He's like, "Yeah, 80 people got infected, so they locked it down so it won't spread." So that's what pretty much the whole world has to do.
The motherfuckers came here. Now, our capital city is on lockdown.
In South Africa, got pretty lockdown level 4, where they are closing all the restaurants now again. So only takeaways from restaurants, cannot buy alcohol, and curfew is 9.
What? No alcohol?
Yeah, no alcohol, because alcohol fucking spreads COVID. How retarded is that?
It's the same in Japan. The same in Japan.
Corona,
no
man.
alcohol.
wow.
I've got some really good sake.
Okay, the other thing is they're saying because the alcohol guy, because we're a rough country, guys. Myself, I'm alright. Sorry, but
You're right.
yeah, I'm alright. But in the bad areas, they stab each other and shit like that. There's a lot of murders that go on here, and they say alcohol's another what's the word I'm looking? Adjutant, whatever you want to call it. That causes stabbings and stuff. So they're trying to free up hospital beds.
You would think that's what they would want, though. So
yeah, it's absolutely ridiculous. So
oh my god! You see how many deaths in India because of the Gobi River? Because they think that river is blessed, and even
what, the Ganges?
Yeah. And even though they dump dead bodies in there, they still swim in there. They do their washing in there, they swim in there, and they're like, oh no, this is blessed water, we can't die. 2 days later, they die.
Interesting. We have a new guy called Cobb, C-O-B. Never mind. Corn
on the cob.
And he kind of checked out.
Isn't Cobb spelled C-O-B-B? I could be wrong.
That's not in his case.
No, I mean corn on the cob. Ow! I just smacked my face on my mouse.
I hate it when that happens.
Did it jump over or what?
No,
anti-gravity mouse.
He hit a pocket of gravity there.
I went to pull my blanket over and I smacked my face on my bed.
So you're a globe earther, right?
Yeah.
What makes you believe the Earth is a globe?
I just haven't been convinced fully.
Convinced?
That
is,
is
I'm not here to convince anybody.
So what convinced you that that's a globe, though?
Yeah, that's the
This
question.
is
What convinces
what
you?
I've known all my life. That's
Or
all.
maybe
Yeah,
the
but
thing that you've
you've
been
known
told.
it. Yeah, you've been told about what convinced you that it is that.
Like, I just haven't had any reason to believe it's not
Okay,
spherical.
but what's your reason for that it's a globe, though? Like, what is your reason to know that it's a globe, besides being told that it's a globe? Sorry,
I have
I'll let the
no.
mods.
No, you're good. You're good.
All right.
I have no real reason. Like, yeah.
Right.
It's
So,
just-
my question is, I mean, have you ever experienced it as a globe?
Yes.
Yeah, like I don't. I'm not like you guys. I don't do experiments and shit.
No, not an experiment. Your experience. In other words, when you go outside, do you see and perceive the Earth as a ball, or did you see it just as it is, a flat stationary plane? Pretty much that you go through. I mean, of course, there's topography, you know, mountain hills and valleys, but for the most part, you always experience the Earth as a flat stationary plane.
I mean, I don't go out much, but when I do, I mean,
It doesn't have to be from.
yeah, go on.
Doesn't have to be from you personally seeing it yourself. What other information or what you consider facts that convinces you or keeps you believing in the globe?
I mean, how you guys don't believe in space? I believe that space is real and
So
gravity.
consensus.
Yeah, but you have no reason to believe these things, you know, because they're not.
Gravity, I do.
Okay, can you tell us what the experiment was they used to test the validity of gravity? What was that experiment?
My faith hitting the
Your
ground.
faith? So faith? Did you say faith?
Yeah.
I think.
So you are correct. You have a belief. It's like a religion. It is your faith.
Pretty much.
At least you're honest. Most people run away from their faith.
Yeah, but don't you want to look? Do you want to believe you're alive, or do you want to know you're alive and living? Which one would you rather have? Believing you're living or knowing you are living? You know, because you are special.
To be honest, I'm just like.
Hang on a second.
Content.
Let me just finish this point out. Let me just get this out. You are special, right? When you look at your body, your hands, the way you are. From you were born from a child, baby, you're growing up, so you are special. Yeah, we can't. You know, you have to connect this. So you can't be living your life in the fantasy that's created by other men and women. You know, the governments. You can't be living that life, and you cannot be following something that is contradictory to who you are, what you are. That's what you're doing. Okay. So you've got to start to think. The one good thing you can do for yourself is to be real and to know that the earth isn't spinning. You have no reason to believe that. There's no evidence for it. Everything has to be evidence-based. There's no evidence for this crap. So you shouldn't be going down that road. You shouldn't be doing that. Shouldn't be doing that at all. To do that is to devalue yourself. It's to make yourself insignificant, to be following the heliocentric model. Even Galileo before he died, a year before he died, he abandoned the heliocentric, Copernicus's heliocentric model. Galileo. Okay?
Damn.
So there you go, boy. You got to stop being real. You can't be walking around thinking the earth is the globe and my faith and all that. That's crap. That's rubbish. That's not living. So sorry, but I've got to have to go down that road with you. Okay? When you come to this
You're not my dad. You can't tell me what to do.
No, I know I'm not your dad. I'm not trying to be your dad. I'm a flat earther. I'm your flat earther dad. That's what I am. You can't be doing that. You know? It's got to be real.
You can really hit home about the whole space ordeal by just explaining gas pressure.
Strong. Faith. That's not real, man. You've got faith in the wrong thing. That's not real. It's provable. Everything dealing with the earth as a spherical ball that it is not is provable. We can prove this. This is what the Creator has done here, now. He's giving you a test.
See, the person you're talking to, he just said he's confident. You know, so you have to take it as he stated. So listen, Twitchy, if the earth was flat, would you want to know about it?
I mean,
interesting.
What's underneath this flat earth?
So you can't answer.
Okay, hang on a second. Let me just say something here. You're disregarding what was created for you to live on. Don't you think that is special and it warrants trying to have a better understanding of it? You said it doesn't matter to you. It should matter to you on many levels.
The Big Bang, so.
Yeah, well, that Big Bang didn't happen. So you're believing in a fantasy. That didn't happen. That's not real. We didn't come from any Big Bang. There's no scientific evidence. If you watch the documentary called The Principle, they actually say that.
On Twitchy, you asked now. You asked what is below us. Do you know what the deepest hole is that's been dug? Even in the heliocentric, in the ball Earth.
Oh yeah.
Just as a consensus.
Discussed last time I was here.
So what? How deep is it? Do you know how deep it was?
No, I can't remember. It's like a year ago.
Just under 8 miles deep, and they couldn't get they couldn't get deeper. They hit an impenetrable barrier. So we don't know what that barrier is, but every time they dug down, they were predicting. Okay, we're going to hit water now. They didn't hit water. They said they're going to eat these rocks. They didn't eat those rocks. They said they're going to do this. They said every time they predicted what they're going to go through, they were wrong every time. Sorry for my language. How the fuck do they know there's a molten ball of lava, magnet, something, whatever in the center of the Earth? And if you look at
4,000 miles deep. 4,000 miles deep.
No,
it's
no,
7.5.
Extrapolate on this, Jen.
Yes, please. Yes.
Because I want to make an example of this, guys, because it baffles me to why these questions even exist. So I have to point out that to the gentleman that asked the question, you know, 90% of the ocean floor has never been observed, right? So that would be like asking you, what new creatures have you found on the ocean floor where we can't get to? And would that make any sense if I did that? No, right? Because the most powerful submarines in the world can't even get down to these unknown places. That's why they're unknown. So that'd be like asking you, what's at the bottom of the ocean that's unknown? What's over there? You're right. So that would be insane, right? So it's actually even worse to go farther than that and tell me what's underneath this plane of existence, where I don't even know how we could do that. If I can't even get to the bottom of the ocean, how do we get to this? And who knows if there's even an underneath? Like, what does that even mean, right? So right away, as soon as you start to beg that question, you've immediately put yourself in a very bad place, you see?
Yeah. What I was going to say, I was going to extrapolate on that. I was waiting for him to finish. I was going to say that. Not only that, this is what I love saying this. That it's deep enough that 7.8 miles is 7.6 miles, sorry, is deep enough to have life on Earth. We're living happily as we are at the moment. Not happily enough because it's been hijacked, okay? But it's enough, it's deep enough. 7.6 miles is deep enough for us to be living on it. Do you see what I mean? Do you understand what I'm saying?
I got one more.
Surviving on the surface of this
I
Earth.
apologize,
So-
Jen. Yeah, you're right, Jen. I apologize, guys. I got to say this before I forget it because I'm not that smart and I forget things like a goldfish. So, real quick, if somebody said something, let's just go to the Grand Canyon, right? Everybody kind of knows what the Grand Canyon is. If somebody said, we believe the Grand Canyon was carved out by millions of years of water erosion, and then I came along, the XO says, no. This is a washed out spillway formed by the flood of Noah 4,500 years ago. And then somebody asked me, well, what's underneath the Grand Canyon? Is that relevant to what I just said? No.
Absolutely
See how that
not.
it doesn't work. See how that would be crazy if I said, no, I believe the Grand Canyon's made this way. And then you go, oh, well, what's underneath it? That's not going to make any sense. And right away, you have now destroyed your own credibility. No one's going to listen to you, and you've put yourself in a bad position. You see, it's a self-destructive question. Go ahead.
Yeah. What's underneath that it's not possible for you to know what's underneath because you can't go there. What you're supposed to do is be concerned with what's above it. Yeah? What's above the earth? What's on top? You know, where we're living. We're supposed to be living together harmoniously. That's what you should be concerned with, rather than what's deep within the earth, which we can never know. We can never know.
If not below,
careful.
On the edge.
Same problem.
We don't know that as well.
Same problem. It's the exact same problem, right? If I can't dig, let's say I'm in the bottom of the Grand Canyon right now, I'm going to start digging in the Grand Canyon, and then 10 years later, I come to you and I say, well, it's just more rock. What did that solve? Did that teach us anything? No, right? So these places we can't even go to. I can at least go inside the Grand Canyon, some of it, well, about 1% of it, and I can start trying to mess around. That's not going to prove what the Grand Canyon is or is not, is it, right? So it's basically another form of hiding from the premise. Also, it even gets worse, guys. If I were to answer your question, let's just say, what if I said there's waters underneath the earth? Does that help you understand the construct on top? And let's pretend that's a correct answer. I've now told you there's water under the earth. I'll explain later how I know that. That's not going to help you understand anything. See? So even if I give you an answer, what have we learned? Nothing. So even an answer is not going to satisfy you. You see?
But yeah, so Twitchy asked.
Go ahead.
So yeah, no, just Twitchy asked what is below us. So that's why I gave him that question. So yeah, I'm still new to introducing everything to everyone, and that's why I also joined the Discord, that I can get some guidance, so I can introduce Flat Earth in a better manner. But I hope I'm doing it right here, guys. You got to intervene when I do fuck up every now and then.
No problem. Yeah. I want to put a cap on it, Beer. I want to put a cap on it and just explain to the gentleman that everybody in this room, I don't know all of them, and I don't understand most of what they're claiming because we're all individual persons. However, the one thing that we agree on is what we experience in reality is as it is. It's true. We experience a real realm of existence, and it's not the cartoons that people show me on TV. So if I'm teaching a class of first graders about the construct of this plane of existence, how it's under the heavens and in the waters, I can only demonstrate and show them what we're in. I can show them every time I go to the end of a landmass, there's water, and I can show them that the sky is always above me, and so are the stars and the sun and the moon, and the earth is beneath me, and the earth is a plane of existence. That I can test, prove, and observe, and anything past that is something we can't experience. So all we're trying to help people understand is that your experience is true, and what humans experience here is truth. That's it.
Yeah, and I think the best way to learn that it's not a globe is actually listening to the guys that tell you it is a globe, because that's where I got my info from. They basically told me it's not a globe, and that's why I asked this question, because it's one of the questions I asked myself. Is, so what is below us, and how deep have you dug? And then that I found that one out, and I was like, holy shit. That doesn't make any sense. And you say there's molten lava underneath. So yeah, just the one of the best ways to find out what you live on is to ask the guys who tell you what you live on. And that's how I figured it out. And then I bought myself a P900 camera, and I proved it to myself 2 days ago. So yeah, I'm a flat earther. I still got a lot to learn, though. A hell of a lot to learn. But I'm getting there, guys.
Just want to scream it from the mountaintops, huh?
Uh-huh. But yeah, the best way for me was just proving it to myself. So I became from a believer to a knower. And that was amazing.
That's great.
Why do you guys think that it is that these people that are always questioning the flat earth and they're staunch globers, I mean, why is it that they always can never talk about the surface they live on? They always have to go to places that they can't go to, places they can't verify, like how many, like what's underneath the earth, what's inside the earth, what's above it, what's in, in the universe, millions of miles away, supposedly. I mean, it's like they always turn to these places that you can't get to and you can't verify. You can't do anything with them other than observe them. But that's the first place they jump to try and explain that they live on a ball. Makes no sense at all.
It's because they cannot prove it the way we can prove that it's flat. So what they do is they go out that side to say, but we can prove because we can see images from there, or we have images from there. They don't have pictures or photos. They got images. And it's just easier for them to say, oh, look there. That's why. Because there's a photo of Jupiter. So yeah, because they cannot do anything else.
God rockin'.
They cannot show the curvature.
What's up, Jenny?
Hey, so my answer would be because they're conspiracy theorists. They're doing the best they can, man.
That's like the N-word.
What?
That's like the N-word.
Oh, man. So...
How dare you?
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh.
Oh, that is kind of cool.
See, that's a 70 Chevelle. See all the fucking paint? It comes.
It's basically cognitive dissonance and desperado, isn't it? They're desperate to keep on the ball. That's all it is,
That's actually the true answer. I'm glad you said it, Jen, because it's hard to be. How do I put this? It's hard to be polite when explaining why they're doing it because it's not a good reason. And then we're going to go into the psychological movements and their own imagination of why they're doing it. And it's never a good thing because when if their first reaction is to find out other things when I'm trying to explain this, like when I'm trying to teach one of my students about guitar and they ask me, well, how do the drums work? I got to stop them. I go, wait a minute. We're nowhere near the drum set. I'm trying to help you understand that you have 6 strings and 24 frets.
That's a great way to put that. That's awesome. Yeah.
That is a perfect way to put it. For instance, I'm in computer hardware, not anymore, but I studied IT engineering. It's got nothing to do with programming, but people want to know how to program when they're learning about networks, and that makes zero sense. So yes, that's actually a very
big word, isn't it? Program.
Yeah.
It's a big word. It sounds good. Programming. I'm a computer programmer.
Yeah, software and hardware are two different things. Yes, they work hand in hand, but two different concepts.
Yeah, exactly. I'm a computer analyst programmer.
But yeah, I'm no longer do that line of business. I got the qualifications, but yeah, I run a e-commerce business at the moment, and I'm doing very well.
That's great.
I'm happy what I'm doing.
I have a background in computers too, from way back when they first started. Like, I was always fascinated by that, and I got a networking degree that I really never used. But anyway, yeah.
You're still hunting for a claim, Sonny. I can tell by the sound of your voice. You're out there with a shotgun.
No, I was looking at the depth of earthquakes. So yeah, they don't know anything like about what's down there. But okay, let's just go with the claim that was made. The question? what's underneath the flat Earth, what's underneath the globe Earth, because like upside down Australia does not exist.
That's right.
Well, first of all, Sonny, is there such thing? Here's the issue here. This is the real big problem. Is there an underneath to a globe? The answer is no. Thanks.
Yeah.
And that's why they've never asked that. That's why when the Earth is a plane of existence, now we need to know what's underneath it. Congratulations. Now you know what you require to have an underneath a plane of existence.
It just doesn't exist. Like what kills it is the nature of water right there. The nature of water stabs a freaking arrow right into the freaking heart of the globe, because all the seas, oceans are all horizontal to each other. So that means everybody anywhere on Earth, on the surface of this flat plane. Why is someone echoing me? I don't like that. Makes you feel like someone's freaking recording me or something. I can't stand that. Anyway, every one of us that stands on the surface of Earth is horizontal to each other. I don't point down to like if I'm talking to one of my friends on here from Australia, like if I wanted to point the direction where that person is, I don't point down. I point out across the Pacific. Straight line.
Absolutely right. That's absolutely right. You don't point down, he's underneath us. You never say that.
So even the Globers, they know all of this too. They know this. Like if you told them, take them to a seashore and point to Japan.
Yeah, they don't point upwards, do they? They don't point upwards.
I've never thought of it that
horizontally.
way. I've never thought of it that way, but yeah, it's pretty awesome.
Because that's where it is.
It's naturally, natural.
Way. So that means if our friend in Japan, Jin, pointed to where crypto is in England, he's going to point to the west. I mean, to the east.
To the west, across. Yeah, that's right.
To the east.
To the west.
All the way to the east. Yeah. So even at those far distances, everything's horizontal to each other here.
Yeah,
just the way reality is. That's the way it is.
The way it is. Yeah. That's why Twitchy should be Twitchy, the curious cat. You should be curious. Your namesake should be following your namesake and looking into
I might change it back.
I don't care.
Yeah, because if you're curious, Twitchy, then you ought to be very curious about what the globe is, because I think maybe you see that coming in here. It's not you. You don't know what it is, especially if we're having to educate you on what your globe is. So that's not being very curious if you come in here and you don't even know your own claim of this globe. That's the start. That's why we're all still here. Why would we be here?
You're not living correctly. You're not living right. You haven't begun to live yet. You're in a fantasy world made for you by the powers that shouldn't be. That's where you are. You don't even know your own model. That's not good. Not good at all. To know your own model is to know that it doesn't exist. That's what's going to happen.
And listen, just to believe something just because it's comfortable or that's what you're told, and just to leave it at that, are you really satisfied with that?
Yeah. Because you can make a greater impact with your life once you know the truth. And then you are doing exactly what the Creator intended you to do. He didn't intend for you to pretend to live on the earth that He created, or it created for us, the Creator, yeah? Where you can plant a seed and you get substance from the sun, photosynthesis, and you're going to say, I don't care. Doesn't matter to me. Honestly, you haven't begun to live.
But yeah, any other reasons why you think that you live on a ball other than that what's below us?
Yeah. Come on, Twitchy. You're on the hot seat now. Just for a few more minutes. Any other evidence you have? Because you haven't brought any evidence yet. So do you have any other reason why? you would, want to believe you're on a globe, because that's what you're doing. Got no evidence for it. None whatsoever. Why would you do that? As they say, call a spade a spade. Why would you do that?
I guess I rest my case.
Yes. So if you rest your case, what does that mean to us, though? What do you mean? You giving up? You're a flat earther now, or what?
Yeah, not forcing him to flat earth. This is like
no, I'm not. No, I'm not. I'm offering him.
Okay, cool.
The flat earth. I'm not forcing him. I'm saying to him, what does that mean? When you rest your case, well, you've thrown it away now. You're now going to take on board the flat earth thing, or what? What's going on? Flat earth truth, should I say? I don't know what you mean. I rest my case. What do you mean? You giving up? Or are you going back into the fantasy world? I don't get you, man.
Just like basically just here to listen and on all your convos and
okay. I'll ask you a question. Are you here to listen to improve and get direction? Curiosity? Because you're a curiosity. That is the purpose. There has to be a purpose to being here. Not just, are you looking for answers? I mean, what's your objective?
I don't really have an agenda. It's just...
yeah, okay, you don't have an agenda. What's your objective? What's your objective?
State your purpose.
Yeah. Otherwise, your current position is, I'm not really alive. I'm in a fantasy world and I love it. That's your current position. You are not living yet. Sleepwalker.
But as far as I understand, he's been here for a while, right?
Yeah, he's been here for a while. Yeah, I remember him from way back. I remember him last year. Yeah.
And he still believes it's a globe. Like, dude, the reason why I came here... the reason why I came here is just to learn a better way to explain the flat earth to people. Like, I learned about flat earth in 2015. I believed it almost immediately because when I looked at the evidence, I was like, holy crap. But I only believed it then.
Yeah.
And I introduced it to a friend. I lost that friend and I just left it dormant. It bothered me for years and years and years. And a few months ago, I looked back into it, I bought a camera and I proved it to myself. And I'm here now to get advice or learn how the guys explain it to other people. Just so I can explain it in a better way. Yeah. Because I don't have a good vocabulary. I'm going to be honest. I fucking suck at vocab, but I'm not a stupid dude. Like you explain something to me, I'll understand it. And but I just struggle a bit to articulate that to people. So yeah, that's why I'm here, just to explain.
I'm good at getting to the emotional. I'm good at getting to the under your skin. Yeah, I'm good at getting under your skin emotionally because I'm telling you what you're doing. That's what I do. That's one of my techniques. Because I want you to know that you are, when I see you and I hear you, I know you're not living yet. You haven't begun to live if you're thinking you're living on a board. And if you say you don't care, that is just icing on the cake for me. When you say I don't care, that's more evidence. You're not living. Because when you're living, you care. You don't mind sacrificing 4 hours of your day trying to explain the flat earth to others that don't know. You do it at a drop of a hat. You know, the reason for that is because we want everybody on the same page to change this world. That's how important it is. This world that I never created needs rescuing because man has hijacked it.
This has fucked me up so bad. This has fucked me up so bad that I don't even spend time with my wife anymore. She's in bed already, dude. It's 1 a.m. my side, and I'm still bloody in this chat just to hear a bit more.
Relationship.
No, not at all. I've been with my wife for 17 years. It's all good, but it's just
okay, well then she's getting to know the new you now. Okay.
Yeah, but she's on my side, so it's pretty good.
Well, that's cool. That's cool. That's cool. Yeah. So
Yeah.
she understands the importance
Oh yeah.
of what we're doing. Yeah. Because this, like I said the other day, this is the beginning of that resistance. This is the beginning. Even D Marble used to say it as well. I always knew it well before he did. I well knew that. This is the beginning of
God's
the
army.
revolution. This is it.
It's
what we're
God's
doing
army.
now. Yeah, that's why I thanked everybody who was involved in creating the server. That would be Crypto, Heliocentric, Helioskeptic, sorry, Indio, and Pillbox, and all the other females that were involved in creating this server, so we can come here. A big thank you for that, because that's so important. What they've done here is amazing, bloody amazing.
Yeah, it is. And also Battle Mod is another one of the really
Yeah,
early
I forgot
on.
to mention Battle Mod. I mentioned him yesterday.
Yeah.
So yeah.
But so
Yeah.
so if I could speak to Twitchy, you're still there, Twitchy?
Yep.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, well that's good. You're still here. So there's a reason why you're still here. So I know, we talked just briefly a little while ago. You mentioned, or I asked, and you said yes, that you do have a belief in this globe thing, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So what if I were to actually be able to show you exactly that to illustrate how much of what you think you know about the globe is just a belief? That's it. By asking 3 simple questions. Would you be okay with that?
Yeah.
And there's no right or wrong answer, my bro, so if you don't know something, you've already been honest with us. That's why you're still here, actually. Because if you don't know something, it's just more honest to say, I don't know. And many of us say, I don't know about things. So you're not alone there. A lot of us, not many people have been able to answer any of these questions, or actually not at all. So the first primary claim that the globe Earth makes is that it's curved. I'll just go through the 3 briefly, and then we can go back. So curvature is the first claim. That's a ball. It needs to measure as a ball if it's a ball. So the second one is axial rotation. And the third one is the existence of the vacuum of space as a medium that anyone could go to, or that it could exist at all. So I'll just go to the first one. So do you know from any times, from ancient times to the present, where the curvature of Earth was measured? And if so, I know there's a pause, but if so, if you do know or think you know, what method was used to make that measurement? Twitchy, are you still there?
Yeah, I said. I just gonna.
Don't know. Okay, I didn't hear.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. That's honest. So on the second one, do you know how, when, and where axial rotation was detected ever?
Nope.
Okay, good. It's fair. And can you show, or do you know of, a practical demonstration of gas pressure without a container?
What you mean, like geysers?
No, like gas pressure, like when you blow up a balloon, or you have a natural gas tank, right? You have a big butane tank or whatever they use, a tank of gas. Can you show gas pressure of any kind without some sort of barrier or container?
So without the tanks and stuff?
Yeah, gas pressure without the tank.
I mean, I can only think of this place called Rotorua here in New Zealand. It smells like sulfur and.
Okay, but see, we're talking about gas pressure. You're talking about smell.
No,
So we need pressure.
The reason it smells like that is like
gas is
it's
being
like
released.
yeah.
Yeah, that's true. But that's not actually the question. I'm sure that probably is true. Gases are probably being released, and you smell that. So, but what I'm asking is, how can you have gas pressure without a container? How would you measure gas pressure if you didn't have a container?
I don't know.
Yeah. And I can give you the definition of gas pressure. What the definition of gas pressure is: a container is required for gas pressure to exist. That's why pounds per square inch, the square inch is the container. You can't even measure gas pressure without a container. Nor can you have any kind of gradients of gases without a container. So we live on Earth. We have 14.7 psi gas pressure, air pressure at sea level. So there is a container, otherwise gas pressure couldn't exist because it would be a violation of the second law of thermodynamics. And that's one of a few particular laws in the natural world here that have never been violated. That's why they're called laws. They're actually axioms. They're just assumed that they're correct all the time because they always have been. Every time you check this stuff, it behaves the same way. Entropy will occur. High pressure to low pressure. Hot temperature to low temperature. These are some of the most fundamental things we know about reality, is these laws, gas laws. So what they told you space is a vacuum existing next to a pressure system without a container cannot exist in reality. So space, as they told you, doesn't exist. It's a fairy tale. So you have a belief on all three of those claims. You were honest about all of them, which I really give you props for that, because most people are not honest about it at all. So at this point, what would you say your confidence level is right now in the globe itself? Like percentage.
Like, I don't know, because
okay. Just do a ballpark. What would you say your confidence level is now? Just shoot.
I'm still on the fence, I guess.
So you mean 50%?
Yeah.
So what will make you just understand where we're coming from, that we provably can measure that the Earth is not a ball? What I can offer you, I can go to a place here where I can prove that there's no curvature, which is what I did 2 days ago. I can drive out there. I can do either a YouTube live stream. I can do a WhatsApp call with you. I can pull out my camera and I will put the camera up and I'll zoom in to the V&A waterfront from Azefontein, because Azefontein's just up the road from me. It's 62 kilometers. And I will show you, because I saw it with my own two eyes, that I saw the docks of the V&A waterfront, that was 3 meters that I lost. And there should be 80 meters of horizon that should be hidden. So yeah, I can do that with you, not a problem. Because I know you said you haven't done any experiments. So I'll offer to do a live stream that you get a little bit of evidence on your side, just to understand where we're coming from. You up for that?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, cool.
I heard you mention a few minutes ago something about a geyser. I don't know if you've seen what I typed in the voice text there, but the geyser is contained until it breaks out of its container. It's a built-up pressure inside the Earth. That's a container. And then when it breaks out, it releases the pressure, creating the geyser. So I don't know what you were getting at by saying a geyser is showing gas pressure without a container. I'm assuming
they're
that's
all
what you're
yeah, they're all contained like lava tubes, containers.
Yes.
You know, all that stuff. Fissures, contained until they find an outlet somewhere. Then they'll move to the next available space.
Twitchy, I DM'd you my private cell phone number. Add me on WhatsApp, and let's set up some time, and I'll do a WhatsApp call with you. I think our time zones will be a bit of a fuck up, though. I'm in South Africa, but yeah, dude, whenever you are ready, let me know, and we can schedule some time, and I'll do that Zoom footage for you, and we'll do it live on a WhatsApp call. Not a problem.
Yep, sure does.
Cool.
So Twitchy, have you really been around for like a long time here, like a year or something?
Oh, on and off, yeah.
Okay. So have you like seen the Black Swan and all of those kind of presentations?
No, I didn't look at them.
Really?
No. I'm more here just to listen to the people talking.
Okay. Yeah, I understand. So voice text, are you able to see what's in the voice text here?
I'm able to, but
okay. But you normally don't
I barely look at it, yeah.
You barely look at it. Okay. Well, maybe I could send you an image or something, if that would be all right, and do it that way. I don't know if you look at your messages either. Maybe
I look at my DMs, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So I think what's going to happen eventually, Twitchy, is you're going to get enough information. I believe you probably already have. You said you're only at 50%. Eventually, you're going to get enough of this information where you're going to have to make a decision. And that's just the way it is. I'm not, there's no judgment on you at all. It's just eventually, I believe you've already heard enough that you're questioning everything that
it's not that I'm questioning, it's more that I'm just content on where I'm at.
Okay. But yet you're still in here.
Yeah, because it's interesting to hear other people's, theories and opinions.
Well, we don't really have theories here, so.
So would you be content if someone just locked you up for murder, and you're actually innocent?
Throw away the key. Throw away the key.
Yeah.
That's a totally different scenario.
No, it's not, dude. The globe Earth is a complete prison. Oh my god.
It's a mind control, and you're locked up in there, and the key's gone, and you said you're done. You're content. Fantasy.
Oh, dude, that's why I want to do a live stream with you, because you can watch videos. That's why I bought the damn camera, because I don't believe anything that I fucking see on YouTube anymore. And I was like, okay, cool. No, these guys are tricking this shit. The Black Swan, I was like, okay, cool. No, this is absolute nonsense. And that's why I went to go buy the camera, just to go prove it to myself. And that's why I'll do a WhatsApp call with you, because they'll do everything fucking live, dude. There's going to be no video trickery. And that's what's got me, just proving it to myself, because I believed it after watching a lot of the Flat Earth evidence, and then I proved it to myself. And that's why I want to do a WhatsApp call with you. So add me on WhatsApp, dude. Let's set up some time. This is going to it's going to shock you. It hit me so hard. I actually started fucking good. I got teary. It's scary, but overwhelming and awesome at the same time. It's really, really cool.
Awesome.
Yeah. And I've lived with this for 6 years already, knowing that believing the Earth is flat, and then 6 years later, I proved it to myself. So yeah. It sucks. It took me so damn long, though.
Well, you just needed to do it when you were ready, and
Yeah.
that's the time you needed, I guess, right?
Yeah.
No peer pressure.
No, zero peer pressure.
And
If
the
there was
funny
peer
thing-
pressure, I would have done it then already. It bothered me so long. It bothered my inner soul so long that I had to do it myself.
You know, I struggle with the idea of having a good idea of what's going on and then actually testing it for yourself. I struggle with that.
It's weird how it differs, eh? You can watch as many videos as you like, you believe it, and you're confident. You just know the Earth is flat. But when you go prove it yourself, it's like, holy shit. And then you want to tell the whole world now. Because you can physically tell someone, dude, I can show you what I've done. And it's so cool.
And the funny thing is, we know it's level when we're children, because that's all we experience is a leveled Earth. We don't experience any curvature at all. So and if you ask a child and you show them the bowl, a ball or a dinner plate, which one do you live on? They're going to be pointing to the plate all the time because they couldn't envisage living on a ball. It doesn't make any sense at all. There's no relation. You've got no correlation to that. No connection. Zero. A ball is just a toy you play with. You know, they're going to say I live on a plate because it's level. So simple, man.
Okay.
And when you ask the children to draw the seaside scene, they all draw a leveled horizon. They don't draw no curvature, ever. Everyone draws a leveled horizon, adults and children.
Jin. I used to take the piece of paper, I put a line on the ground of the paper, and then I used to put the sun in the corner.
Yeah, I used to do that. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just excited to bring some value to the whole community, the whole flat Earth subject.
Yeah,
I'm looking
thank
forward
you.
to bringing.
Yes. Like as they say, what is it? What's it called again? Bless oblige. So the one with the nobility. Nobility is obligated to help those who are disadvantaged. So not that we're disadvantaged there, but you got the camera. So now you're going to have to be obligated to help us learn more of our Earth through your lenses. Thank you very much.
Yeah, so I actually wanted to. Someone mentioned the other day because I asked, "What can I do with this damn P900 now?" I could have bought the P1000, but I was like, "Okay, no, come on, I don't want to spend that much money." So I got the P900 a bit cheaper, and then someone said, "Try get a solar flake. Get the solar flake," because I already disproved the curvature. So tonight I was like, "Fuck, I want to go do this now." And for the past 3 days, it's been cloudy and rainy because we're in winter. So I was trying to get a whole bunch of shit tonight, but it's kept on getting clouds. So as soon as it clears up, I'll try to get that lunar flare as well. That'll be awesome.
You're trying to find.
I think you bought a brilliant camera anyway. You got the weapon, the flat earthers' weapon of choice is that P900.
Exactly.
I don't care. 10 years may go by, I still want to have a P900.
I think Sonny, correct me if I'm wrong, but listen. I'm not looking at the sky to see the curvature of the Earth. I'm looking at the sky to just see other things, not to disprove the.
Oh no, of course not.
Okay, cool. Yeah.
I know.
Okay, cool.
I know.
Yeah, I just want to see what other stuff you see out there.
In a year, in the last year, I've seen a lot of people that have taken pictures. Photos of those luminaries. I've seen lots of people in here that have taken those pictures with those cameras. Brilliant. It's absolutely amazing what's up there.
Yeah, I've got one footage of the moon. Didn't catch anything funny, but the fact that I can zoom in on it like that with a fucking P900, I mean, come on, that thing's not fucking 200 and something thousand miles away. That thing's right here. Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah. I actually, my personal belief is I don't even think this is going down another rabbit hole. I don't even think we're seeing the actual moon. I think we're seeing a projection of it. But yeah, that's another rabbit hole. But yeah, I will.
Are you referring to that? You know about the lunar wave, right?
Yeah.
Think
Correct.
is that what makes you think of it or believe in it?
Yeah. So yeah, I don't think we see. This is my personal thing, guys. This is a belief now. So I don't think we're seeing the actual moon, the object. I think we're seeing a projection of it, which is inside the firmament or just outside of it. However the firmament works, I do not understand it, but I don't think we're seeing that actual object. And the reason for that is because we get the double suns, and I think that double sun, or the sun that we do, the second sun that we do see on the odd occasion, I think that is the actual sun, and we're seeing the projection on the dome, and we see it on our Solaris space telescope camera webcam shit here in South Africa. It's in a different position than what you guys see it. Chris Maitres filmed it, and I want to still spend that money and get myself that those double filters that he has on his camera and try to get that as well.
What do you mean by What do you mean by the double sun? What do you mean by that? I've never heard that before. I never heard that theory before.
You don't know about the double sun?
No, I never heard of that before.
Dude, Google double sun quick.
Is somebody snoring? Is somebody snoring?
Yeah,
What the fuck?
I'm trying
to figure out who it is.
What's going on?
My my mic is
Did you fall asleep?
Your mic is what? What's going on with your mic?
You might want to get some rest there, Twitchy. Sounds like you're a little tired.
No,
Yeah, it's okay. You can speak freely. What's going on with your mic?
my mic is close
Okay.
to my mouth, and
Okay, that's okay.
yeah.
Oh,
That's okay.
You were just breathing. You were just breathing.
Yeah.
I get it. Okay.
So what did you want to say, though? Did you have something that you wanted to say and contribute?
Yeah, I'm gonna do that. Or see that test with what's it called?
Which one? Which test? I don't know which test. Which test were you talking about?
With Beerman.
I don't know that one. I'm not familiar. But maybe you can post it in the live stream voice text, and I can take a look at it.
No, actually, Vagabond, he was talking about a conversation that Bierman was having with Twitchy about doing an observation and putting it on a WhatsApp call and do it together like Bierman's going to do it. He's going to...
A live stream thing.
It was actually Bierman that was snoring, and I muted him.
Oh, Bierman was.
Okay. So I just came. I just came into the call a little bit late. I'm just catching up. It's okay.
That's all right. It's all right. Yeah.
My bad. I'll catch up eventually.
Last year I fell asleep, and today I fell asleep too.
You fell asleep. What, at the live stream?
Yeah.
No, and Discord.
The Discord? Yeah, I've done it before. Yeah, it happens.
Because my computer is by my bed, and I just
you just left
lie
it on.
down
I
and
get
chill.
Sunny.
Lie down.
Yeah, I'm not snoring, guys.
Listen, I'll say this much: if I had to choose to program my mind with any voices in the world, I wouldn't mind the smartest kids in the world to be programming my mind while I'm going to sleep. You know what I mean? It's like, I'm sure if I had to choose a circle of people to be programming my mind while I'm asleep, the smartest kids in the world would not be the people that I would not choose. You know what I mean? It's a win-win on your end.
Man, I'm with you there, Vagabond, for sure.
The heliocentrists.
Hey, Sonny.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's a win-win.
Could you do me a huge favor?
What?
I'm actually soaking off my acrylic nails on my dominant hand. Can you message Bierman and tell him that he got
No, he's
yeah,
here.
I'm here. You muted me, but yeah, it wasn't me snoring. I'm on push to talk. I don't snore.
Oh, silly me.
I think it was
Okay.
Twitchy. Yeah, it was Twitchy. He just said he has the mic pretty close to his face, so it
Oh,
sounded
well,
like
my
it was
bad,
just him.
everybody. So sorry.
I think that's what I gathered. It was just him breathing, so no problem.
Okay,
But
cool.
thank you. I appreciate that. Ask for my help anytime, Jenny.
Thanks.
Jenny, how are you? How's everything?
I love you, Jenny.
Run,
Yo, you nailed
Forrest, run.
He nailed the delivery on that one, though.
Oh yeah. So I posted an image now, for instance, of that second sun or the projected sun. So this is just a theory that I have been looking into, and you guys, I don't know if you guys are just testing me on this now, but this is just what I've been going through.
No, I'm interested. I'm not bullshitting.
All right. So
this is the you just posted it, right?
Yeah,
Beerman.
the last one.
So, Beerman, who took the picture?
No. So I don't know. So that's what I'm saying.
Oh, I've never seen that before.
Yeah. So
Oh my god.
You'd have to find.
I've
You got to
never
find
seen
the
that before.
photographer. Yeah, you definitely have to
Where did
find
you
a
see this?
photographer.
I just give you that's an example. So I've seen Chris Maitre.
Where did you see this?
Live stream. No, hold on. So I'm saying I've seen Chris Maitre do the live stream of it. So this is why I want to buy the double. What's that damn filter called?
But where's this image? I'm saying, where's this
No,
image?
that's why I don't know where that one is. I'm just giving an example of what I'm talking about.
Okay, I
Yeah.
see. No, that's
So-
super interesting. I've never seen that before.
Okay, well, let me get you a damn video of Chris Maitre then, because that's a live
Yeah,
stream.
Yeah, please.
That's a damn video.
Yeah, it's a damn video. So I'm South African. We speak a bit
Let me
different.
learn
this
some
time.
shit today. Listen, I'm hungry. Feed me, Seymour.
Come on, you guys not heard of Chris Maitre's double sun video?
No, I haven't. No. Listen, I'm living under a rock over here. What do you want?
No, impossible. You guys are taking me for a fucking knob here.
Listen, we're out here living under a rock. You're clearly the genius amongst the group, so please enlighten us all.
No, so anyways.
Let me see that. I want to see it too. I'm not familiar with it either. I might have
No,
seen it, but I
nonsense.
just don't know until I look at it.
Okay, anyways, this is just what after going through what he's saying and playing around with my wife's cake dome here, where she put a cake in and she got this little glass dome, and I was trying to replicate what's his name, David Wise was doing under the blanket with the torch and showing the projection and playing around with the eclipses. It just makes so much sense that we're seeing a projection of the actual sun through the dome. And when I was trying to replicate these experiments, I got it right as well. And I was like, holy shit, this makes so much sense. So I'm looking into this stuff. So I want to buy myself that.
What do you mean by seeing a projection? What do you mean by seeing a projection of the sun through the dome? Like at what angle?
So
and what makes you think it's through the dome instead of just a second sun on its own?
So I think it's through the dome. The reason being is we obviously don't know what the dome's made of. I don't know what it is made of. No one knows what it's made of. We don't even know if it's there, but we think it's there. So when they did the experiments with the polarized lenses, you can get rid of that sun or you can actually open up that sun and get rid of that sun the way you turn the polarized lens.
What do you mean by get rid of that sun? What do you mean by that?
You just don't see it. You don't see it. You don't see
using a different lens?
No, yeah, probably. So my vocabulary sucks. The way I explain shit sucks.
That's okay. No, but like maybe understand. So if I had a polarized lens on my glasses, and I would not see one of the suns.
Correct. But if you turn that polarized lens in a certain angle, you see it, or you get rid of it. How do I say it?
I understand.
You block it out.
No, you block it out. I understand.
So
what do you think is causing that block? So that's why you think it's coming off of a reflection, because it's the polarization of the lens is like causing something to distort. So you feel like that's what's telling you like both of them can't be real suns, because why is it being blocked out by the polarization of the lens?
Yes, because on their experiment, which is what I want to replicate as well still, is that they block it out they block the light source out with a normal torch through it when there's a polarized lens.
With a what torch?
With just a normal torch, with a polarized lens in front of it, and then they take a lens and they bend it to the right. You know, like how you normally test polarized glasses. You just turn it to one angle, and then it goes pitch black, sort of thing.
Yeah. I've seen that.
So what fucks me up a bit is like we don't have polarized eyes, and so why don't we always see that projected sun? So it's shit that I want to get into, and it's something I'm looking into, and yeah. So I know you know what I'm talking about.
That's super interesting. I've never seen this before, but yeah. No. I'm gonna send you. I'm brand new. I promise you, I've never seen this before. I'm just super interested, and like I'm asking honest questions. I appreciate you taking the time to explain it.
Okay,
bro, come on, I'm not a douchebag.
So yeah, this is no. So I'm still very new into this whole subject. So I'm busy testing this stuff, and I need to go spend more money on damn filters.
Sure, I understand.
And they expensive.
But you got the P900. You got the P900 already, right? So
yeah, I bought it 2 days ago.
You got some tools on your side now. You're out here doing the work.
I'm testing this shit out, and I'm gonna build a YouTube channel and share my thoughts on it. So yeah.
Oh. Yeah. So you're gonna melt the world. I get it.
No. I'm not gonna monetize. I just want to get the shit out there because I know it's difficult.
No, I didn't say monetize. I said melt the world, melt their brains, their intellect.
Oh, melt.
Monetize.
I thought you said milk.
Melt.
Okay, cool. Because
I've
got a successful business, so I don't need extra money. I'm doing this for the fun.
Yeah, you don't need. Yeah, exactly. It's not about the money. You're doing this just for the intellect capacity. I get you.
But yeah, so I just want to see what I can find and help out where I can help out.
I understand. Listen, this is hands down one of the most unique things I've seen on the site so far, and I've been on the server for maybe 3 years now, and by far the Double Suns is probably one of the first things that's caught my eye in a while on here. Like most of the time the arguments are pretty similar, you know what I mean? But this is a new argument that I've ever seen presented.
Okay, cool. So Helio posted one there. That was actually from Crow 777 and Chris Van Maitre. That's the one. So I posted the video where Chris Van Maitre did the live stream, or someone filmed his live stream or something like that. So yeah, I thought that was pretty awesome.
That's the one that you're talking about.
That's correct.
It's hard to find it, but I found it.
That's the one that you had.
I'm kind of good at stuff, you know. When
that's a Taboo Conspirio, Helio.
He mirrored it from Crow 777's channel, maybe from Chris's channel. I looked on Chris's channel, looked on Crow 777, I couldn't find it, but I found it on Taboo Conspiracies.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay,
cool.
Take a Crow 777.
So that's what I'm getting into now. So I want to try replicate this from my side, and I want to try get the sun angle in South Africa, because when Chris did it, he did it in different states in the US, and the sun was in different places as well.
You're gonna have to buy some filters for your P900.
Yes, that's what I said early on. Yeah, that's what I said early on. So I'm gonna that's what I want to look at getting, but they're damn expensive. Yeah, but that's something I want to.
How much are the filters going for?
It's about. I think it's going to be about 7,000 rand, which is about
Jesus Christ,
$600. Yeah, about.
I don't know what rand is. $600 just for one filter.
That's for the two, because they use a double filter. So I want to do the same thing.
What advantage does a filter give you?
I'm not actually fucking 100% sure, to be honest.
Hey, but if you actually do that, if you do that from South Africa, and that was done in North America, right?
Yes.
So if you did it from South Africa, that could be interesting. Let me see.
Yes, and we have got it on webcam, which is pretty interesting. We've seen it on webcam. If you look at a Solaris Double Sun, they've picked it up on webcam. But I want to do what Chris Van Maitre did, because I want to replicate what he's done, just to prove that to myself. And
I'll keep looking for the original video from Chris. I looked on his channel, but I couldn't find it. But I'll keep looking for it, and we'll I'll share it when I find it.
Someone kicked me.
You probably just got disconnected.
No, somebody's feeding back. I think they're just like there's some type of feedback.
I was going to say, BM, and the filters you're talking about, you can get on eBay for you can use an ND filter, and you can double ND filters up. So if you get an ND 1000, It's about six quid. That'll be about $10, $12. So these filters are dog cheap. You can even make your own solar filter. Just to let you know.
So I got a 3D TV. So I was fucking around with my 3D glasses and putting different layers of because they polarized, and I couldn't do something similar. But apparently, you can only do this on certain days and stuff, and something like that. So I'm really going to get into this, guys. I'm going to do my best to get some sort of evidence from this. Just give me some time. I'm still.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, listen, we're here. We'll take a look when you post it.
Yeah,
for sure, bro. Thanks for doing the work, man.
Matt, you're very welcome. Very, very welcome.
You're 24 hours a day.
Yeah, dude, this has been it's almost 2 a.m. my side already. I should have been asleep a long time ago. This has chowed up so much on my time.
You'll eventually get to where you can just sleep and turn it off. You know.
Yeah.
Take it from people who've been doing this for a long time. You will eventually get to where you're just like, I can't stop thinking about this. It was just like, you know, why should I even mess with this at a certain point? But hey, the why I I host I guess the host, right, of the 24/7 live channel. I do it because I want new people to find the information. I don't come in here all the time, even though I'm the channel host. I just and I support everyone in here, bringing out the information. I think it's great.
So yeah, we chatted, I think last week or the week before when I just joined the server, and then I told you I'm going to get the P900. That was the plan. I actually did buy it 2 days ago. And I proved the non-curve to myself, which I said I'm going to do, and I've done that. So I'm pretty stoked.
Nice. Well done, brother. Well done.
Excellent.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of the server. Like I've learned so much here in such a short period of time. Like I'm almost like I feel like I owe. Like I feel like I have to wire somebody money or something because of the time I spent here. I feel like I owe because it's like I've learned this shit.
I wouldn't mind if you can go ahead and give me some money if you want to. I mean,
I said it first, Helio.
Yeah, there's a PayPal link in the description. You can just send me money if you want to.
Well, how much would you like, Helio? Let's talk about numbers here. How much do you want to Let's get some numbers on the table.
No, I mean, it's like I've had people donate, but for the
20,000, 30,000, 40,000. How much will make you happy, Helio? Let's talk about numbers.
Dude, I've had people send me. I've only had. I mean,
I want to make like I'm talking about what number will make you happy. That's the number that I want to hear.
I mean, anybody can do this. I just volunteered to do it. But if you like what I'm doing, go ahead and just.
Helio, I love what you're doing. Come on, brother. Okay, listen, maybe Helio, maybe you're helping me set like a different side goal that I hadn't even considered, but maybe you literally in this moment telling me a number is gonna put that in my head, and maybe who never knows, I might get into some different crazy situation. That number pops up, and like I'm actually gonna give it to Helio because he thinks I was just bullshitting that day on the phone. Just give me the number, Helio.
Dude, God will tell you the number if you want to donate.
No, I want you to tell me the number, not God. With you, Helio.
There's
no number too big or too small. Helio, what I'm saying, there's no number too big or too small. Let's say we figured out in this strange world of ours that our consciousness was actually connected, and like if you actually asked me for a number and I could actually produce it for you, that would be a decent accomplishment. Let's be honest, it would be.
Well, but no matter what, let's not do it here on the live stream.
No, of course on the live stream, so we have a record of it. Come on, brother.
Well, I mean, something that I could give you a number that would really help me out and take care of some issues that I have. But I'm.
How much?
Jesus Christ! You're fucking kidding.
Very nice. How much?
How much?
I don't want to sound like a beggar, but it's like, I got
You're
myself
not a
into
beggar,
this.
Helio, first of all, let's be quite honest. I am not rich at the current moment, Helio, but I have the ability to launch businesses extremely quickly. Like, I've done extremely well in New York. I made $250,000 a year without even sweating. And like, now I'm like way past that level. So like, I'm going to launch some businesses here in Florida soon. So like, I'm actually gonna have the resources to actually give you whatever you need. What I'm trying to say, like, if you don't ask me, I can't possibly give it to you because you never told me what you needed. You know what I mean? It's like, I'm not just giving it to you. Like, obviously, I'm going to make sure, like, it's going to go to a good purpose and, you know. But you already know you're a good guy.
This is fucking insane.
Okay.
Are you actually serious?
I'm
if
that
I
serious,
ask you for a certain
Helio.
amount here on the live stream, you're going to give it to me and I can fix my shit?
You tell me a number, Helio. I will put it in my mind. And then I'll say to myself, okay, well, Helio needs, let's say you need 250,000, right? Let's say that's the number. Now, that's a big number.
It's not near that amount.
So see what the number that I came with. Let's say Helio needed 250,000 to fix out all the things that's going on in his life. Now, I'm not a millionaire or a billionaire yet at all by any mark, but I know I have the ability to produce resources. And should I talk to Helio more often, I might actually be able to have a conversation with Helio and point out how Helio can get the 250 in a year if he just did think. But I would never know unless I had.
But
I would never know unless I had a conversation with Helio. Do you see? So it's like,
yeah, I see.
I can get you out of it. I'm trying to tell you, I can get you out of it. I've gotten a number of people out of a number of situations.
You want me to say it on the live stream? This is what's weird to me.
It doesn't,
why do you want me to say it on the live stream?
Because it doesn't matter. I want you to feel the feeling of it doesn't matter. Because when friends are talking to each other and we're just talking about whatever, we can talk about whatever we want to, and it doesn't matter.
Okay.
But if you make it matter, if you make it more like serious than it has to be, it almost becomes more serious than it ever had to have been.
Yeah,
you know what? More serious.
You know what? If you could throw in a measly little P900 in there, that would be just a little tiny bit. Because apparently,
I still gotta get myself a P900.
Hey, I don't know. Listen,
I don't need a fucking P900.
Wait, I didn't even make my point.
Go ahead.
Let him finish his point.
The point was that because I don't know how to make money in this place anymore. So
why not? What do you mean? In the world,
yeah, at all. And like, I don't know how to make money.
Why?
I don't know how. Why? Because I'm like stuck in the system.
You know. Okay, I'll say this, Mitch, to you. You know what it is? It's like, it's not that you don't know how. You're overcomplicating an extremely simple thing. You have to understand the art of making money is just an exchange of value. So the thing is, you need to perceive somebody else's pain point and provide a solution and value to them, and then that value be remunerated to you. That's the only way it goes. I promise you, there's no gray areas. There's no fancy thing about this.
The only way I can make money...
The quicker that you solve someone else's problem, the quicker that...
Wait, I can't talk. So I can only make money if it's completely separated from the establishment system. There's no way I can make money. They won't allow it.
What do you mean establishment? What do you mean? What do you mean separated from the establishment? What do you mean by that?
There's ruthless agencies out there that I made mistakes with early on, and I don't see any way out of it. They are taking.
What do you mean by what agents are those? You have to give me some context so I can at least understand what you're saying.
I'll just say Title 4D, and if you don't know what Title 4D is,
CIA, I don't know what I need.
Nothing like that. Nothing like that. I just don't want to say Title 4D. You can look it up. I don't want to say it online.
That's what I'm saying, Sonny. There's a lot of shit that I don't want to say. He's like.
Title 4D. So Title 4D.
Like, okay. I mean, I don't want to. Are you asking me to give you the reason why that if you could help me out, in that way, like with a large amount of money, I don't want.
I can actually.
Here on the live stream. I know that. I'm just saying. Do you want me to do it on the live stream?
Well, why? It doesn't matter. Is my point, Helio?
I guess so.
It doesn't matter. We're all friends here. We're all just sharing ideas. We're like the way that I see it is like, so this is the way that I see this group, and maybe you see it differently, Helio. When I envision this group, I envision like we're having this chat where we're like at a campfire of sorts. So I've been envisioning every time that I like plug into this chat, I envision that we're all sitting around the campfire. Mind you, we're not sitting around a campfire because we're not physically sitting next to each other, but I envision that that's what we're doing. So when I talk to you, it's as if I've been talking to you for a while. I was like, I just meet you. I was like, but we haven't really sat next to each other, but I talk to you now. It's like I can actually just be myself and just talk to you like I talk to all my other friends. I don't have to talk to you different than I talk to my other friends. Mind you don't know my other friends, so you don't know how I talk to them. So you might take the way that I'm coming to you as maybe like brash or off balance or like different or whatever. But that's just how I talk to my friends. And like, there's benefit to it because I've seen the benefit in their lives. So it's like, there's nothing wrong with it. It's just the way I talk to people. But it's just very direct.
And I would like to clarify what I said. Like, it's not that I don't know how to make money, because I definitely do. And I know how to make it. I could create my own business and build things. I love building things. I could build things. But what I'm telling you is the way the system is currently set up with me, unfortunately, I was stupid and made too many mistakes that I don't know how to reverse with these people. So, therefore, the only way I could make this money is if it was completely out of their reach, so they don't have any knowledge of it.
I understand.
No, but that's not necessarily true, though. I think that there's a way that you can. I think there's a way that you can take advantage of them because they're trying to take advantage of you. Go ahead, NYC, right?
Agreed.
Go ahead.
Agreed. Yeah, but what I would say is that at the end of the day, it's like you have to be very specific. So what I would do is like I would sit down with you and get all of the particulars around the specific situation that you are in and the limitations that are around that. And then we take those into account and then we say, okay, well, we cannot do this business, that business, that business, this business, that business, because it would conflict. But then you have all of these ranges of businesses that are still available to you. Now, you're not going to do something that makes you miserable. So you're going to try to figure out within the businesses that are within your purview, which ones would actually fit what you'd actually like to be doing with your life. And then you'll choose one of those and see which one clicks with what your future visions are for where you'd like to end up in terms of monetarily. But it's hard to do the math because sometimes you can't
seems
put
like
it all
you were
together.
asking. It's like if I told you the number right now, you want me to give it to you, but that like I said, that's a much larger conversation. I don't mind sharing personal details.
But it's let me tell you what, and let me just finish the statement. Let me tell you why the number is so important. Because until you communicate the number, I can't put it in my mind. You see what I mean? So it means it's like
I have to say it here on the live stream. That's
so. Hold on. Maybe you can message it to me, bro. I don't give a shit. Send me a DM. I don't care. I don't know the number. But I'm trying to tell me if you don't give it to me, I can't have it in my mind.
Right. So if I give you the number in a DM, are you going to say it here?
No, I will never say it again. It's our secret.
I'll tell you what I need. To actually get back on
send me a DM. Send me a DM. Send me a number. Send me the number, and we'll have more conversations, and I'll show you how I help you sort it out. It'll be simple.
Because it's almost impossible for me to.
It's not impossible. It's way simpler than you think.
Considered that y'all can do business under other people's names?
Oh, of course, yeah, of course.
I mean, that would be the easiest solution for me. I know plenty of contractors who have started businesses from nothing in like their brother's or their wife's name with their permission, obviously, so that they're not stuck with the bills that they owe already.
Exactly. So well said. Meme, you nailed it. You nailed it.
Yeah.
You nailed it, Meme.
You have an option of getting out of all those bills by essentially remaining in debt, but working through someone else instead.
Exactly. Because there's always options. Remember, if the situation is beneficial for the person that you're presenting it to. So, for example, let's say your situation on paper is very complicated. Then, obviously, to use your paper situation to create the reality that you want is going to be extremely difficult. But you can use, like Meme said, you can use your sister, or your brother, or your cousin, or your mother, whatever. But the thing is, you can still launch companies and still like buy an aged corporation that has like a significant history on it. You can have hundreds of thousands of dollars in credit available to you if you just structured your business correctly. But to think it's too hard for you to do when it's actually not that complicated. It's just very specific steps that have to be taken. And should you take those specific steps, you'll get the result that everybody else that took those steps got. Now, if you don't take those specific steps, you couldn't possibly get the same result.
I appreciate what you're saying. I really do, and I do believe that that is possible. What I feel like for myself is like this. I'm not young, and I feel like there's 6 to 10 steps that need to be done before I can even begin. I'm in my 60s.
You're in your 60s. That's okay, but that means at the end of the day, like now, you're living for your prime time now, right? So this is where you you probably want to get your own boat or some shit. You want to just live your twilight years and just have a little.
I wish, but it's not like that. I wish, it's not like that.
That's okay. But what would you like is my question.
Here's the thing. Hold on. The six steps I'm talking about, I don't feel like I even have enough time to accomplish those steps. I'm not saying I can't do some things.
Don't assume.
To get to a point, but it has to be done with virtually no money. Basically on a survival level. So
understandable.
If I'm able to get above survival level, then we can talk some business,
But what a lot of people do, let me tell you something. There's so many people in this world that are hyper intelligent that should they sit in a meeting. Remember, a meeting sometimes is just sending emails and making phone calls. Remember, those are free. Sometimes you sit across the table from somebody that actually does have the resources.
I tell you all
your diligence and your drive. And he sees who you are and what ideas you have to present. And he fucking agrees with you. And just like that, your life changes. But if you don't want to make phone calls and you want to book the meeting, it's going to be hard for it to transition.
All right, I want to tell you a story.
You didn't have the value.
I got a friend. I got a friend in Atlanta. He went to Atlanta. He had an S10 pickup truck, no money. Or he had $130, and he went to Home Depot. He bought some cleaning equipment, and he started washing windows. And 2 years later, he had one of the largest window cleaning companies in Atlanta.
Yeah.
Cleaning and he ended up cleaning skyscrapers.
Skyscrapers. Yeah, that's how it happens. And I've seen this story before. And you know the one thing, Meme, and I'll say this to you directly because I can tell you get it. You work in concrete. You're not a dumb guy, bro. What I would say is the human will, the human spirit, when it wants to really exude itself and show people what it can create, it's unstoppable. It's unstoppable. But you have to come to grips with the fact that you weren't supposed to accept the excuses. You were supposed to produce the result and just blame yourself if the results that you didn't get were not the results that you wanted. Don't blame someone else. Blame yourself. And then should you keep blaming yourself, your mind will figure out the answer and 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 the answer. And eventually you'll have the answer. How do you think I got to flat earth? I was just constantly looking for the answer. That's how I'm here. But I just did construction work on the way. You know what I mean? I'm just having to dabble. You know what I mean? So it's all the same shit.
I think Server was fucking with me when he said he has never heard of the double sun.
Oh, it was cutting out on you?
Huh? No, he thought we were bullshitting. I've heard of it before. I've heard of it before, man.
Well, if you've been in this argument for a while, I mean, everyone's almost heard of that. Yeah. I mean, it's been a thing, for a couple of years. So
yeah. So I've known about Flat Earth since 2015, but I lost touch of it. So yeah, it was new to me and something I want to get into because I think it's very fucking interesting.
Look, so I think it's very important what Vagabond said. Like for me personally, like that thing about sitting across the desk with somebody and that kind of exchange, like I'll just be honest, like in my past life, I may have more, like I probably always had the ability to do that, but I never knew how to do that. Like I've done lots of different things and most things that I've ever done, I do at a high level. Like I could have made businesses in any of those fields, but I didn't mostly because the reason, like you're talking about, because I didn't know how to network. That's still a problem I have. Connecting with individuals.
But you didn't know. Remember, that's a skill. That's a skill set, though.
Presenting myself, I didn't know how to present myself properly because I didn't, for one, listen, I didn't have value in myself for a long time. Even though I knew how to do all these things, I didn't have value in my life as an individual. That's a big problem in this day and age.
I've been there.
I spent most of my life in that kind of situation where I didn't know how to connect with people. Still have a problem with it. Don't know how to meet people. I don't socialize. I don't like. It's like I'm completely alone. It's freaking like, it's not fun, you know? And
it's not fun.
Like this place here in the server is like one of the best places I've ever discovered for myself of like meeting people with different ideas, similar ideas, you know, and talking about ideas, the exchange of information and kind of network. But the networking part, I still don't freaking do it well. Like, I'm just being honest.
What no, I understand that. And what helped me out is like what I had to take into account is like when I would go to these networking events, whether it be like a hedge fund industry or legal, like law firm type networking parties, or just like social events or whatever it was. One thing I tried to observe is like, Jerry, you know what? Your mind is hyper analytical. Their minds are not hyper analytical. Most people are not thinking about the things that you're thinking about on a daily basis. So do I dump that on them initially when I meet them? No. That's going to make them uncomfortable. Now, if I really do believe I'm smarter than them, then I am going to look at them and say like, well, what are they trying to accomplish today? And most of the times, if you look in their eyes, they just want to have a drink, have a laugh, get over the stress that's going on within their day. So should you learn how to dance and just have a laugh and make them laugh and make them have a good day, you'd realize that's all they wanted to accomplish, and then they will slowly open up to you, and then the networking happens naturally. But to try to like make what you wanted to happen in that moment, as opposed to just trying to figure out what they needed in that moment, you were always operating a step behind because you were trying to get what you wanted instead of giving what they needed.
No, I don't know. That's not my experience. I mean, I understand what you're describing, but that's not my experience. No.
Is e-commerce not big in the US? Doesn't e-commerce do well in the US? E-commerce, like I started an e-commerce business in February, and I'm doing fucking well for myself. And I come from an IT engineering background. I was building networks and shit like that, and I didn't want to do that anymore. So I invested. My wife and I, we were going to buy a second property, and I took that money for the second property and I bought stock. I imported some stuff from China, bought from a few local Chinese importers, and I sell gadgets, and I'm doing fucking amazing. And I'm happy.
You do like Alibaba and stuff, or who do you use?
So we got a local importer here that does everything for you. You give them the product that you want. They source a supplier and they bring it in for you. They handle all the customs and all that nonsense. So they give you an estimate. It's most of the time 100% accurate, but say 98% accurate on the landing costs. And yeah, you put your markup on, you sell your shit, and yeah, dude, I'm doing so damn well.
Nice,
now.
Bro.
And
well done, bro. Happy to hear that, bro.
Thanks,
well
man.
done.
So, yeah.
Listen, you should talk to listen. It's guys like you that literally just need to share your story. You know, with the same gentleman that was speaking earlier, like, you know, he's maybe just hitting a stumble in the road, and he's trying to find his way, but he doesn't realize like maybe it might be this idea or that idea or that. You know, you never know what's the thing that's gonna get you excited, where you find, you know, your rhythm and you see the cash coming in and you can build it and you can scale it. You never know what's going to be that idea, but to give up before that idea hits, I think that's a foolish move. Because
dude,
remember,
Chinese
you're going to die
gadgets.
too. We're all going to die. We're going to die.
I'm making 300% markup on some of my stuff, dude. Give an example. Shower speakers is one of my go-to products. I pay 45 rand for one, and I sell it for 189 rand. That's 4, 8, 12,
That's
16.
Nice.
It's almost 400% markup I'm putting on it. I got a return the one day. They said the because you can answer phone calls on it as well while you're having a shower. They said the microphone,
speakers?
Yeah, they say the microphone doesn't work. So they sent it back. I tested it. It worked perfectly fine. I thought, oh, fuck that. I'm going to keep it for myself. Dude, I love the damn thing. I see where the craze is.
So you've used it, obviously.
Oh, yeah, dude. I listen to podcasts
so I guess
showering.
it's like Bluetooth. So it's like Bluetooth, and like the people that like. So and the thing is, obviously, they can hear that you're in the shower because the water's falling.
Yeah, it's
You know,
fucking
so
awesome.
it's like you're like basically bringing them into the shower with you without them
man.
choosing it. You know,
It's so funny.
Let me tell you another
that's kind of dope, though. That's kind of dope.
This is how you do markup. So I put 33 hours into a job, no pun, and invested about $700 into it. My entire markup was $5,500. That was profit for 1 week.
Nice, bro. Well done, man.
But it did mean that I was alone for 33 hours grinding on a floor.
That's all right, brother.
If you're willing to do that kind of work, that's where you can make the money. That's where you can make the money.
I told you, I have my boy that's in Atlanta. Well, he's not in Atlanta. He's in like what's the name of the town he's in? He's in Ackworth, I think it is. But like his older brother lives in like a higher end community down there. Like he has 5 brothers and 1 sister, and the sister married like some huge like framer in Atlanta. Like it's insane. So like I went to her house in Atlanta and I was like, wow, this is what a mansion looks like. I was like, this is nice. And remember, this is the Greek family that I grew up with in the story. And so it's like they grew up in the hood with us, but like their father was like military strict discipline. Like, and I see what he created in his kids. So it's like they're doing extremely well in Atlanta. Like they've been like one of those like beacons that I was able to like always envision in my life and go back to in terms of like discipline and my, my own like checking myself in terms of like, am I fucking up, or is it my fault or is it somebody else's fault? And like I usually have to blame myself because I have that family to envision, but like they've done extremely well. Just just having the same level of discipline that I see like people in the server have. I'm like, it's not special. It's just like you're just paying attention. You know what I mean?
I'll give an example. I did 42 sales for today, and it's a Sunday, and Sundays aren't too bad, but weekends are generally bad on sales. And the week is non-stop, dude.
Okay.
I have sales 2-3 o'clock in the morning. Like I had sale like literally like 5 minutes ago. I got a sale. People shop 24/7. E-commerce, Sunny. Just try put a bit of money aside. Look for a Chinese importer or import directly from China, and dude, you'll make a good amount of money just selling online. And you can hook yourself up on Amazon as a seller, and you'll be able to sell on there.
I have a question, Sonny. How good of a musician are you?
I enjoy listening to Sonny.
The best.
The best. If you ranked yourself, like honestly, on a scale of like 1 to 10, 10 being, I don't know, Jimmy Page, and 10 being Jimmy Page, what would you rank yourself?
8.5.
8.5. Have you considered
solid score?
Have you considered setting yourself up Twitch, doing requests, doing chats? And like setting yourself up on Instagram and stuff, and maybe just doing an old timer does music and stuff like that.
Or maybe just teach like that. I could teach like that too. I know that's a good idea. That's a really good idea.
If it's a skill you're really good at, you have really super low investment. If you're doing streaming, there's no investment. It's setting up accounts. That's it. Setting up and managing accounts. If you want something that's zero investment, that's already is something that you have a skill with. I don't know, just a thought.
Right. Yeah.
Or you can create a Globe Earth channel and debunk Flat Earth, and then you'll get a lot of YouTube hits on that.
And then switch.
Whoa.
Do Globe, get a million viewers, subscribers, and then freaking switch.
There we go.
That'd be funny. No, the live streaming, that's a good idea. I've thought about doing that before. Lessons even, video lessons. And
really, that sounds awesome, Cindy.
Yeah, and don't theme it like, don't do like Flat Earth lessons or anything like that. Just be a musician who's teaching people how to play music.
Exactly.
I mean, you could try. I mean, how many people have opened up like in hard times, they'll be like, I play guitar. I'll start teaching guitar. My wife used to teach guitar when she was young.
Yeah, I've done that actually. It's funny. I
There
used
you
to
go.
go to laundromats and put my cards up there for guitar lessons. I got all my students from laundromats.
Sonny, have you heard of Marty Swartz on YouTube? He gives guitar lessons. That's how I learned how to play guitar.
Yeah, I could probably give him lessons.
Yeah, so I'm saying that's how I learned, and he's got a lot of fucking hits. He does well. I still suck though, but yeah, I learned a few songs.
Yeah, what I do best is playing live in a band. That's where I really that's where I really can stretch.
Well, I can recommend e-commerce. It changed my life in the sense of no longer working for a boss and no longer grinding long ass stupid hours. Like I still work long hours now and I work weekends, but I do it for myself and I'm making good money. And yeah, my wife's gonna hop on board soon, which is awesome, and she will help me out a bit because I'm getting a bit too busy now to handle it by myself. So I'm lucky in that position that I can actually pay her a salary as well, which is pretty cool. So don't give e-commerce don't just bat it behind. There's good money to be made in it. I started in end of February this year, and yeah, I've done over R500,000 already in turnover. So yeah, it's pretty cool.
Yeah, on the subject of the tree of good and evil, tree of knowledge of the good of evil, I'm wondering whether we are not understanding it correctly, in as much as that anything man creates has adverse consequences for him.
Hey, Sonny, when's the last time you played on here?
Now would be a good time.
Yeah, it's 2 a.m. I think I got to head to bed, guys. I got to get a few shipments out in the morning talking about e-commerce. Yeah, I've packed my boxes, but I got to wake up and get to the courier tomorrow morning. So yeah, I'm going to call it. It was awesome chatting to everyone. And yeah, I'll chat to you guys soon.
Thanks, Beerman. It's nice to hear you in here.
Thanks,
See
man.
you.
Yeah, and I'll get as much evidence together and share it with the rest of you guys when everything's ready. I don't want to give
Hey.
shitty evidence. So yeah.
Beer man, one quick question before you leave.
What's up?
Has anybody ever told you that you sound like Raj off The Big Bang?
Nope.
My girlfriend said you did just now.
All right. Helio sounds like the big Baldini. How do I say that? Is it correct? The Baldini that's on Rose 777's channel. Can anyone confirm if he is that person? The Great Baldini, that's it. No one can confirm that. Does anyone know what I'm talking about? Jenny, Sunny, anyone?
I'm afraid not. I apologize.
All right, cool.
I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, he sounds like the Great Baldini on Rose 777's channel.
Yeah, it's, he almost sounds
maybe-
pretentious.
I happened to. I did that didn't come to my mind, Raj, from The Big Bang Theory. Like a month or so ago, I finished binge watching it. Like I picked back up in the middle, and I finished till the end, and then the end was so epic, I had to start it over again. So yeah, I didn't hear that, but.
But the Big Bang Theory's got American accents. I'm full on South African.
Yeah, it's great to have you in the server, dude.
Cool. Well, thank you. Okay, guys. Yeah, I really got to head to bed. It's late. My wife's gonna give me a bit of shit now, but she's pretty chill. I'm gonna make her a cup of tea or coffee or something, and she'll happy with me again. So yeah.
Have a
All
good
right, guys.
day.
Yeah, I'll probably see you
Bye.
guys tomorrow. I don't know, but yeah, let's see. All right, cheers. Bye.
Bye. Okay, weren't we gonna? Hey, Sonny, are you up for playing your guitar?
Yeah, sure. When no one's asking me to do it, I'm like, I'm fully willing to do it. Someone asks me, I'm like, oh shit. Someone's asking.
And they play the guitar. Spit up.
that was dope, Sonny. That was dope, Sonny. Wow, dude. Fuck, dude, I didn't know you can play like that.
So here's what you do, Sonny. Get yourself a nice big rocking chair. Get yourself a bottle of whiskey to keep on camera. And you play on camera on Twitch. And you play on camera on Twitch. And you stay involved with your chat. And you just do that.
Bro, was that a solo, or were you playing something, or you were just playing on your own? Like, what are you doing there? Like, you just soloing?
Go look at what other successful people do.
Yeah, I'm just soloing.
Nice.
Okay, Sonny. Now try skipping every 3 frets. I want to hear a diminished pattern. It's like Sonny. It's like surfing, right? You fall off easy. Get back on.
What's that?
It's like surfing with those diminished patterns. You can slip off.
What do you mean slip off?
It's like surfing. See what I mean? It's like surfing. Very good, very good. That is diminished.
Surf music for you?
Oh, I love me some surf music, man. That's actually the only thing I'll play on a 6-string in standard tuning. I hear it. Pipeline. Come on, let's go.
I know. I'm out of practice with
Here you
that.
go. Pipeline. That's one of the best classics. Yeah, man. And then Miser Lou, of course, is the number 1.
That sounds stupid to me, man.
No, that's not bad. Now do the E. Now do an open E minor chord, and then use the whammy bar after you do the slow open E minor chord for the ending. There you go.
Voila. There you have it.
What color is the Stratocaster, Sonny?
Yellow.
I was gonna guess white. Good thing I didn't guess. Very good.
The yellow one. I could show you a picture of one that looks almost just like it. Except mine's not left-handed. Because I'm a lefty that play righty.
But you still have the low string above the highs, right? You still go down from low to high, right? So it's still correct formation, right? Unlike Jimi Hendrix, who never did that. I don't know why. Weird, huh?
No, he did. He put his guitar upside down and then restrung it.
Did he string it correctly? He did?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, because there's some, I guess I didn't pay attention enough. That's a bad gaffe, I guess, for me to say that.
But a couple others. So a couple others like Albert King, I think, played his upside down, literally.
I knew somebody did. Thanks for the save.
I think this is a white one. Hold on.
Didn't I probably missed what you guys were talking about, but didn't Hendrix play a left-handed guitar?
He played a right-handed guitar turned upside down to play it
Yeah,
left-handed,
left-handed.
and restrung it.
Yeah.
Right, so the strings were still right side up, right?
Yeah.
And you
it's
said
almost-
who actually played an upside down?
Hendrix.
No. You mentioned another guy that actually
Albert
plays
King.
with the
Like I think it's Albert King. Albert King played it upside down with the high string on top.
Wow.
That would totally
Hell of a
change the
musician.
dynamics of down picking and chords and things, so it must have sounded very different in some ways.
You know what? It almost looks just like this one, except I have a maple neck. So hold on. It looks
What year is it?
similar to this one. Oh, mine's mine's a Squire. It's not even an original Fender. I like rebuilt the whole entire guitar. I had it long enough. I screwed it up. I tried to put a Floyd Rose in it. The body was too thin, so it's really messed it up. It like basically made it unplayable. But I had a really great neck on it that I scalloped the fretboard myself.
Oh, cool.
Like Yngwie Malmsteen.
Yeah.
He's got scalloped frets, so I scalloped it myself. I did the woodwork myself, scalloped it, and
Nice.
polyurethane did.
I'm really into woodworking myself.
Yeah, I love woodworking. I probably have a picture of mine. Hold on.
Is the bottom of the frets scalloped, and that means you removed material from the frets to make your hand go up and down faster, or what does that mean?
I removed material from the wooden part of the fretboard only.
The wooden part. Oh, okay.
Yes.
Have you ever given boiled linseed oil a try as a finish?
Well, this is already a polyurethane fretboard, so no, I won't be using any oil on it.
Well, never mind.
But if you were starting from the bare wood, you could do that, and definitely you could rub it in there and get
that's
a
what-
highly
that's what I was
polished. Yeah, you could.
That's what I was referring to.
Mhm.
Getting all that polyurethane off would be one hell of a pain in the ass.
So I rebuilt the entire cavity of the guitar. From front to back, I rebuilt the inside of it. The inside cavity, I had to rebuild it. I used layered pieces of basswood and pine, and I put a big block of pine. I only use pine because that's all I had available. So it sounds great though. So I put a big block of pine in there where I had carved away for the Floyd Rose. I had to rebuild it back to give I put a standard Stratocaster bridge back on it.
I love DIY projects that you just, when you're done and the outcome is just exactly what you thought, and it's just, it's a good feeling.
Okay, here we go. I got a picture. This is a pretty good picture. I think there's no location information in this photo.
Really cool.
And a close up. So the neck was an all parts neck, $100 Fender license neck. So the neck was actually more valuable than the entire guitar. But now it's great. It sounds as good as any freaking Strat I've picked up in a guitar store. But even brand new ones or custom made ones, it sounds just as good as any of those, which I'm fucking stoked about.
Really cool, Sonny.
It's a bitchin' guitar. Let's see. You see my, well, it's not that messy. You see my room in the background there. Part of it. Let's see. A cabinet. Here you go. Here's a cabinet I built. Based on a 1959 Fender 5E3 Deluxe cabinet. I did the woodwork. I made the joints. I made the joints by hand.
Yeah.
I used hand tools.
Was it like a dovetail or?
I think I roughed them out with a skill saw.
Did you do dovetail?
Yeah, dovetail joints. Mm-hmm. Not dovetail. What's the ones that are straight? Dovetail would be like an angled one, right?
Okay,
These are just straight. There you go.
We have a new special guest in the YouTube chat just 25 minutes after the hour, Sonny and gang. Here we are, 24/7 Player Discord, and Colin Dresser has spotted him. Also, a couple other people in the chat. Shout out to them for making it obvious to me. So one person, it seems that he's calling himself Jesus. Now I've seen this before, but let's not just not give him a chance and throw him out. I would hope that this person that's claiming that he's the Son of God might have the telepathic ability, Sonny, to help us find where these atheist Globers are, that are for some reason not able to come here and give us the information. If he could just find any atheist Glober not scared to death of the evolution Globe religion, I would really appreciate that, and that would be my only prayer to the person posing as Jesus in the chat. Thanks, Sonny. Don't hold your breath.
I know. I could build several of these cabinets before we get that information. Yeah, so that's what I would be building. I'd be building these and be building. That's what I really fell in love with, is like vintage old tube amps. Like I want to build those. That's what I would love to build. And repair and stuff like that. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I love anything vintage, man.
But this is just a blank cabinet. It doesn't have the cutout for the 5E3. There's like that amp inside. I built one of those before, but I lost it. So
Make a decent. I mean, nothing spectacular, but I make a decent amount of money on buying and selling old, antiques and stuff.
Wait a minute, Sonny. I've heard this story before. Are you telling me that you lost the technology to build cabinets and it's a painful process to build it back?
No. No, I actually built the entire amp from a kit. I built the cabinet by hand myself, and then I bought a kit and I built the amp based on an old vintage Fender Deluxe amplifier. So I built it hand by hand, like soldered, all the components into the board, the whole deal. So I would have to recover that technology. Yeah. Well, it's.
That's the thing. I mean, maybe NASA should hire you because they forgot how to go to the moon. You know what's even more amazing than that, Sonny, is that when I see these people talk about these cavemen or this one guy named Aristotle, so apparently 2,000 years ago, we had the technology to measure the Earth curve. So we also forgot how to do that. We also destroyed that technology too? That's a coincidence. Why is it that so let me get this straight, guys. Just if I'm crazy, let me know. But so you're telling me every single time we discover evidence for the magical globe religion, the cartoon of evolutionism, and the heliocentric model, we always destroy the technology and we forget how to build it back? Is that what I'm reading correctly?
Correct. That's what I'm gathering from that too. So on the globe side, we get technology. It's fantastic technology. Think about all the things we've done. Tang, Velcro, for humanity. And what we do over there on that side is we destroy technology. Yeah, that sounds right. I mean, right?
Wow. I want to also thank God's Word in chat. He posted Exodus 24. God bless you for that, sir. That is one of my favorites. And yeah, to you guys out there talking to the person. Now, I won't use the S word, but clearly there is some sort of either he's lacking the medication or he just escaped from a mental institution. But don't be mean to them because you'll get in trouble for picking on disabled people. So I would just try to ask him again because since he has the telepathical powers of God, if he could just find somebody that's not scared to death of their own evolution religion. That's my only prayer that I'll give to that person in chat. Thanks, guys. Thanks, Colin. See you.
It's funny, XO, you're saying earlier you started playing guitar at 10. I started playing guitar when I was 10 also. I'm like,
isn't that weird? Yeah, I wanted to play saxophone and a couple of wind instruments when I was younger, and Dad just didn't buy me one, or he said whatever. And then as soon as I said I want to play guitar, he bought me a some 80s white Charvel. That's a it looks just like a white Stratocaster for the most part, same general construct.
Yeah.
And
Nice.
And that was it. 10 years old, yeah. We have a claim. We might have a claim. All hands on deck, Sonny. Okay, real quick. Into the chat real quick. Colin Dresser, I'm going to need your help, and also God's Words and Barton. So let's look at this. Boy, where is it? I just lost it. Guys, help me out here. Where is he? Where's the schizo? There he is. The time would be 29 minutes past the hour. He's bringing up Isaiah 42. Wow, yeah, it says... he sits above the circle of the earth. Yeah, God sits above the circle of the earth. It doesn't say the earth is a circle. The problem for you is actually twofold. Not only is the earth not a circle, but a circle is flat. So if you're saying that the earth is a flat circle, thanks for proving our point. But you might want to get a little bit more life experience. If you're having trouble with words in a book, then you're not going to like your own religion that you're scared to death of. And there's a reason why you will never come into this chat to show any evidence for your heliocentric monkey religion, even if your life depended on it, because you'd rather die than admit that you don't have a claim. Thanks. Gosh, those circles, man. I guess all we see in the sky is circles. If everything else in the sky is a circle, Sonny, then maybe we live on a circle. Thanks.
A circle. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, that's the claim, Sonny. Yeah. Wait a minute. Are you saying, wait a minute. If all these pool balls on the table, if all these other balls are balls, then how do you explain, how does that work on a flat pool table? I don't get it. I'm sorry, let me rephrase the question. Let me make it more Glober. If the table's flat, then what about all the other balls? Thanks. That went over like a lead balloon. Yeah, apparently this person in chat is confused, Sonny. Now, I know this is new. We've never met a Glober that's confused, right? So I claim that the earth is under the heavens and in the waters. Mr. God's Word already posted the scripture actually a few minutes ago, several minutes ago, which is Exodus 24. So the earth is under the heavens and in the waters because it says you should make no false idols, right? In the heavens above and the earth beneath and the waters below. And then for further information to clarify, because obviously we know that Hooked on Phonics surpasses all atheism, we go to the other parts of the Bible, Job 38:5, where God explains that there's foundations of the earth and that it was measured with a line. Wow, the earth is measured with a line. Wow, that kind of ends it right there, Cupcake. So if you're able to understand what words mean, I'd love for you to join the chat and express your own beliefs. I know that's hard for atheists these days. You're scared to death of your own beliefs. So your only attempt at making yourself feel better is to talk about what everybody else believes. It's called a proud look. And in the Bible, God says, these 6 things doth the Lord hate. Yea, 7 are an abomination unto him. So, if you are ready to discuss any of your magical cartoon paradigms, we are more than happy to assist you 24 hours a day right here, not only in the live server, Linda, but also in the chat as God's Word, Barton, and of course, Colin have been helping you out throughout your entire stay. So I hope you're comfortable. And if you need anything, just let us know. Don't forget, snacks in the back, bathrooms on the left. DJ's already here. Thanks.
Cool. So yeah, we're going to have to ring in the Globe Claim Hour. That's right, folks. It's the Globe Claim Hour. We're gonna have a sound for this and everything. Here we go. Let's see here how this sounds. That's funny. I almost to do anything, I have to have a flat stationary surface to. Here we go.
Yep.
I don't know. That wasn't too resonant. There we go.
What is that? What, you got a symbol? What is this?
It's a parts bowl. It's a parts it's a parts tray.
With a magnet?
No, with a freaking paintbrush handle.
Why now? This is what I don't understand. I wish somebody could help me because I'm just not a psychologist. I don't understand what goes through the minds of these people. Why is it that people that hate God or don't believe in him, which however they feel that day, that's their claim, depending on the hour. Then when you obviously point out the fact, okay, it's obvious that you're a self-proclaimed atheist, sir. Then they say, I'm not an atheist. How dare you? Like, what is that? Like, how, like, I don't get it. Like, anytime somebody says, oh, are you a Christian? I say, yes. I mean, I just don't even hesitate. I don't get it. Like, if you say, are you a Christian? I go, yes. That's it. See how easy it is? I can just use words like a 2-year-old. But when I meet these atheists, it's like they go backwards. It's like they can't, they forgot how to talk. They don't know how to make a claim. They're, oh my gosh, I froze up. I went on the internet to troll and now I forgot what to say because it's obvious that I'm an atheist and that really offends me that it's obvious that I'm an atheist. And now I'll just say I'm not an atheist. Man, what a great cover story. Amazing.
Why can't, I don't know why any of you people in the live chat there on YouTube, why don't you come on in? Just press that link. Come on in and have a conversation with us. No harm, no foul. We won't we won't use whatever you've been writing in the chat against you. We'll just clean the slate, come on in, bring some globe proof, and we'll get started.
Hey guys, it's not that big of a deal, but I took I sent a couple of pictures in text. I came across this old antique, and I'm just curious if anybody's ever. It's like a world time clock, so it gives you the time. It's hard to explain. But does anyone happen to have seen that or familiar with it?
I haven't seen that, but I've seen similar things. I like the artwork on it with the dragons. There's a reason why they put dragons in the oceans on those old things, by the way. Go ahead.
What the heck? What are the little squares that are in there?
They're clocks. So it gives you this entire. It's like an antikythera mechanism inside, I guess, man. So it tells you all the different times throughout the world.
Well, This is an excellent demonstration. Look at this giant flat map with like 35 flat clocks. Would you care to explain how that works on a flat Earth, guys?
Wow.
Yeah, I saw it and I had to have it.
That's really
well. There it is. Time zones.
It lights. Yeah, it lights up, and actually the when it's nighttime, the time numbers that show up are actually black. So daytime they're actually light. So as like it turns to dark here, it'll switch over
that's
to a dark.
cool.
Yeah, it's really neat.
Do you know what year? Like, I wonder what year this was built. That's very interesting.
I haven't found too much information on it. I haven't really looked too hard. It's 1959. It looks like.
Hmm.
It's not as old as it might look, but. I thought it was interesting.
I think what's the guy that did the light bulb that mass produced it? He actually monitored which states were using electricity and how much of it with that sort of a sort of a component with like lights and how bright the light was and which state was using electricity. It's a cool thing. I'm not sure how
You're
they've
talking
done
about
it,
Howard
but
Miller?
are
you referring to Howard Miller?
I can't remember. I need to read up on it. Who was?
Yeah.
He was working with Tesla apparently at the time. Oh gosh.
Oh yeah. Makes me feel closer to Tesla.
Yeah, the guy got like really obsessed with like to see how much you can control the energy market and with the light bulbs and stuff. And he had that sort of a thing with the US map on the like massive thing.
The
You
whole
just
thing
stare
lights
at it.
up too. So like if you
Oh, awesome.
you turn the light on top and the whole face glows. It's pretty neat.
That's really cool.
I don't know if I want to sell it. We might be able to get a couple $100 for it, but I don't know. I'd rather keep it, I think.
I got one of those little. I got one of those little framed maps where it shows North America, and I'm so pissed I could kick myself for not buying the other pair, or the other part of the pair of these pictures. But it's it's North America, and the map is from I think 1536 or.
Hindsight's a bitch when you're antiquing.
I mean, it's not a real map from that. It's just a framed copy, right? But it's pretty cool. But there's no Great Lakes. It's North America. It's like, I don't know if any of you have followed any of that stuff about. So it shows the towns and the cities all over, even out to the West Coast, huge towns.
They just happen to forget the Great Lakes.
Yeah, the Great Lakes. It's got rivers all the way up to this place called Chilaga. It shows Chilaga, but no Great Lakes there. So if they knew about Chicago, Chilaga, where did freaking Lake Michigan go? It's like right up against it.
That's interesting. I love those old maps that show you all kinds of different discrepancies compared to what we have today. It's just, and not only are they discrepancies by an individual, but they'll be done over tens, if not hundreds of years by different people. And they try and give you the bullshit that, well, a lot of cartographers back then just, were lazy and they just copied the last guys. It's bullshit. They mapped what they saw. In my opinion.
Well, that escalated quickly. Yeah, I guess I'm going to have to go back to the chat since we're talking to people that are scared to death of their own claims. You have to beg them for their own claims about their atheistic balls in outer space. So let's go to the intelligence place where we have Colin Fetzer and Barton and a few others. Let's see who else is in there. Worship Jesus. Let's see. Where is that comment I just said? Okay. Wow. Zai?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you looking right now? Oh, okay. Here we go. This is just, I don't know how to describe this, Sonny. So here's another claim. At 41 minutes past the hour, all it takes is for flat earthers to go to Antarctica, but they are too scared. Okay, that was brilliant. Okay, so let's go to the next one. Kai, here we go. If you can't find it, it means it's a fantasy. You're right. I can't find Adolf Hitler, so therefore World War II never happened. That's a great claim. Okay, let's see. Let's go to the next one. And going up here, bear with me. Okay, my words don't hurt you? No, you're just crying for some other reason. Okay, Kai, here we go. If it covers the whole Earth, it shouldn't be difficult to find the dome thing. Well, that's crazy because we're actually, in your religion, supposedly covered by outer space, which covers a ball. We can't find that. Actually, we can't even find the ball. So do you think maybe instead of hiding from the conversation, which is the plane of existence we live in, or the lack of a plane and maybe a magical ball, or maybe some just a tiny, teensy, tiny little bit, maybe a 2,000 mile stretch of Earth might have an inch of curve. That would be where I would start personally. I know that I'm considered a little weird. I'm considered a fundamentalist extremist or a terrorist by some of these people in chat, but I know, call me crazy, Sonny. I think maybe if we could just find 1 inch of curve in 4,000 miles, I will absolutely throw away all theologies of the Bible. I'll get rid of the firmament. I'll even retire. I'll do whatever they want if they can just find someone that's not scared to death of to address the curvature in which they require for the necessary of their magical religion. If we could just find one person in chat, I know it sounds, listen, I can't hurt you over the internet. It sounds like I'm some crazy like Brutus in here, that I'm just a bull in a china shop. Trust me, when you come in here, you're going to be safe and sound. Sonny's not going to let anything happen to you. And if you want, I will put myself on mute or leave the server. If you can join the server right now, please do so. Again, 545 after the, west of the Rockies, south of the 33rd parallel, just north of Mexico. Sonny, I'm just begging them just to find one glober that's not scared to death of the globe, Sonny. Please help me.
I know. I've been following along. Yeah. And yesterday I was on this chat as well. I asked people to just come in and have a conversation. And the other day, actually, one of our members here offered $3,000 for someone to come in and bring a definitive proof of the globe in question. And they wouldn't come in. So offered money and everything. You know, a one-way deal. If you bring the proof, then $3,000 is yours, transferred to the account of your choice. No takers. What do you make of that?
I'm going to have to say there's some sort of psychological fear going on there. I know that they always revert back to the television as they, of course, that's their only option. That's where they learn everything. They learn about the magical monkey religion. They learn about how babies actually are just salamanders. And of course, the magical space ball religion is all adopted to us by the wonderful television that they planted in every home since the 50s. And not only was every American excited to have the programming box, they were more than happy to pay for it. So again, we're asking for measurements, and instead of giving me measurements, he said the ISS. Well, I don't think the ISS is giving us measurements. Last time I checked, let me check again, Sonny. Does anybody know if the ISS is giving us Earth curvature measurements? Because they say they don't. In fact, actually, it gets worse than that. When the ISS shows Earth, they forgot to put all the other aircraft on the Earth, Sonny. Isn't that, darn it? Why did they do it? They forgot to put not only all the aircraft on Earth, which you can easily see from 240 miles up, right? As they tell us, we can see the ISS down here from 240 miles down, right? For some reason, all the aircraft on Earth disappeared, and also all the satellites in space disappeared. So other than that, I don't know what I'm supposed to learn from the ISS footage that looks like they're in water, and then I see space bubbles. I don't know if you can show me how bubbles work in a vacuum. I will retire tomorrow. I'll do whatever you want in a 24-hour period. And I'm in I'm in southern Arizona. If you need to know, I can be anywhere in the country within about 48 hours. Thanks. And, that's the thing, son. You know what? Forget it. I don't need to see the airplanes on Earth. I don't need to see the satellites in space. Let's just admit that sometimes light refracts and it bends and it might go in another place, and the camera couldn't pick up all the other objects that are supposed to be floating around the planet in magical space, Sonny. So let me just erase that. I don't need any of that. All I need is one video, with an altimeter. All I need, guys. Colin, remember this one, please. Barton Flat Earth, God's word. Please remember this one question. I'm going to reduce all of my expectations, get rid of all of them, Sonny, throw them out. I never said them. All I want is one video of any aircraft, device, or balloon with an altimeter that shows us it taking off from the surface of the Earth and then showing us when the curve starts with the altimeter. And I will do anything you want, and I will force this channel I will tell Indio and Helio and everybody in this chat, I will shut down their channel for you if you can just do that one thing. Thank you so much. Yep. It's lonely on top of the plane of existence, Sonny. Let me tell you, the rest of the world hates you, and there's a good reason they should, because once you find out this one little lie, and this goes to everybody that knows this lie, it literally makes you untouchable. No one can even approach onto you in an actual circumstantial evidence debate of any sort whatsoever. They will literally hide from their own claims. Could you imagine if Earth curvature was a thing? It would be noted in every single flight manual about an altitude where you will start to be able to see the curvature. That's why we have altitude indicators. I bet it would have been really helpful in World War I, because we didn't have electronics, and it'd be really helpful now with, the fact that we're designing hypersonic aircraft and, the JSF, the F-22, the Sukhoi programs from Russia. They have all this advanced technology, and nothing not only adjusts for curvature or spin, they actually admit that they depend on the Earth being stationary and a plane of existence. And that's why when they make the flight simulators, Sonny, which is something I realized many years ago, it's crazy. When they make these flight simulators, they're literally giant square maps. And I saw one of these as a child about 20 years ago, because back in my day, when you had to go to up the hill on snow to get your video games, they let you build the video game. And back in my day, you could literally zoom away from your map, which is what a lot of these games won't let you do nowadays. And as I was zooming away from the map, I think I was like 14 years old, the map turned into a two-dimensional square. And I remember being a child going, why is this a two-dimensional square? Oh, cartoons on TV. Who cares? And I'll never forget it, bro. I'll never forget. Then when I was at Fort Knox and Fort Hood and I did the simulators there, I wasn't thinking about it because it was over 10 years ago. They were also, everything's flat maps. And then, of course, now here we are realizing why it's not a surprise to us. And guess who doesn't have to explain it? This group. We don't have to explain anything. And the only thing I want to explain to somebody is why I can't find a Glober with a claim. I might have to explain that eventually. Thanks.
Yeah, we have more of a claim from NASA that it's flat and stationary than anything else we've seen. Other than all those other agencies out there that treat Earth as a flat and stationary plane, mostly because they're doing something real. Like they're flying a real physical aircraft over a real physical surface. It's kind of important to know like what the surface is like. If you're flying something that's real over it, you could have a little problem with a physicality of the ground getting in the way of your flight. That could be serious.
Right. And, another thing, Sonny, is that there's never any sort of circumstances, do you think, in military training that I'd need to know about something refracting? which would mean it's not really there. Don't you think that'd be important since we all are carrying weapons and dealing with, rocket systems and M1 Abrams tanks and, joint direct attack munitions and long range artillery systems and 36 other missile systems and you name it. And nobody ever has to worry about adjusting for curvature or spin or refraction. Yeah. Wait a minute. That's really weird. I don't have to worry about any of that. But when I go then I meet these people on the internet that are called atheists that think they, come from monkey soup. And they, of course, are the experts on all of it. They're the experts on gravity and magical balls and space and refraction. And then I go to the military and none of that is applied in it. It's amazing. So the entire military industrial complex has just been getting lucky for the past, 70 years. I mean, especially those battleship engagements in the 40s, Sonny, they were shooting at each other 15 miles away over the surface, not adjusting for curvature. Then, as you pointed out a couple of days ago, boy, GE Platypus sure was upset when you came back with that demonstration and claim from the companies from Japan showing that these torpedoes went 25 miles, not adjusting for curvature or spin. That hurt a lot. Poor Platypus, he's evolving now. And that's where we're at. We're still stuck in the same place, guys. It's been 7 years. I don't even have a claim. Go to the military and see where the Air Force or the Navy, or go to the German military. Somebody's got to know when the curvature can begin to be seen. There isn't even a claim for curvature to be visible ever. I didn't know that, Sonny, until about 5 years ago. That's amazing, huh? That's unbelievable.
Right. Yeah. Even if you use like Andrew Thomas Young from San Diego State University Astronomy Department, how to find the geometric horizon that we use that most of us use. This is widely accepted, but there's not one single claim anywhere of anybody out there in the military or navigation or air flight or whatever you want to talk about in that realm where this is applied. Nowhere. So it's like, what do you take me for, Willis? Yeah, there's a lot of fake Christians out there too. They claim to be Christian, but they refuse to see the reality of the Bible is actually a flat Earth book. Tells them all about where they live, how it was created. There's nothing about spinning balls in there. I haven't seen that anywhere in there. Where is it? That God created spinning balls? Like what day was that? I guess I just don't understand evolution. How can there's two really weird ideas to have in your head at the same time. You're a Christian, but you believe in evolution. And you believe in the spinning monkey space ball. But you know what? If you look into this a little deeper, you find out that the Christian community was infiltrated a long time ago with these heliocentrists to muddy the waters. So, well done. Except, I gotcha. What happened to EXO? EXO, you must have got to a part of the desert with a completely open sky and hardly anything obstructing your horizon, but you can't get cell phone connection. Huh. Interesting. So how are they steering those satellites around these areas? like deserts and mountains.
With their mind.
There you go. Well, you know what? That's perfectly feasible, because in a thought experiment, you can just go back into your thoughts again, and you can freaking make it anything you want.
It is. It's a wonderful life.
Yep. You can make the independent variable that I changed my mind.
Yep.
I changed my mind about something, and that was the independent variable.
Like Tiggs just got your DM.
Excuse me.
How are you, brother, man? Just got your DM.
Good, bro.
Pretty good.
Okay. You good?
Good. I wasn't at the desk, so just got your DM on. How's everybody doing tonight, man? Not a lot of action tonight. No Globers, huh?
No, they're all in the chat skank and the live chat.
Where did XL go? He's pretty funny, man. He cracks me up. His sarcasm cracks me up.
Yeah, I know. He does.
Right?
He's one funny man. I tell you what. He's a funny one.
Wow, so literally no Globers, nobody here, huh? Not even in a lobby or nothing. Interesting.
Wow, they cleared out the lobby too? What?
Very interesting.
What's debate text? I never go in there.
It's where the Globers think they have an argument.
Well, it's good we
Where they
provide
have
space for them, where they can think they have an
argument. Where they claim they're not a troll, they have an argument and they try to debate. That's that place.
I'm gonna write a song. I don't know about why won't they come into the arena so I can use my referee? I gotta put some music to it because it sounds lame. Acapella. I'm not acapella-ist.
Dude, there was a girl yesterday. She made it to the live stream. Apple Sugar, I believe that was her name. I talked to her in a VC before, and I asked her to tell me one thing that she knows about the globe. And she thought about it for a few seconds, and she's like, I can't think of anything. So I'm like, can you admit that you don't know anything about the globe? She's like, okay, I think I don't know anything about the globe. And then she came into the live stream a few hours later, and she was asking silly questions. But she literally admitted, like, she doesn't know anything about the globe. You know, so I think that's an important question to ask these people, you know, that we are talking to. Like, tell me one thing that you know about the globe. Because a lot of times we get into these arguments that are like, you know, that are way over everyone's heads, you know, when these people just need to be asked simple questions, you know? Let's start from what you know about the globe. Tell me what you know. Why do you believe it's a globe? And I guarantee you, dude, arguments, that's where they fall apart. You take their strongest arguments, the basis, their foundation of their beliefs, and you crumble that first. Just my opinion, you know? Simple questions, you know, make people think, make them, like, realize they have no answers for these things.
Yeah, that's a good point. What do they actually know about it?
Yeah, this girl literally said, I made her admit it, like, I said, can you admit that you're going to get a listening pass, but can you admit that you don't know anything about the globe? And she thought about it for a second, and she's like, oh, I really don't know anything about the globe. How fucking sad is that, dude? You know? And then she came here in the live stream, and she's like, oh, if all other planets are balls, how is Earth not a ball? You know, stuff like that.
Wow, that's incredible.
Apple Sugar, I believe that was the name. She sounded genuine in the beginning, but then she started giggling and just sad, man. There was some kind of ego that's shield that's not allowing people to, for the truth to enter their whatever realm, dude. Some kind of a spiritual or emotional shield that's, that I can't understand. I'm trying to understand. That's why it's so interesting coming here, especially in the lobby. Like looking at the different comments and like just thinking about psychology of these people, man. It's like these are definitely emotional issues, dude. Like it's for most people, it's not on an intellectual level. It's not about what you present them with about the information. It's emotional. They cannot handle it. They cannot handle reality. They've been given one reality. They ran with it for so long. Now you're going to tell them it's something completely different and they have to think for themselves? Mm-mm. Simple questions, man. My brother and sister too, in their 40s, dude. Simple questions. My simplest questions was broke them down. Like he breaks them down. And my ex-friends and whatever, just simple questions. What did it? It makes them realize they're not that smart. Just simple questions. They make them realize they're not that smart, dude. They're like, fuck, this guy just embarrassed me with simple question that I didn't know. Fuck.
Yeah. So it's really about going back to the foundations of the presupposition when you get to the very basics of it. Where did it start? So, but that's a very interesting phenomenon. Really, I think this place is more a study of psychology, or maybe that's the wrong term.
That's the way I see it, bro. That's the way I see it.
Yeah, like it's a study. It's like we're studying the strangest behaviors in human intellect, if you want to call it intellect. It's like the antithesis of intellect or rational. It's really irrational, and that's actually more like you said. Yeah, it's tied to these people's ego, like you said. It's an emotional bond. That's why they avoid the actual specifics of
exactly
where we live. Like these specific technical data, like this information that we provide here, like even just a simple question of measurement. When was the measurement done?
No, they can't even focus on the information, dude. It's like the focus is on you, how crazy you are from bringing it up, and
why don't you believe like we do? That's exactly the most interesting thing. Why don't you just believe? Like you guys are so silly because you don't believe, and we tell them we know. Like I know. I don't have to believe. Once I know already. We went over this last night with some people, Like knowledge and belief are not the same thing. If you have belief in something, then you go out and find out it's true, then the knowledge replaces belief. You no longer have a belief anymore. You actually know it. It becomes knowledge at that point.
Exactly. That's another simple question that you got to ask them before debate. Like, do you understand the difference between knowing and believing? Like, you have to confirm that you understand the difference. Because when you mention something, I'm going to ask, do you know that or do you believe that?
Mm-hmm. And a lot of the ninjas...
They believe they know.
Yeah. A lot of the ninjas here are able to just have the conversation and just we can pull that out of them. Like it in their speech, it becomes obvious like that they don't quite understand, the difference between knowledge and belief.
Yeah. The Stone Age flat earthers, right? Meanwhile, we know it's a globe because Greeks knew it 2,000 years ago. Greeks figured it out. And by the way, somebody was talking about curvature before. I always think of like when you think about it, is it curvature everywhere? Like you are on someone's curvature right now, right? If you're on a ball. correct? Everyone should be on someone's curvature, right?
Well, yeah, it's that.
Get off my curvature, bro.
It's that Bob and Alice paradox, right? So Bob and Alice are facing each other.
Right.
We're all, every one of us are on the top of the ball. So
Exactly.
if I'm facing you, there's a drop from me to
Everyone has a drop.
out. Yeah, and then so that we're all looking into a chasm. It's impossible.
What the fuck? Right? You know, does anybody have a like up? You know, everybody has a drop down.
So in a world like that, level is curved. You see how much a fantasy world this is. It goes on and on and on like that.
Yeah. When you type in flat in the dictionary, synonym is curved, right? It's not level. It's curved. That's the synonym for flat, right? Because in my dictionary, flat and level are synonyms. These people believe there's more people thousands of miles below their feet. There's more sky thousands of miles below their feet, dude. People stuck upside down right now, below everyone.
Yeah.
Every one of us.
Me.
Dude. I mean, everyone.
The wrong way up.
I'm somebody's upside down, right? Like,
Yeah.
whoever's antipoding from. I mean, dude. And once you start painting these pictures in their minds, that's another thing. Like, once you start like painting a picture, like, wait a second, you believe that you live on the ball. It's spinning 1,000 miles at equator, right? Flying through infinite vacuum of space at 67,000 miles. That's when everybody opens their eyes. They're like, what? Because most people never even fucking heard of that. There's these speeds. Like, whoa, what are you talking about? Like, yep, 67,000 miles an hour on your annual journey around sun, right? Once you start painting a picture in their mind, they're like, oh, like, that's when it starts sweaty palms, you know? They're like, oh, yeah, I don't want to talk about this, you know?
Yeah.
It's, they know how absurd it is, dude. You just have to paint this picture in their mind, like, wait, you believe that you live on, I have this little ball, you know, like I sometimes show to people, you believe that water can stick to a ball? And this ball is spinning at incredible speeds and flying through infinite vacuum? And most people are like, "Whoa!"
Right.
You know,
Even though everybody in their everyday life here on Earth, there was nobody that has experienced anything other than with water of it achieving the shape of the bottom of whatever containers it's in, right?
Yeah.
So whatever container, but the top of the surface of water here in this reality is always flat and level.
Always.
You can tilt the container. It doesn't tilt the liquid. The liquid stays level.
Exactly.
So the container can move around. Like, yeah.
Just the way that works.
So we all know water to exist in this way, right? That's just the way it is. Like, there's no water anywhere that can be shown that can stick to the outside of any kind of object.
Especially contoured to a ball, into a ball.
Yeah.
That spins.
Right.
And fly, like, what's the acceleration from? What powers this spinning ball? What is it that makes it, like, spin at all these incredible speeds, dude? Like, what? What?
It just spins like a top in a vacuum.
You know, they never ask the cause of this spin, right? They're like, oh, what's this? What's the cause of the sun's? How do you know that sun cycles? Like, what's keeping the sun in the sky? Ha, ha, ha. Really? What is the cause of the spin of the earth? What's causing the spin, the tilt, and all this stupid shit of the ball? They never ask these questions.
Yeah, especially a spin you can't measure.
Right? This imaginary spin that's only in your mind, that's been programmed into your mind, and now you're fighting for it.
I don't understand how people just like there's people in here. We have Globers. I won't mention any names. We all know who they are. But we have regular Globers that come in here that we can have a conversation with them, you know. They admit mostly that it's all belief. But how they hand wave dismiss, like, just reality in general as far as that, the nature of water. They'll have an excuse for everything. Why don't you feel it? What about the vestibular system? They have an excuse. Well, is there a limit to what you can feel in your ear? Not really. No. Can they show any different? No, they can't. And then
or like, how do you know that? How do you know that? Can you show me? How do you know that? Like, ask him, like, how do you know that you can't feel like? Well, you just pulling shit out of your ass. Like, people literally come up with shit on the spot. They just literally say shit on the spot just to protect their ball religion, dude. It's insane.
I believe even NASA themselves, like they might have taken that down by now, because too much work has been done on the vestibular system. So if you pulled up their own thing, that I believe they said that gravity is not affecting the vestibular system, but it affects their whole body and lifts it up off the ground. But what about the physical properties of the liquid that's in your ear that touches physical locations? See, folks, physical locations inside the ear. They have certain nervous and nerve connections and sensors and crystals.
Yep.
Physical things in there that are being affected by the endolymph. You know? Every single change of direction. It's a fascinating field. Most people haven't gotten into like real deeply about the inner ear. It's an incredible thing.
Center for balance, cerebellum and medulla oblongata in the brain. Like, even when we're on the hill, dude, right? We always straighten. Like, if you're on a steep hill, you're going to lean forward, right? Because your brain and your eyes function like gyroscopes. They always keep you level. So you have your body straightens out. When you're going downhill, like, you lean back a little bit.
Lean back a little bit. To maintain your balance.
Maintain the level, perfect level. And everyone sees, that's why everyone sees horizontal. That's why it's called horizon, because we have linear perspective.
And these systems that are in the ear, they route over to the optical centers as well. So the visual centers, there's in the visual cortex of our brain, there's part of the vestibular system that goes there because it has to line up with our balance system, has to line up with where our body is in motion, the location of our body. It's connected with our eyes as well and our vestibular system as an entire system.
Correct.
So see, that's why this motion thing is very important, because it basically would throw out every single thing we know about that sense, that particular sense that we have. If you were saying that you could travel 1,000 miles an hour and get used to it, and then how would you feel anything else? If that's 1,000 miles an hour, so everything less than that, how would you feel anything less than 1,000 miles an hour? It's nonsensical. It's senseless, literally senseless.
Totally.
So if you ever bring up this vestibular system with one of these clowns that state, "Oh, you're not gonna feel it. It's only radiance. It's only radiance. It's angular motion." Remind them they're not on the axle of a wheel on this globe. We're on the surface, right?
Exactly, where you can feel 5 mile an hour wind on your face.
We're on the surface.
I love when they tell me to fly in a car, like, "Oh, how about you and fly in a car? You know, like, you moving 50 miles an hour, like the fly is moving with you, isn't it?" Oh my goodness. Yeah, open the window.
The fly is moving with you.
The roof. Where's that fly, guys? Yo, where's my wig? Yo, where's my wig, dude?
That fly is gone in a nanosecond.
Fly and wig and everything.
So that's just the contrast between a car, like even a car going 20 miles an hour. You know, roll the window down and see that contrast. Put your hand out the window at 20 miles an hour. You feel that? That's a force. Because it can do work. Like, wind can blow trees down. You know? That's a force.
I wonder why your hair blows in the wind.
What's that?
I wonder why your hair blows in the wind.
I wonder why your hair blows in the wind. It should only blow one direction, man.
It's because you're spinning on a ball, man. Don't you see the clouds moving? My buddy told me a couple years ago, like he took it back really quickly, but he said, like, "What are you talking about? Can't you see the clouds moving?" And I looked at him. He's like, "Oh, no, forget it, no."
Forget it.
He said he mentioned the cloud movement as a proof of the spinning ball, but he took it back quickly. He was like, I just gave him a look. He's like, no.
That's good.
The clouds are moving, so I must be moving.
Because,
he took it back.
because any surface winds blowing from the north, west, or south totally destroys Coriolis. You couldn't have any of those in an open system. Gases they're not bonded to each other or anything else.
I remember a few years ago there was a Marine who was pledging to donate, I forgot, like thousands of dollars for anyone who can prove Coriolis to him. It was a Marine shooter expert or some shit. It was on I forgot what the channel is, Flat Earth Truth Orlando or something like that. It was on Jaren's channel also. A Marine.
Right, like a long distance shooter, right?
Yeah. I forgot his name, but like he was actually a flat earther, and he was offering a lot of money to anyone who can prove Coriolis to him. And he said it's nowhere in the sniper books, nowhere in the shooting books, none of that shit. They're just talking out of their asses.
Mm-hmm. I know. They actually make it up when they start talking about that.
Yeah.
They start making it up.
That's what I'm saying.
Light band, so the laser is bending. And then I asked this simple question: how does the bullet follow the exact path of that bent laser? Freaking idiotic.
But what's crazy, these people that claim these things are the people who know the least, bro. These are just the parrots who just parrot this shit. Like, you're never gonna have actually people, who are intelligent, who actually like have respect for themselves, like come out and say these things. Like these are people who have no shame.
It's almost like they're trained in a school that says like, here, parent off all this stupid bullshit.
Right.
And the only purpose is to talk to flat earthers and try to confuse people listening and stuff. Like, unbelievable, man.
And try to shame them. That's their number one thing, shaming us in some way, like stereotyping us, like that's their number one weapon, dude. Oh, you're a flat earther. Like it comes with the badge. It comes with like with the tone of voice.
Yeah. I wonder what happened to Exo. Exo, are you still out there somewhere, listening on the YouTube or something? Anyway.
Exo's pretty cool, yo. He can have his own podcast, man. I was just listening to him. He's a funny guy.
So that's kind of the thing when you point out to these people that they're making stuff up. I think they know they are. Like I said, it's almost like they're going to the school of idiocy, globe idiocy. Like see how stupid you can make this argument. Like you said, like they're just the parrots. But it's almost like they go to the same school of stupidity and ignorance. Like they learned it. Because I'm thinking to myself, how could anyone that claims to be an adult that has their faculties about them be spouting this nonsense from movies? Basically, it's like movie science, cartoons, movies, the news, the TV. You'd be better off getting your science from a SNL skit. Well, they probably get it from there too. So.
So I told my wife about this doctor. Like, if anybody has this link about this doctor who claimed that our babies are adjusting to the spin of the earth in mother's belly.
Oh, that guy.
I told my wife that, and she literally didn't believe me. That I told her, like, doctor said this and claimed it as real. Mm-hmm. She's laughing. She's like, no way. Like somebody's trolling you guys. Like, they wouldn't say this. Like, does anybody have a link to that? You're like, is this real?
El Bariqua is the one I think that had that link to that.
But do you guys think that was a trolling comment, or like, is this like a real doctor? Or
no, that's a real. I
want to show this to my wife. Like,
he's a real doctor. I think we could look it up. I'll just Google it and see what comes up.
Find out his name.
Was that Iggs?
I'll go if somebody can find out his name, this supposed doctor, I'll put a claim to him, a proper claim, and make him pay for it. I'm dead serious. This fucking stupidity has to stop.
Right?
Yeah. So the baby's learning to walk, and he's stumbling around because he's adjusting to the spin of the earth. It's the most retarded thing I've ever heard in my life.
I'm telling you, man, that's why my wife couldn't believe it, Alex. So I don't wanna, you know, I wanna back up what I said. So I wanna show her that. She didn't believe me. She said, "No way, doctor wouldn't say that. That's ridiculous." And anyone in their right mind wouldn't believe it, you know, like that's ridiculous. But
I said that like years ago for a joke. I can't believe like somebody actually said that. Like that's supposed to be apparently a professional. Like you can't say that. Fact check on that one. Court of law, and he's gone. There was 2 cases brought in court, public court. People they gave rewards out for if somebody could prove that the Earth was a globe. The judge threw both the cases out because they couldn't prove shit.
Huh? Where was this?
In the US.
Oh, was that is it Zen Garcia or something like that? Like that guy? He wrote a book on Flat Earth or something, and he had a challenge, and then somebody sued him that he didn't pay off, and then he won.
Yeah.
He won in court. Yeah, I heard that.
The guy tried to sue him. Yeah, and then there was another dude as well. I don't really pay much attention to like so-called faces, you know. So-called faces that, you know, are flat earth people, whatever. There was this other guy too. Yeah, the judge threw that out as well. He's like, bro, you've brought nothing here. Like you have
wait. In whose favor?
proof. For the flat earth side, he goes, you haven't brought any facts to the table.
Okay.
Because people don't get it. Yeah, when they go to the court. The court is all about facts. It's about empirical evidence.
Yeah.
You know, if you want to play the synonym game and the word games and the stupidity, then the judge will play that game with you too. But if you press the record and ask for the facts and the claim that's made, you know, you can't show that, we'll just throw you out, tell you to piss off. I find that hilarious. So even those guys that people say that, oh, they're like this, they're like that, they know how this place properly operates, and they did the right thing right there and there. But you need to know how to handle yourself and behave as well. That's the problem.
So somehow we need to take these words, right?
Yeah. I'm doing some things on the side, but there's not enough people taking action. And from what I'm getting from my side, I'm sorry about that. That's why I want to know that dude's, if somebody can give me the doctor's name. I'll just go for his indemnity bond. Spam stupid stuff like that in the public as well. You moron.
Can't find the video or the doctor. Anybody else knows where that is? I can't seem to find it.
Maybe he took it down. Maybe he was embarrassed. I wouldn't blame him for being embarrassed.
Maybe you get his license taken off him.
Right.
And sued. I'm telling you. Somebody finds his name out for me.
Yeah.
So that's why you see most of the stuff that comes on like that, they'll take it off. Whatever they say has to be backed by the medical board, the medical board of directors.
Yeah,
has to be sanctioned by them.
I just have to read some of these searches. Spin of Earth and babies getting used to it. You should see what comes up when I put videos. Here we go. I'll just read them off. How fast does Earth rotate? These are all videos on YouTube. How fast does Earth rotate? What if the Earth spins twice as fast? Earth science, understanding time zones. Earth orbit and rotation for kids. What if Earth started spinning twice as fast right now? What if the Earth stopped spinning? How to make a realistic Earth and space tutorial. Day and night explanation causes.
Yeah.
What if Earth started rotating backwards right now?
Wow.
Insane. Total insanity, bro.
Digital.
That's just mental gymnastics. Like,
What causes day and night? Earth spins and day begins. Wow. Day and night Earth's rotation. Day and night cycle. Google Earth Studio. It's amazing. Why Earth is tilted on its axis. I want to know. Shit. I'll just shut up.
bro, that was
wait a minute.
that I asked.
I knew we were going to get into gravy here. Yeah, as you get further down, here's some of the gravy. Ancient coral proves Earth used to. Wait a minute. I can't even speak right now. Ancient coral proves Earth used to spin faster. Ancient coral, folks.
Wow.
And the spin of Earth. Planet rotation for kids. Solar systems for kids. Everything about Earth. Best facts. Sure. Let's just start with one fact, okay? Don't get ahead of yourselves. Another one about what would happen if Earth stopped spinning. Day and night explanations, causes for kids. And it shows a picture of a bear holding a flashlight, shining it onto a soccer ball with a tree growing out of it.
Because that
I guess
happens
that accounts for all the flat spots.
In natural science, yeah. You see bears with soccer balls with flashlights, yeah. Of course.
That's how we do science.
Yep. You get a bear, give him a soccer ball and a flashlight.
They're obsessed about this. What if Earth stopped spinning? They're obsessed with that. In 2020, Earth was spinning slightly faster than usual.
Because that immediately assumes the Earth is spinning, like that. They ask that, what if Earth stopped spinning? In other words, they plant the seed in your mind. The Earth is already spinning, like everybody knows this. So now what if it stops spinning? Mm-hmm. It's a mental tricks, man.
Yeah.
They set these kids up for their own failures. They get
There's a time and it was days was slightly less and da. No, I don't think so. They just change time zones and shit all the time. And according to the year, it just changes. The cycles. Just wait.
Bill Nye, the science guy on wind. We ought to bring that up here. That should be full of interesting information. What a doofus. I can't wait to see what he says.
His
Hold
profession is an actual actor, yeah?
That's
as far as I know.
actor. Yeah. Yeah. He's got a SAG card, I'm sure.
Yeah, I think, as a profession, he's an actor, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Like when they say, what's your occupation? Like Dr. D said, he's an actor.
Right. What else do we have here?
That's why you can't touch the prick.
Here's one. What if Earth was flat? Shows a disc. Funny little picture on it, little cartoon character.
It's a pizza. We live on a pizza.
Where's the edge? How a massive dam in China slowed the Earth's rotation.
Oh, fuck.
Hey.
Wow.
Science news.
So, you know, they have to go along with all of this. I'm sorry to tell you.
Wow.
You don't get a choice to that. You can say that these things are wrong. If they say it about rotation, then you have to go along with it.
You can't cherry pick your religion, right?
Yeah. Then they have dance, spin, and get dizzy for kids. Perfect opportunity to tell them, look, kids, you see how dizzy you get? That's how you know you're not freaking spinning. Yay! Everybody gets a gold start today. How black holes spin in space-time.
Wow.
You spin me right round, baby, right round.
Oh, yeah, that's how you get the donut. The black hole. It's the chocolate-covered donut.
Why do I get
Space-time.
dizzy? Why do I get dizzy when I spin?
I love that donut guy. Donuts prove space-time.
Here's a good one. How does a basketball spin on a globe? How could you spin a basketball on a globe?
Oh, it's not really spinning. It's the Earth spinning under the basket.
Anywhere the basketball is. So that's it, folks.
Yeah, so...
It's the Earth making the basketball spin. It's not the basketball player.
Yeah,
He's just faking that little finger thing that he's swiping across.
Yeah.
That part's CGI. Oh man.
Oh, you know, an interesting fact about the NBA. They only make a certain amount of basketballs, and it's the only sport where you don't get, like, nobody gets to ever take the ball home. You know how it goes, like, out of bounds. The same ball must go out in the court. You won't leave the stadium.
Lost Girl, Bo, Tasman, and Dyson play spin the bottle. That's my new thing. Here's my new thing. How does anything spin on a spinning ball? Like, how could anything spin and continue to spin? How could you spin a top? It wouldn't spin. Like, you couldn't spin it. If it was already on a spinning thing, it would be counteracted. The motion would be counteracted.
Well, unless it's spinning with it, but then if you go against it, it's kind of... Is it really spinning? It's just sitting there.
You couldn't spin it. You couldn't make anything spin
on
the globe.
Yeah, and it depends how demented you are. That's how you see it spin.
Wow, it took this long. Like, how many pages was that? I swear it was probably 50 different YouTube, at least 50, before it got to
what channels?
That made sense. This is just a Google search. Like, I put in the search spin of Earth and babies getting used to it, to try to find that doctor. I tried a bunch of different variations of how I worded it. Still couldn't find that doctor. But about 50 or 60 pages down, it says, finally, the first one, Bible proof of the flat Earth truth. That's like 60 videos down. 60. And then there's just one, and then back to nonsense.
Oh, if people just actually went out, just out, they don't need a book, they don't need nothing. They did stuff with their hands, and to use their brains, they'll realize nothing's moving, nothing's spinning. They didn't come from a monkey who is a creator. Nobody ever influencing a child.
So
Don't
even
put any dogma.
Yeah. So even though I asked for the spin of Earth, I get things like hungry orangutan tries to adjust to living in the wild. I asked for spin of Earth, not anything about orangutans. So YouTube, good job, great job.
You're kidding me.
No. Even here we go, another one. I'm just skipping. Here's another one. Lice on our goats. Treating goat lice. Feeding a cute black bear cub.
Maybe they need to give the bear a soccer ball and a flashlight to train it, like the other example on Google.
So now we got dams in China slowing down the rotation. Here we go. How an earthquake in Japan made days shorter. Then right after that, we have spin the mystery wheel, challenge with crush. Spin the wheel, date, kiss, bath, or strip. That's a spin the wheel.
Wow.
It's like strip. Here we go. How to get pregnant faster.
Wow. You just spin around.
Big old smile on her face. Interesting. Yeah, crazy.
How do you get pregnant faster?
So we're talking about
how to get pregnant faster. Wow.
Still, yeah, faster. So how to get rid of fruit flies on the globe Earth. This is a request for Earth Spin. How to get the new Diamond Royale bundle in only one spin.
What's a casino?
A Samsung Eco Bubble washer. I guess that's Earth Spin. How dumpster divers became sustainable heroes on the globe Earth.
What? Dumpster divers?
Dumpster divers. This
What's
is about
that?
Earth.
Is that like?
We're still on
Is that a
Earth Spin.
professional or something?
These are the globe claims for Earth Spin. On
Okay, so dumpster diving, jumping into a bin.
Babies,
like aggro.
6 to 9 month baby essentials. Well, I guess I did put babies getting used to the spin, but full documentary on what if the Earth stopped spinning. Earth used to have 19-hour days, and Pluto has dunes. There you go, folks.
Wow.
Spinning and bait casting, that's useful. Bait casting is definitely useful. How did an asteroid drive the dinosaurs to extinctions?
This stuff makes my brain melt, bro.
Feeling the sun's rotation and energy from nature.
Wow.
What? Wait a minute. What? Hold on, folks. I gotta see this.
Wow, pull that one aside. So
Better, man.
you can
Feeling the sun's
feel
rotation.
something else that you're not on spinning. Feeling a ball of gas in the vacuum spinning.
This is some weird stuff, man. Wow. It's, these people are, I don't know, some kind of VR virtual reality thing. So, of course. Of course. We're spinning twice as fast.
Miles per hour?
The Zan-Beckhoff effect applied to Earth gravitational. Oh, shoot. That looks retarded.
Effect is quite a cool effect, and that's it. We've seen how it flips around like that. Well, I created a Blender tutorial just to demonstrate that, so you can actually look at the numbers yourself. I'm just starting it up, just spin and pressing S. Let's see, it flips.
This is some retard.
That's using physics.
The picture that I created in a cartoon imaging program is physics. Okay, good. Great.
So is the painting.
Let's have everybody look this over. Here you go. This guy's a retard.
See, it's funny when they talk about physics and they're describing something that's not physical. It's fucking hilarious.
Mm-hmm.
So oxymoronic antecedent to the statement.
I'll just take out the last part of this search and do spin of Earth. And let's see what comes up this time. Earth is always rotating, but it's hard to tell in real time with the naked eye.
Well, put some pants on it.
Right.
You won't be naked. Yeah.
Earth spin. I just put Earth spin in there. A spin of Earth, and they're showing me race cars. And basketball players. And people with masks on. And news from Cleveland about scooter programs. Didn't ask for that.
Yes, you did. Deep down inside, you did. Come on.
How can I change that? How can I change these like this? These results I'm getting? Is there some way I can
put in quotations? Try quotations on the keyword.
Spin of Earth in quotations?
Yeah.
Let's do that. Or next time, maybe
or just quotations on the Earth or the spin.
Here we go. How fast would Earth have to spin to throw us out? This is even better.
I thought gravity solved the problem.
Someone's got faking gravity in a spaceship. That sounds like one of us. Hold on.
Well, that's good. So quotation marks make a difference.
What's this guy say?
I've heard Globers say centrifugal forces are canceled by gravity.
Yeah,
True
they're
that.
gonna have to
True
provide.
that, man.
They're gonna have. Look, they're gonna have to provide this whenever you move to a different location. You're in a. It's a smaller circle. If you move away from the. If you're moving away from the equator, that's a different spin rate.
Yeah, but there's no on a ball. There's no center. Where's the center?
Molten iron core, man.
Yeah, and they drilled almost 8 miles down with a drill bit that's fucking 27 fucking centimeters.
No.
They just lie about so much shit. It's not funny. It's
They
beyond
lie
the
about
pale.
like everything, dude. They lie about everything.
I remember the first time when I was reading that ages ago. I was like, oh, interesting. I'm like, the hole doesn't look, something's not right. Check the specs on. I'm like, how the fuck do you go that deep with something that's like a hand drill? It's like a one ruler, child ruler, 30 centimeters.
Yeah, 9 inches.
No. Yeah. It's ridiculous.
Yeah. That's why in fantasies things are ridiculous. They're not supposed to sound real, man. So picture this, man. Like sun, they claim 93 million miles away, right? At noon, sun is directly above us, right? 93, just try to imagine this, 93 million miles away. Now, only 8 hours later or 6 hours later, it's literally falling below your waist, right? It's falling beyond this horizon, physical Earth curve, right? But now it's on your side. And you see what kind of a journey that is? Like, sun was at noon above your head, 93 million miles away. Now it's falling below your waist, only a few hours later. Also
Imagine how confused you'd be.
It's
just to walk. Just to walk around, you'd have to have special abilities.
And to literally see it every day comes from the east. This little light in the sky, you're watching it come across the sky, goes west. What does brain need to do to tell yourself, no, that's not the light in the sky. This thing is 93 million miles away in the vacuum. Burning ball of hydrogen and helium. Gases in vacuum. Burning.
In vacuums, yeah.
While you're on another ball, tilting and spinning and wobbling. I mean, dude, yeah. And sometimes, again, painting picture in people's minds, I've seen people's faces go wait, what? Once, a couple of times when I mentioned, that the Earth is flying right now at 67,000, they're like, what? People are wait a second, I know it's spinning, but what are you talking about? I quoted quite a few people not knowing that the Earth is actually, that's the claim, they were completely clueless. I'm just look into it. This is not my claim. This is the science that you believe in. You believe you live on a globe? Look how fast they claim the Earth is flying around the sun on the annual journey, right? 67,000 miles an hour, dude. These speeds are incomprehensible to a logical mind. These speeds don't exist on Earth. We can't, not only we can't see, we can't even measure, we can't do anything with it. That's why they can claim, that's why they quote astronomical numbers, right? Astronomy is pseudoscience. Nothing to do with reality. That's why these numbers are astronomical numbers. Don't think about it. The Earth was created 250 billion years ago. It's not like they want to throw numbers so big at you that it shatters your logic and everything, to the point where you just give up, you just believe it. Boom. Too big for me. Scientists have figured it out. Men in white coats know it all. I'm so stupid. I'm when they say billions, like it's got to be true because they're scientists. Now, these numbers are too big for my brain. Billions of years ago, oh shit, I'm too stupid. I don't know anything. They figured it all out.
I always say to them, I go, when they make this claim, like they go 4.5 billion years ago, the blah 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 blah. I'm like, who the fuck recorded this 4.5 million years ago?
As soon as they start with like millions or billions, I'm like, oh, I start rolling my eyes, dude. Fucking scientists.
Yeah, we like. They've kept most of the stuff like hidden, but you know what we can get our hands on, we can get stuff that's only got providence. Most people get their hands on stuff that's got providence only like maximum 100 years, if they're lucky 200.
So I went to I was in 2006. There were discovered pyramids in Bosnia, right? So a few years later, I went to visit, and I was in these labyrinths and all that shit. Like, something's there, dude. I don't know what the hell it is, but like, there's huge underground labyrinths. I was in there, bro. They had megaliths and like 6-foot megaliths. Yeah. Like, there was no way somebody, like, you cannot bring this piece of rock in there, dude, in the middle of this mountain, right? And there's like chambers and labyrinths all interconnected, and I was in there, dude. Like it's there. I just went to see it for myself, right? But I just can't flow with all the guy's claims because he's into this carbon dating shit, and he talks about these cement matrices that were made, and carbon dating supposedly reveals like 30 to 40,000 years ago. And I just can't float with that, dude, because, you know, like I can't believe it. I know something is there. He claims it's pyramids. There's 3 pyramids, right? Sun, moon, and I forgot what the third one is. And they're all connected with these labyrinths, dude. So these super steep hills are there. There's something definitely there. But what it is, I don't know. His claims are over my head, dude. Like carbon dating of thousands of years ago. Like, I don't know.
They can actually, up the top, they can actually measure the electricity that's put out by it.
Like, what do you like? Go back in time? Like, how can you know tell how old?
That stuff. No, that's bullshit. Yeah.
Like.
What's the measurement?
Years ago. How the fuck can you tell something is 30, 40,000 years ago? I mean,
people don't know what they ate yesterday.
Yeah. So again, I don't know what carbon dating is. But those are the claims. You know, 40,000 years ago sounds a little, you know, it's over my head. But I went to see it, dude, and the structures are there. Something is there. Whether it's man-made or not, I don't know. But the labyrinths are there. Pyramids are there. These things are interconnected. And the archaeological community is doing their best to cover it up. They're literally ridiculing this guy and like they're blackmailing him and all kinds of shit, dude, you know? And he just made the archaeological...
Did you get my DM?
What's that? No, I didn't.
DM?
No.
Yeah, we'll speak about that sometime.
Okay, yeah.
About that.
Okay. I just see it. Yeah.
You know, what do we know, bro? What do we know? We're just stupid.
Nothing, bro. Nothing. Exactly. Yeah. And that's what scares. That's another thing that scares people deeply. Do like that, you know, like that, not knowing, you know, because they even if it's they believe, they just want to believe that somebody already figured it out for them, and now they're living this comfort, you know.
Yep.
Comfort of life.
Mm-hmm.
1 second.
These lights represent the
Okay, Bill Nye in this video says that the wind is caused by the sun heating up the atmosphere, but the earth is spinning, and that's why wind comes from different directions. Because it's spinning, it comes from different directions? He actually said that. Amazing.
Real wind doesn't come from a fan. No, in nature, it's caused by the heat from the sun and the rotation of the earth. That's what makes these intricate patterns of clouds that we see on this photo from space.
Photo from space.
Wow. So even my dumb buddy took it right back that the clouds are not moving because of the earth spin, but Bill Nye went on to say it and post it. Incredible.
The land warms the air over the land. The air molecules keep going faster. They spread farther apart, so they don't weigh as much for the rolling table. So cold air can push the warm air up. That's why we say warm air rises. So look what's happening. The smoke shows us that the air is sinking over the cold poles. Around in a great big circle. And that's what happens on the Earth. Now there's one more thing. The Earth is spinning, so the wind starts spinning. That's why wind comes from all different directions. Wind is wild.
I thought the wind was stuck to the fucking gravity.
Wind is wild.
It's interchangeable. It's selective wind. Fucking idiots.
That's why wind comes from all different directions. Wind.
Because the wind is spinning. Because the wind is spinning, that's why wind comes from all different directions. Hello.
Yeah, but apparently it goes from, east to west all the time or something or other. They just make this shit up as they fucking go. It's the degeneration of the mind.
That's exactly what it is. They're literally destroying young kids' minds, man. Literally, with this nonsense. Destroying their common sense.
Well, that's how you rule over people. That's how you become a tyrant and lord over people. You take their faculties away from them. Without any mental faculties, you're just whatever they tell you to be.
You literally take the ability to think for themselves.
Yep.
To trust their senses, like literally.